Lasher by Anne Rice. Read by David Hartley Margolin. For These with Love. Stan Rice, Christopher Rice, and John Preston. Vicki Wilson, with thanks always for her courage, her vision, her soul. My godmother and aunt, Patricia O'Brien Harberson, the lady with the loving heart who carried me to church. And, in memory of Alice Allen Daviau, my mother's sister, who gave me so very much. LaSalle came in with the saddle. The little pig rocked the cradle. The dish jumped over the table to see the pot swallow the ladle. The spit that stood behind the door threw the pudding stick on the floor. Oddsplot, said the gridiron, can't you agree? I'm the head constable. Bring them to me. Mother Goose. 1. In the beginning was the voice of Father. Emeleth, whispering close to her mother's belly while her mother slept, and then singing to her the long songs of the past, songs of the glen of Dunolaith, and of the castle, and of where they would sometime come together, and how she would be born, knowing all that Father knew. It is our way, he said to her in the fast language, which others could not understand. To others it sounded like humming or whistling. It was their secret tongue, for they could hear syllables which ran too fast for the others to grasp. They could sing out to each other. Emeleth could almost do it, almost speak. Emeleth, my darling. Emeleth, my daughter. Emeleth, my mate. Father was waiting for her. She had to grow fast and grow strong for Father. When the time came, Mother had to help her. She had to drink Mother's milk. Mother slept. Mother cried. Mother dreamed. Mother was sick. And when Father and Mother quarreled, the world trembled. Emeleth knew dread. But Father always came after, singing to her, reminding her that the words of his song were too rapid for Mother to comprehend. The melody made Emeleth feel as if the tiny round world in which she lived had expanded, and she was floating in a place without limits, pushed hither and thither by Father's song. Father said poetry which was beautiful, especially words that rhyme. Rhymes made a thrill pass through Emeleth. She stretched her legs and her arms, and turned her head this way and that. It felt so good, the rhymes. Mother didn't talk to Emeleth. Mother wasn't supposed to know that Emeleth was there. Emeleth was tiny, said Father, but perfectly formed. Emeleth already had her long hair. But when Mother talked, Emeleth understood her. When Mother wrote, Emeleth saw the words. Emeleth heard Mother's frequent whisper. She knew that Mother was afraid. Sometimes she saw Mother's dreams. She saw the face of Michael. She saw fighting. She saw Father's face as Mother saw it, and it made Mother sad. Father loved Mother, but Mother made him fiercely angry, and when he struck Mother, Mother suffered, even falling, and Emeleth screamed, or tried to scream. But Father always came after, while Mother slept, and said Emeleth must not fear, that they would come together in the circle of stones at Dunolaith. And then he told stories to her of the old days, when all the beautiful ones had lived on an island, and it was paradise, before the others and the little people had come. Sad and sorrowful, the weakness of humans and the tragedy of the little people, and is it not better that all be driven from the earth? I tell you the things I know now, and things that were told to me, he said. And Emeleth saw the circle of stones, and the tall figure of Father as he was now, strumming the strings of the harp. Everyone was dancing. She saw the little people hiding in the shadows, spiteful and angry. She did not like them. She did not want them to steal down into the town. "They loathe us instinctively," said Father of the little people. "How can they not? But they do not matter now. They are only a lingering from dreams which failed to come true. Now is the hour for Emeleth and Father." She saw Father in the old days with his arms outstretched. This was Christmas, and the glen was filled with snow. The Scots pines were close. Hymns rose from the people. Emeleth loved the rise and fall of the voices. There was so much she must see and learn later on. "If we are separated, my beloved, come to the glen at Dunolaith. You can find it. You can do this. People are searching for Mother, people who would divide us. But remember, you will be born into this world knowing all you need to know. Now can you answer me?" Emeleth tried, but she could not. "Taltos," he said, and kissed Mother's belly. "I hear you, darling. I love you." And while Mother slept, Emeleth was happy, because when Mother woke, Mother would cry. "You think I wouldn't kill him in an instant?" Father said to Mother. They were fighting about Michael. "I would kill him just like that. You leave me, and what makes you think that won't happen?" Emeleth saw this person, Michael, whom Mother loved and Father did not. Michael lived in New Orleans in a great house. Father wanted to go back to the great house. He wanted to possess it. It was his house, and it made him deeply angry that Michael was there. But he knew he must bide his time. Emeleth had to come to him, tall and strong. There had to be the beginning. He wanted them to come together in the glen of Dunolaith. Beginning was everything. There was nothing if there was no beginning. Prosper, my daughter. Taltos. No one lived in Dunolaith any more, but they would live there, Father and Emeleth and their children, hundreds of children. It would become the shrine of the beginning. "Our Bethlehem," he whispered to her, and that would be the beginning of all time. It was dark. Mother cried against the pillow, "Michael, Michael, Michael." Emeleth knew when the sun rose. The color of everything brightened, and she saw Mother's hand high above her, dark and thin and immense, covering the whole world. 2. The house was all dark now. The cars were gone, and only one light burned in Michael Curry's window, in the old room where Cousin Deirdre had died. Mona understood exactly what had happened tonight, and had to admit she was glad. She had almost planned it. Almost. She'd told her father she would go back to Metry with Uncle Ryan and Cousin Jen and Clancy, but then she hadn't told Uncle Ryan. And Uncle Ryan was long gone, assuming, as everyone would, that Mona had gone home to Amelia Street with her father, which of course she had not. She'd been in the cemetery losing her bet that David wouldn't do it with her, right there on Mardi Gras night in front of the Mayfair tomb. David had done it. Not so very great, actually, but for a 15-year-old, not bad. And Mona had loved it. Sneaking away with him, his fear and her excitement. They're climbing the whitewashed wall of the cemetery together and creeping through the alleyways of high marble tombs. To lie right down on the gravel path in the dampness and cold. That had been no small part of the dare. But she'd done it, smoothing her skirt under her so that she could pull down her panties without getting dirty. "Now do it," she'd said to David, who hadn't needed any more encouragement or direct orders by that time at all. She'd stared past him at the cold, cloudy sky, at a single visible star, and then let her eyes move up the wall of little rectangular tombstones to the name Deirdre Mayfair. Then David had finished, just like that. "You're not afraid of anything," he had said after. "Like I'm supposed to be afraid of you?" She'd sat up, cheated, having not even pretended to enjoy it, overheated and really not much liking her cousin David, but still satisfied that it had been done. Mission accomplished, she would write in her computer later, in the secret directory /WS/Mona/agenda, where she deposited all her confessions of the triumphs she could not share with anyone in the world. No one could crack her computer system, not even Uncle Ryan or Cousin Pierce, each of whom she had caught at various times firing up her system and searching through various directories. Some setup, Mona. All it was the fastest 386 IBM clone on the market, with max memory and max hard drive. Ah, what people didn't know about computers. It always amazed Mona. She herself learned more about them every day. Yes, this was a moment that only the computer would witness. Maybe they would start to be a regular occurrence, now that her father and mother were truly drinking themselves to death. And there were so many Mayfairs to be conquered. In fact, her agenda did not even include non-Mayfairs at this point, except, of course, for Michael Curry. But he was a Mayfair now, most definitely. The whole family had him in its grip. Michael Curry in that house alone. Take stock. It was Mardi Gras night, 10 p.m., 3 hours after Comus, and Mona Mayfair was on her own, and on the corner of First and Chestnut, light as a ghost, looking at the house, with the whole soft, dark night to do as she pleased. Her father was surely passed out by now. In fact, somebody had probably driven him home. If he'd walked the 13 blocks up to Amelia and St. Charles, that was a miracle. He'd been so drunk before Comus even passed that he'd sat right down on the neutral ground on St. Charles, knees up, hands on a naked bottle of Southern Comfort, drinking right in front of Uncle Ryan and Aunt Bee, and whoever else cared to look at him, and telling Mona in no uncertain terms to leave him alone. Fine with Mona. Michael Curry had picked her up just like she weighed nothing, and put her on his shoulders for the entire parade. How good it had felt to be riding that strong man, with one hand in his soft, curly black hair. She'd loved the feeling of his face against her thighs, and she'd hugged him just a little, much as she dared, and let her left hand rest against his cheek. Some man, Michael Curry. And her father much too drunk to notice anything that she did. As for Mona's mother, she'd passed out Mardi Gras afternoon. If she ever woke up to see Comus pass St. Charles and Amelia, that was a miracle, too. Ancient Evelyn was there, of course, her usual silent self, but she was awake. She knew what went on. If Alicia set the bed on fire, Ancient Evelyn could call for help, and you really couldn't leave Alicia alone any more. The point was, everything was covered. Even Michael's Aunt Vivian was not at home at First Street. She'd gone uptown for the night with Aunt Cecilia. Mona had seen them leave right after the parade. And Aaron Leitner, that mysterious scholar, he'd taken off with Aunt Bee. Mona had heard them planning it. Her car? His? It made Mona happy to think of Beatrice Mayfair and Aaron Leitner together. Aaron Leitner sloughed off 10 years when he was around Beatrice, and she was that kind of gray-haired woman who can make men look at her anywhere and everywhere she goes. If she went into Walgreens, the men came out of the stockroom to help her, or some gentleman asked her opinion on a good dandruff shampoo. It was almost a joke the way Aunt Bee attracted men, but Aaron Leitner was a man she wanted, and that was new. If that old maid Eugenia was there, that was okay, because she was tucked away in the farthest back bedroom, and they said, once she drank her nightly glass of port, nothing could wake her up. Nobody in that house, practically speaking, but her man. And now that Mona knew the history of the Mayfair witches, now that she had finally got her hands on Aaron Leitner's long document, there was no keeping her out of First Street any longer. Of course, she had her questions about what she'd read. 13 witches descended from a Scottish village called Dunolaith, where the first, a poor, cunning woman, had been burnt at the stake in 1659. It was just the kind of juicy history you dreamed about having. Well, she did anyway. But there had been things in that long family tale that had special meaning for her, and the long account of Oncle Julien's life had been the most intriguing part of all. Even Mona's very own Aunt Gifford was far away from New Orleans tonight, in her house in Destin, Florida, hiding from everyone and everything, and worrying about the entire clan. Gifford had begged the family not to go up to the house for Mardi Gras. Poor Aunt Gifford. She had banned the Talamasca history of the Mayfair witches from her house and from her consciousness. I don't believe those things. Aunt Gifford lived and breathed fear. She shut her ears to the tales of the old days. Poor Aunt Gifford could be around her grandmother, Ancient Evelyn, only now because Ancient Evelyn said almost nothing any more. Aunt Gifford didn't even like to say that she was Julien's granddaughter. Sometimes Mona felt so deeply and hopelessly sad for Aunt Gifford, she almost burst into tears. Aunt Gifford seemed to suffer for the whole family, and no one was more distraught over Rowan Mayfair's disappearance than Gifford. Not even Ryan. Aunt Gifford was at heart a tender and loving soul, and there was no one better when you needed to talk the practical things of life, clothes for a school dance, whether or not to shave one's legs yet, which perfume was best for a girl of 13, Laura Ashley, number 1. And these were the dumb things Mona actually did not know half the time. Well, what was Mona going to do now that she was out on Mardi Gras night, free, and nobody knew it, or might ever know it? Of course, she knew. She was ready. First Street was hers. It was as if the great dark house with its white columns were whispering to her, saying, "Mona, Mona, come in. This is where Oncle Julien lived and died. This is the house of the witches, and you are a witch, Mona, as surely as any of them. You belong here." Maybe it was Oncle Julien himself speaking to her. No, just a fancy. With an imagination like Mona's, you could make yourself see and hear whatever you liked. But who knew? Once she got inside, maybe she'd actually see the ghost of Oncle Julien. Ah, that would be absolutely wonderful, especially if it was the same debonair and playful Oncle Julien about whom she incessantly dreamed. She walked across the intersection under the heavy dark roof of the oak branches, and quickly climbed the old wrought-iron fence. She came down heavily in the thick shrubbery and elephant ears, feeling the cold and the wet foliage against her face and not liking it. Pushing her pink skirt down, she tiptoed out of the dampish earth and onto the flagstone path. Lamps burned dim on either side of the big keyhole doorway. The porch lay in darkness, its rocking chairs barely visible, painted black as they were to match the shutters. The garden seemed to gather round and press in. The house itself looked to her as it always had, beautiful, mysterious, and inviting, though she had to admit in her heart of hearts she had liked it better when it was a spidery ruin, before Michael came with his hammer and nails. She had liked it when Aunt Deirdre sat forever on the side porch in a rocker, and the vines threatened to swallow the whole place. Of course, Michael saved it, but oh, if only she'd gotten into it once while it was still ruined. She'd known all about that body they found in the attic. She'd heard her mother and Aunt Gifford arguing about it for years and years. Mona's mother had been only 13 when Mona was born, and Gifford had been there from the time of Mona's earliest memories. In fact, there had actually been a time when Mona wasn't sure which one was her mother, Gifford or Alicia. And then there had been Ancient Evelyn always holding Mona on her lap, and even though Ancient Evelyn wouldn't talk very much, she still sang those old melancholy songs. Gifford had seemed the logical choice for a mother, because Alicia by that time was already a prodigious drunk. But Mona had it right, and had for years. Mona was the woman of the house at Amelia Street. They'd talked a lot in those days about that body upstairs. They'd talked about Cousin Deirdre, the heiress, who wasted away in her catatonia. They'd talked about all the mysteries of First Street. The first time Mona had ever come into First Street, right before Rowan's marriage to Michael, She had fancied she could smell that body still. She'd wanted to go up and lay her hands on the spot. Michael Curry had been restoring the house, and workmen were up there painting away. Aunt Gifford had said for Mona to stay put, and given her a stern look every time Mona tried to wander. It had been a miracle to watch Michael Curry's work. Mona dreamed such a thing would someday happen to the house on St. Charles and Amelia. Well, Mona would get to that third-floor room now, and thanks to the history she knew who the dead man had been, a young investigator from the Talamasca called Stuart Townsend. Still wasn't clear who had poisoned the man, but Mona's bet was it had been her Uncle Cortland, who really wasn't her uncle at all, but actually her great-great-grandfather, which was really one of the most fun puzzles in the family history to figure out. Smells. She wanted to investigate that other smell, the scent that lingered in the hallway and the living room of First Street. Nothing to do with a dead body, that one. The smell that had come with disaster at Christmas. The smell which no one else could smell, it seemed, unless Aunt Gifford had been lying when Mona asked her. Aunt Gifford did that. She wouldn't admit to seeing things or picking up strange scents. "I don't smell anything," she'd said with annoyance. Well, maybe that was true. Mayfairs could read other people's minds a lot of the time, but they were good at blocking out each other. Mona wanted to touch everything. She wanted to look for the Victrola. She did not care about the pearls. She wanted the Victrola. And she wanted to know the big family secret. What had happened to Rowan Mayfair on Christmas Day? Why had Rowan left her new husband, Michael? And why had they found him drowned in the ice-cold swimming pool? Just nearly dead. Everybody had thought he was going to die after that, except Mona. Of course, Mona could conjecture what happened like everyone else, but she wanted more than that. She wanted the Michael Curry version, and to date, there was no such version. If he'd told anyone what happened on Christmas Day, it was his friend Aaron Leitner from the Talamasca, who would not tell anyone else. But people felt too sorry for Michael to press it. They'd thought he was going to die from what happened to him. Mona had managed to get into his room in intensive care on Christmas night and hold his hand. He wasn't going to die. There was hurt to his heart, yes, because he'd stopped breathing for a long time in the cold water, and he had to rest to heal that hurt. But he was nowhere near dying. She knew that as soon as she felt his pulse. And touching him had been rather like touching a Mayfair. He had something extra to him, which Mayfairs always had. He could see ghosts, she knew. The history of the Mayfair witches had not included him and Rowan, but she knew. She wondered if he'd tell the truth about it. Fact, she'd even heard some maddening whispers to the effect that he had. Oh, so much to learn, so much to uncover. And being 13 was kind of like a bad joke on her. She was no more 13 than Joan of Arc had ever been 13, the way she saw it, or Catherine of Siena. Of course, they were saints, but only by a hair. They were almost witches. And what about the Children's Crusade? If Mona had been there, they would have gotten back the Holy Land, she figured. What if she started a nationwide revolt of genius 13-year-olds right now? Demand for the power to vote based on intelligence, a driver's license as soon as you could qualify and see over the dashboard. Well, a lot of this would have to wait. The point was, she'd known tonight as they walked back from the Comus parade that Michael was quite strong enough to go to bed with her, if only she could get him to do it, which was not going to be an easy thing. Men Michael's age had the best combination of conscience and self-control. An old man like her great-uncle Randall, that had been easy, and young boys like her cousin David were nothing at all. But a 13-year-old going after Michael Curry? It was like scaling Everest, Mona thought with a smile. I'm going to do it if it kills me. And maybe then, when she had him, she'd know what he knew about Rowan, why Rowan and he had fought on Christmas Day, and why Rowan had disappeared. After all, this wasn't really a betrayal of Rowan. Rowan had gone off with someone, that was almost for sure, and everybody in the family, whether they would talk about it or not, was terrified for Rowan. It wasn't like Rowan was dead. It was like she'd gone off and left the barn door open. And here was Mona coming along, mad for Michael Curry, this big woolly mammoth of a man. Mona stared up at the huge keyhole doorway for one moment, thinking of all the pictures she'd seen of family members in that doorway over the years. Great-Oncle Julien's portrait still hung at Amelia Street, though Mona's mother had to take it down every time Aunt Gifford came, even though it was a dreadful insult to Ancient Evelyn. Ancient Evelyn rarely said a word, only drawn out of her reverie by her terrible worry for Mona and Mona's mother, that Alicia was really dying finally from the drink, and Patrick was so far gone he didn't know for sure who he even was. Staring at the keyhole doorway, Mona felt almost as if she could see Oncle Julien now, with his white hair and blue eyes. And to think he had once danced up there with Ancient Evelyn. The Talamasca hadn't known about that. The history had passed over Ancient Evelyn and her granddaughters, Gifford and Alicia's only child, Mona. But this was a game she was playing, making visions. Oncle Julien wasn't in the door. Had to be careful. Those visions were not the real thing. But the real thing was coming. Mona walked along the flagstone path to the side of the house, and then back the flags, past the side porch where Aunt Deirdre had sat in a rocker for so many years. Poor Aunt Deirdre. Mona had seen her from the fence many a time, but she'd never managed to get inside the gate. And now to know the awful story of the way they'd drugged her. The porch was all clean and pretty these days, with no screen on it any more, though Uncle Michael had put back Deirdre's rocking chair and did use it, as if he had become as crazy as she had been, sitting there for hours in the cold. The windows to the living room were hung with lace curtains and fancy silk drapes. Ah, such riches. And here, where the path turned and widened, this was where Aunt Antha had fallen and died years and years ago, as doomed a witch as her daughter Deirdre would become, Antha's skull broken and blood flowing out of her head and her heart. No one was here now to stop Mona from dropping down to her knees and laying her hands on the very stones. For one flashing instant, she thought she saw Antha, a girl of 18, with big dead eyes and an emerald necklace tangled with blood and hair. But again, this was making pictures. You couldn't be sure they were any more than imagination, especially when you'd heard the stories all your life as Mona had, and dreamed so many strange dreams. Gifford sobbing at the kitchen table at Amelia Street. "That house is evil. Evil, I tell you. Don't let Mona go up there." "Oh, nonsense, Gifford. She wants to be the flower girl in Rowan Mayfair's wedding. It's an honor." It certainly had been an honor. The greatest family wedding ever, and Mona had loved it. If it hadn't been for Aunt Gifford watching her, Mona would have made a sneaky search of the whole First Street house that very afternoon, while everyone else swilled champagne and talked about the wholesome side of things and speculated about Mr. Leitner, who had not yet revealed his history to them. But Mona would not have been in the wedding at all if Ancient Evelyn had not risen from her chair to overrule Gifford. "Let the child walk up the aisle," she had said in her dry whisper. She was 91 years old now, and the great virtue of almost never speaking was that when Ancient Evelyn did, everybody stopped to listen. If she wasn't mumbling, that is. There were times when Mona hated Aunt Gifford for her fears and her worry, the constant look of dread on her face. But nobody could really hate Aunt Gifford. She was too good to everybody around her, especially to her sister Alicia, Mona's mother, whom everyone regarded as hopeless now that she'd been hospitalized 3 times for her drinking, and it hadn't done any good. And every Sunday without fail, Gifford came to Amelia Street to clean up a bit, sweep the walk, and sit with Ancient Evelyn. She brought dresses for Mona, who hated to go shopping. "You know, you ought to dress more like a teenager these days," Gifford had volunteered only a few weeks ago. "I like my little girl dresses, thanks," said Mona. "They're my disguise. Besides, if you ask me, Most teenagers look tacky. I wouldn't mind looking corporate, but I'm a bit short for that. Well, your bra cup is giving you away. It's hard to find you sweet cotton frocks with enough room in them, you know. One minute you want me to grow up, the next minute you want me to behave. What am I to you, a little girl or a sociological problem? I don't like to conform. Aunt Giff, did it ever occur to you that conformity can be destructive? Take a look at men today on the news. Never in history have all the men in a nation's capital dressed exactly alike. Ties, shirts, coats of gray. It's appalling. Responsibility, that's what I'm talking about. To dress your age and behave your age. You don't do either. And we're talking about two contrary directions, of course. The whore of Babylon with a ribbon in her hair just isn't your garden variety teenage experience. Then Gifford had stopped, shocked that she'd said that word, whore, her cheeks flaming and her hands clasped, her bobbed black hair falling down around her face. Oh, Mona, darling, I love you. I know that, Aunt Giff, but please, for the love of God and all we hold sacred, never refer to me as garden variety anything, ever again. Mona knelt on the flagstones for a long time, until the cold started to bother her knees. Poor Antha, Mona whispered. She stood up and once again smoothed her pink dress. She brushed her hair back off her shoulders and made sure that her satin bow was still properly pinned to the back of her head. Uncle Michael loved her satin bow. He had told her that. As long as Mona has her beau, he'd said this evening on the way to see Comus, everything is going to be all right. I turned 13 in November, she told him in a whisper, drawing near to hold his hand. They're telling me to turn in my ribbon. You? 13? His eyes had moved over her, lingering just for a split second on her breasts, and then he had actually blushed. Well, Mona, I didn't realize. But no, don't you dare stop wearing that ribbon. I see that red hair and the ribbon in my dreams. Of course, he meant all this poetically and playfully. He was an innocent and wholesome man, just really nice. Anyone could see that. But then again, there had been a bit of blush to his cheeks, hadn't there? After all, there were some men his age who did see a 13-year-old with large breasts as just one species of uninteresting baby, but Michael didn't happen to be one of those. Well, she'd think a little bit more about strategy when she got inside the house and close to him. For now, she wanted to walk around the pool. She went up the steps and out along the broad flagstone terrace. The lights were on beneath the surface of the water, making it a shining blue, and a faint bit of steam rose from the surface, though why it was heated Mona didn't know. Michael wouldn't swim in it ever again. He'd said so. Well, come St. Patrick's Day, whatever the temperature, there would probably be 100 Mayfair kids in there, so best to leave the heat on. She followed the terrace to the far end, near the cabana, where they'd found the blood in the snow, which meant that a fight had taken place. All clean now and swept, with only a little sprinkling of leaves. The garden was still down a bit from the snows of this mad winter, so unusual for New Orleans, but due to the warmth of the last week, the 4 o'clocks had come back, and she could smell them and see their tiny little blossoms in the dark. Hard to imagine all this covered with snow and blood, and Michael Curry floating under the surface of the water, face bleeding and bruised, heart stopped. Then another scent caught her, that same strange smell she'd picked up earlier in the hallway of the house and in the front parlor where the Chinese rug used to be. It was faint, but it was here all right. When she drew near the balustrade, she smelled it, all mingled with the cold 4 o'clocks. A very seductive smell. Sort of, well, delicious, she thought. Like caramel or butterscotch could be delicious, only it wasn't a food smell. A little rage kindled in her suddenly for whoever had hurt Michael Curry. She'd liked him from the moment she laid eyes on him. She'd liked Rowan Mayfair, too. She'd longed for moments alone with them, to ask them things and tell them things, and especially to ask them to give her the Victrola if they could find it. But those opportunities had never come. She knelt down on the flags now, as she had done before. She touched the cold stone that hurt her bare knees. The smell was here all right, but she saw nothing. She looked up at the dark servants' porch of the main house. Not a light anywhere. Then she looked beyond the iron fence to the carriage house behind Deirdre's oak. One light. That meant Henri was still awake. Well, what about it? She could handle Henri. She had figured out tonight at the supper after Comus that Henri was already scared of this house, and didn't like working in it, and probably wouldn't stay long. He couldn't quite figure how to make Michael happy, Michael who kept saying, "I'm what's called a high prole, Henri. If you fix red beans and rice, I'll be fine." A high prole. Mona had gone up to Uncle Michael after supper, just as he was trying to get away from everyone and take his nightly constitutional, as he called it, and said, "What the hell is a high prole, Uncle Michael?" "Such language," he'd whispered with mock surprise. Then, before he could stop himself, he'd stroked the ribbon in her hair. "Oh, sorry," she'd said. "But for an uptown girl, it's sort of, de rigueur to have a large vocabulary." He laughed, a little fascinated, maybe. "A high prole is a person who doesn't have to worry about making the middle class happy," he said. "Would an uptown girl understand that?" "Sure would. It's extremely logical what you're saying, and I want you to know I loathe conformity in any form." Again his gentle, beguiling laughter. "How did you get to be a high prole?" She'd pushed it. "Where do I go to sign on?" "You can't sign on, Mona," he'd answered. "A high prole is born a prole. He is a firefighter's son who has made plenty of money. A high prole can mow his own grass any time he likes. He can wash his own car, or he can drive a van when everybody keeps telling him he ought to drive a Mercedes. A high prole is a free man." What a smile he had given her! Of course, he was laughing at himself a little, in a weary sort of way, but he liked to look at her, that she could see. Yes, indeed, he did like to look at her. Only some weariness and some sense of propriety held him in check. "Sounds good to me," she'd said. "Do you take off your shirt when you mow the grass?" "How old are you, Mona?" he'd asked her playfully, cocking his head to one side, but the eyes were completely innocent. "I told you 13, she'd answered. She'd stood on tiptoe and kissed him quickly on the cheek, and there had come that blush again. Yes, he saw her breasts and the contour of her waist and hips under the loose pink cotton dress. Yet he seemed moved by her show of affection, an emotion quite entirely separate. His eyes had glassed over for a minute, and then he'd said he had to go walk outside. He'd said something about Mardi Gras night, about passing this house once when he'd been a boy, on Mardi Gras night, when they'd been on their way to see Comus. No, nothing really wrong with his heart now at all, except that the doctors kept scaring him and giving him too much medicine, though he did now and then have those little pains, he'd told Ryan, which reminded him of what he could and couldn't do. Well, Mona would find out what he could or couldn't do. She stood by the pool for a long moment, thinking of all the bits and pieces of the story. Rowan run off, some kind of miscarriage in the front hall, blood everywhere, and Michael bruised and knocked unconscious in the pool. Could the miscarriage account for the smell? She'd asked Pierce earlier if he could smell it. No. She'd asked Bea. No. She'd asked Ryan. Of course not. Stop going around looking for mysterious things. She thought of Aunt Gifford's drawn face as she stood in the hospital corridor on Christmas night, when they'd thought Michael was dying, and the way she had looked at Uncle Ryan. "You know what's happened," she had said. "That's superstition and madness," Ryan had answered. "I won't listen to it. I won't let you speak of it in front of the children." "I don't want to talk about it in front of the children," Aunt Gifford had said, her jaw trembling. "I don't want the children to know." Keep them away from that house, I'm begging. I've been begging you all along. Like it's my fault, Uncle Ryan had whispered. Poor Uncle Ryan, the family lawyer, the family protector. Now, that was a fine example of what conformity could do to one, because Uncle Ryan was in every respect a super-looking male animal of the basically heroic type, with square jaw and blue eyes, and good strong shoulders and a flat belly and a musician's hands. But you never noticed it. All you saw when you looked at Uncle Ryan was his suit and his Oxford cloth shirt and the shine on his church's shoes. Every male at Mayfair and Mayfair dressed in exactly this fashion. It's a wonder the women didn't, that they had evolved a style which included pearls and pastel colors and heels of varying height. Real wingdings, thought Mona. When she was a multimillionaire mogul, she would cut her own style. But during that argument in the hallway, Uncle Ryan had showed how desperate he was and how worried for Michael Curry. He hadn't meant to hurt Aunt Gifford. He never did. Then Aunt Bee had come and quieted them both. Mona would have told Aunt Gifford then and there that Michael Curry wasn't going to die, but if she had, she would have frightened Gifford all the more. You couldn't talk to Aunt Gifford about anything. And now that Mona's mother was pretty much drunk all the time, you couldn't talk to her either, and Ancient Evelyn often did not answer at all when Mona spoke to her. Of course, when she did, her mind was all there. "Mentation perfect," said her doctor. Mona would never forget the time she'd asked to visit the house when it was still ruined and dirty, when Deirdre sat in her rocker. "I had a dream last night," she'd explained to her mother and to Aunt Gifford. "Oncle Julien was in it, and he told me to climb the fence, whether Aunt Carlotta was there or not, and to sit in Deirdre's lap." This was all true. Aunt Gifford had gotten hysterical. "Don't you ever go near Cousin Deirdre." And Alicia had laughed and laughed and laughed. Ancient Evelyn had merely watched them. "Ever see anybody with your Aunt Deirdre when you passed there?" Alicia had asked. "Cece, how could you?" Gifford had demanded. "Only that young man who's always with her." That had put Aunt Gifford over the edge. After that, Mona was technically sworn to stay away from First and Chestnut, to never set eyes on the house again. Of course, she didn't pay much attention. She walked by whenever she could. Two of her friends from Sacred Heart lived pretty close to First and Chestnut. Sometimes she went home with them after school just to have the excuse. They loved to have her help with their homework, and she was glad to do it. And they told her things about the house. "The man's a ghost," her mother had whispered to her right in front of Gifford. "Don't ever tell the others that you've seen him, but you can tell me. What did he look like?" And then Alicia had gone into shrieking laughter again until Gifford had actually begun to cry. Ancient Evelyn had said nothing, but she'd been listening to all of this. You could tell when she listened by the alert look in her small blue eyes. What in God's name did she think of her two granddaughters? Gifford had taken Mona aside later as they walked to Gifford's car, Jaguar sedan, very Gifford, very Metri. "Please believe me when I tell you to stay away from there," she'd said. "Nothing but evil comes out of that house." Mona had tried to promise, but it hadn't interested her much at all. Indeed, the die was cast for her. She had to know all about that place even then. And now, after the quarrel of Rowan and Michael, it was top priority. Get inside and find out. Finding the Talamasca document on Ryan's desk downtown had only tripled her curiosity. The file on the Mayfair witches. She'd scooped it up and hurried out to a lunch counter to read the whole thing. There had been no stopping her before anybody caught on to what she'd done. Dunolaith, Scotland. Didn't the family own property there still? Oh, what a history. The details about Antha and Deirdre, of course, were the real scandal. And it was perfectly clear to her that this document, in its original form, had gone on to include Michael and Rowan Mayfair. But it didn't any more. Aaron Leitner had broken off the narrative, as he referred to it in those pages, before the birth of the present designee. This was not to violate the privacy of the living, though the order feels that the family has every right to know its history, insofar as such a history is known by anyone and recorded anywhere. These Talamasca people were amazing. And Aunt Bee is about to marry one of them, thought Mona. That was like hearing that a juicy big fly had just been snared in one's sticky web. That Rowan Mayfair had slipped through Mona's clutches, that Mona had never had 5 minutes alone with Rowan, that was a tragedy to be filed under /WS/Mona/defeat. But Mona had caught the very strong impression that Rowan was afraid of whatever power she had, just as the others were afraid. Well, these powers didn't scare Mona. More and more, Mona felt like a dancer just coming into a time of perfect strength. So she was only 5 feet 1 inch tall, and not likely to grow much taller. Her body was maturing with every passing day. She liked being strong and unusual. She liked reading people's thoughts and seeing things that other people couldn't see. The fact that the man she'd seen was a ghost thrilled her, and she hadn't really been surprised to hear it. If only she had gotten into the house in those days. Well, those days were gone, weren't they? And now was now. And now was really quite terrific. The disappearance of Rowan Mayfair had stirred up the family. People were revealing things. And here was this great house, empty except for Michael Curry and for her. The smell by the pool had dissipated somewhat, or she'd gotten used to it, but it was still there, and the moment was all hers. She proceeded to the back screen porch and checked one by one the locks of the many kitchen doors. If only one door had been forgotten, but no, that stiff-necked Henri had locked up the place like a fort. Well, no problem. Mona knew how to get in this house. She crept around to the very back of the house, to the end of the old kitchen, which was now a bathroom, and she looked up at the bathroom window. Who would lock a window that high? And how would she get to it? Pull up one of the big plastic garbage cans, which weighed almost nothing at all. She went down the alley, caught the can by its handle, and what do you know, it rolled. How efficient! And then she climbed on top of it, knees first, then feet crushing down the flexible black plastic lid, and she pried open the green shutters and pushed at the sash. Up it went, just that easy. It didn't jam until there was an opening quite big enough for her to get in. She was going to get her dress dirty on the dusty sill, but it didn't matter. She gave herself a boost with both hands and slipped through the window, and all but tumbled to the carpeted floor. Inside First Street. And it had been a slam dunk. For 1 second she stood there in the little bathroom, staring at the glimmering white porcelain of the old toilet and the marble top of the washstand, and remembering that last dream of Oncle Julien, where he had taken her to this house, and together they had climbed the stairs. It was hazy now, as dreams always get, but she had written it in her computer diary under /WS/dreams/Julien, as she did all the dreams in which she came to her. She could remember now the file, which she had reread many times, though not the dream. Oncle Julien had been playing the Victrola, the one that Mona was supposed to have, and he had been dancing about in his long quilted satin robe. He'd said that Michael was too good. Angels have their limits. Your goodness has rarely defeated me, you understand, Mona, he had said with his charming French accent, speaking English for her, as he always did in her dreams, though she spoke French perfectly. But it is invariably a nuisance to everyone else but the person who is so perfectly good. Perfectly good, Mona had typed in. Perfectly scrumptious, perfectly delectable, perfectly a hunk. Then she'd gone and made those entries in the file marked Michael. Thoughts on Michael Curry. He is even more attractive now that he has had the heart attack, like a great beast with a wounded paw, a knight with a broken limb, Lord Byron with his club foot. She had always found Michael to die for, as the expression went. She hadn't needed her dreams to tell her, though they did embolden her somewhat, all that drama of Oncle Julien suggesting it to her, that Michael was a splendid conquest, and telling her how, when ancient Evelyn was only 13, Mona's age, Oncle Julien had bedded her in the attic at First Street, and from that illicit union had been born poor Laurelie, the mother of Gifford and Alicia. Oncle Julien had given ancient Evelyn the Victrola then, and said, "Take it out of the house before they come. Take it away and keep it." It was a mad scheme. I never believed in witchcraft, you must understand, Mona. But I had to try something. Mary Beth had started to burn my books even before the end. She burned them on the lawn outside, as if I were a child without rights or dignity. The Victrola was a little voodoo, magic, a focus of my will. All that had been very clear and understandable when she dreamed it, but even by the next day the mad scheme was largely lost. Okay, the Victrola. Oncle Julien wants me to have it. Witchcraft, my favorite thing. And look what had happened to the damned Victrola so far. He'd gone to all that trouble in 1914 to get it out of the house, assuming that sleeping with 13-year-old Ancient Evelyn had been trouble. And when Ancient Evelyn tried to pass on that Victrola to Mona, Gifford and Alicia had had a terrible quarrel. Oh, that was the worst of days. Mona had never seen such a fight as happened then between Alicia and Gifford. "You're not giving her that Victrola," Gifford had screamed. She'd run at Alicia and slapped her over and over, and tried to push her out of the bedroom where she had taken the Victrola. "You can't do this. She's my daughter, and Ancient Evelyn said it is to be hers," Alicia had screamed. They had fought all the time like that as girls. Think nothing of it, Ancient Evelyn had said. She had remained in the parlor. "Gifford will not destroy the Victrola. The time will come when you may have the Victrola. No Mayfair would destroy Oncle Julien's Victrola. As for the pearls, Gifford can keep them for now." Mona didn't care about the pearls. That had pretty much been Ancient Evelyn's quota of speech for the next 3 or 4 weeks. Gifford had been sick after that, sick for months. Strife exhausted Gifford, which was only logical. Uncle Ryan had had to take her to Destin, Florida, to rest at the beach house. Same thing had happened after Deirdre's funeral. Aunt Gifford had been so sick that Ryan had taken her up to Destin. Aunt Gifford always fled to Destin, to the white beach and the clean water of the Gulf, to the peace and quiet of a little modern house with no cobwebs, and no stories. But the truly awful part for Mona was that Aunt Gifford had never given her the Victrola. When Mona had finally cornered her and demanded to know where it was, Aunt Gifford had said, "I took it up to First Street. I took the pearls there, too. I put them back in a safe place. There's where all Oncle Julien's things belong, in that house, along with his memory." And Alicia had screamed, and they'd started fighting again. In one of the dreams, Oncle Julien had said, dancing to the record on the Victrola, "The waltz is from La Traviata, my child. Good music for a courtesan." Julien danced, and the pinched little soprano voice sang on and on. She had heard the melody so distinctly. Rare to be able to hum a song that you hear in a dream. Lovely, scratchy sound to the Victrola. Ancient Evelyn had later recognized the song Mona was humming. It was from Verdi, Violetta's Waltz. "That was Julien's record," she'd said. "Yes, but how am I going to get the Victrola?" Mona had asked in the dream. "Can't anyone in this family figure out anything for herself?" Oncle Julien had almost wept. "I'm so tired. Don't you see? I'm getting weaker and weaker. Chérie, please wear a violet ribbon. I don't care for pink ribbons, though it is very shocking with red hair. Wear violet for your Oncle Julien. I am so weary." "Why?" she'd asked, but he had already disappeared. That had been last spring, that dream. She had bought some violet ribbon, but Alicia swore it was bad luck and took it all away. Mona's bow tonight was pink, like her cotton and lace dress. Seems poor Cousin Deirdre had died last May, right after Mona had had that dream, and First Street had come into the hands of Rowan and Michael, and the Great Restoration had begun. Every time she'd passed, she'd seen Michael up there on the roof, or just climbing a ladder, or climbing over a high iron railing, or walking right on the parapet with his hammer in hand. "Thor," she'd called out to him once. He hadn't heard her, but he'd waved and smiled. Yes, to die for, all right. She wasn't so sure about the times of all the dreams. When they'd started, she hadn't known there would be so many of them. Her dreams floated in space. She hadn't been smart enough in the beginning to date them and to make a chronology of Mayfair events. She had that now in /WS/Mayfair/chrono. Every month she learned more tricks in her computer system, more ways of keeping track of all her thoughts and feelings and plans. She opened the bathroom door and stepped into the kitchen. Beyond the glass doors, the swimming pool positively glittered for an instant, as if a vagrant wind had touched its surface, as if it were alive. As she stepped forward, a tiny red light flashed on the motion detector, but she could see immediately by the control panel on the kitchen counter that the alarm wasn't set. That was why it hadn't gone off when she opened the window. What luck! She'd forgotten about that damned alarm, and it had been the alarm that had saved Michael's life. He'd have drowned if the firemen had not come and found him, men from his father's own firehouse, though Michael's father had died a long, long time ago. Michael. Yes, it was fatal attraction from the moment she'd first met him, and the sheer size of the man had a lot to do with it, things like the perfect width of his neck. Mona had a keen appreciation of men's necks. She could watch a whole movie just to get a load of Tom Berenger's neck. Then there was that constant good humor. When had she ever not gotten a smile from Uncle Michael? And often she'd gotten winks. She loved those immense and amazingly innocent blue eyes. Downright flashy, Bea had said once, but she'd meant it as a compliment. The man's just sort of too vivid. Even Gifford had understood that. Usually when a man was that well built, he was an idiot. Intelligent Mayfair men were always perfectly proportioned. If Brooks Brothers or Burberry's couldn't fit you, you were illegitimate. They'd put poison in your tea, and they behaved like wind-up toys once they came home from Harvard, always combed and tanned and shaking people's hands. Even Cousin Pierce, Ryan's pride and joy, was turning out that way, a shining replica of his father, down to the Princeton cut of the blonde hair, and loving Cousin Clancy was perfect for Pierce. She was a small clone of Aunt Gifford, only without the pain. They looked like they were made of vinyl, Pierce and Ryan and Clancy. Corporation lawyers. Their whole goal in life was to see how much they could leave undisturbed. Mayfair and Mayfair was a law firm full of vinyl people. "Never mind," her mother had said once to her criticism. "They take care of all the money so that you and I don't have to worry about a thing." "I wonder if that's such a good idea," Mona had said, watching her mother miss her mouth with the cigarette, and then grope for the glass of wine on the table. Mona had pushed it towards her, disliking herself for doing it, disliking that she did it because it was torture to watch her mother not be able to find it on her own. But Michael Curry was a different sort from the Mayfair men altogether. Husky and relaxed, more beautifully hirsute, altogether lacking in the perpetual preppy gleam perfected by men like Ryan, yet very adorable in a beastly way when he wore his dark-rimmed glasses and read Dickens the way he'd been doing it this very afternoon, when she'd gone up to his room. He hadn't cared a thing about Mardi Gras. He hadn't wanted to come down. He was still reeling from Rowan's defection. Time just didn't mean anything to him, because if he had started to think about it, he would have had to think on how long Rowan had been gone. "What are you reading?" she'd asked. "Oh, Great Expectations," he'd said. "I read it over and over. I'm reading the part about Joe's wife, Mrs. Joe. The way she kept making the T on the chalkboard. Ever read it? I like to read things I've read before. It's like listening over and over to your favorite song. A brilliant Neanderthal slumbered in his body, waiting to drag you into the cave by your hair. Yes, a Neanderthal with the brain of a Cro-Magnon, who could be all smiles and a gentleman and as well-bred as anybody in this family could possibly want. He had a great vocabulary when he chose to use it. Mona admired his vocabulary. Mona's vocabulary was ranked equal to that of a senior in college. In fact, someone at school had once said she had the biggest words coming out of the littlest body in the world. Michael could sound like a New Orleans policeman one moment and a headmaster at another. Unbeatable combination of elements, Mona had written in her computer diary. Then remembered Oncle Julien's admonition. The man is simply too good. "Am I evil?" she whispered aloud in the dark. "Doesn't compute." She really hadn't the slightest doubt that she wasn't evil. Such thoughts were old-fashioned to her, and typical of Oncle Julien, especially the way he was in her dreams. She hadn't known the words for it when she was little, but she knew them now. Self-deprecating, self-mocking. That is what she'd written into the computer in the subdirectory /WS/Julien/character in the file Dream 13. She walked across the kitchen and slowly through the narrow butler's pantry, a lovely white light falling on the floorboards from the porch outside. Such a grand dining room. Michael thought the hardwood floor had been laid in the 30s, but Julien had told Mona it was the 1890s, a flooring they called wooden carpet, and it had come in a roll. What was Mona supposed to do with all the things Julien had told her in these dreams? The dense, murky murals were surprisingly visible to her in the darkness. Riverbend Plantation, where Julien had been born, and its quaint world of sugar mill, slave cabins, stables, and carriages moving along the old river road. But then she had cat's eyes, didn't she? Always had. She loved the darkness. She felt safe and at home in it. It made her want to sing. Impossible to explain to people how good she felt when she roamed alone in the darkness. She walked around the long table, now all cleared and stripped and polished, though only hours ago it had held the last Mardi Gras banquet, complete with frosted king cakes and a silver punch bowl full of champagne. Boy, the Mayfairs sure ate themselves sick when they came to First Street, she thought. Everybody was just so happy that Michael was willing to keep the place going, though Rowan had flat-out disappeared, and under suspicious circumstances. Did Michael know where she was? Aunt Bee had said, with tears in her eyes, "His heart is broken." Well, here comes the kid with the wonder glue for broken hearts. Stand back, world. It's little Mona. She passed through the high keyhole doorway into the front hall, and then she stopped and put her hands on the frame, as Oncle Julien had done in so many old pictures, in this door or the other, and she just felt the silence and bigness of the house around her and smelled its wood. That other smell. There it was again, making her, what? Almost hungry. It was delicious, whatever it was. Not butterscotch, no, not caramel, not chocolate, but something thick like that, a flavor that seemed 100 flavors compressed into one, like the first time you bit into a chocolate-covered cherry cordial or a Cadbury Easter egg. No, she needed a better comparison. Something you didn't eat. What about the smell of hot tar? That tantalized her, too. And then there was the smell of gasoline that she just couldn't tear herself away from. Well, this was more like that. She moved down the hall, noting the winking lights of other alarm devices, none of them armed, all of them waiting, and the smell became strongest when she stood at the foot of the stairs. She knew Uncle Ryan had investigated this entire area, that even after all the blood had been washed away and the Chinese rug in the living room had been taken out, he had come with a chemical that made lots of other blood glow in the dark. Well, It was all gone now. Just gone. He'd seen to that before Michael came home from the hospital. And he'd sworn he detected no smell. Mona took a deep breath of it. Yes, it made you feel a kind of craving. Like the time she was riding the bus downtown on one of her escapades, all alone and reckless and loaded with dough, and she'd smelled that delicious barbecue from the bus and actually gotten off to find the place from which it was coming, a little French Quarter restaurant in a ramshackle building on Esplanade. Hadn't tasted half as good as it smelled. But we're back to food again, and this isn't food. She looked into the living room, startled again, as she'd been earlier, to see how Michael had changed things after Rowan left. Of course, the Chinese carpet had been taken out. It was all bloody. But he didn't have to abolish the old scheme of double parlors, did he? Well, he had. Mayfair blasphemy. It was one vast room now, with a giant, soft sofa beneath the arch against the inside wall. A nice scattering of French chairs, all Uncle Julien's, to hear him tell it, now tricked out in new gold damask or a striped fabric, wickedly rich-looking, and a glass table through which you could see the dark amber colors of the enormous old rug. It must have been 25 feet, that rug, to stretch through both rooms as it did, embracing the floor before both of the hearths. And how old it looked, like something out of the attic upstairs, most likely. Maybe Michael had brought it down with the gilded chairs. They'd said the only orders he'd given after he came home were to change that double parlor. Put Julien's things down there. Make it look entirely different. Made sense. He'd obviously wanted to erase all traces of Rowan. He had wanted to obliterate the rooms in which they spent their happiest moments. Some of the chairs were faded, wood chipped here and there, and the carpet rested right on the heart pine floor, thin and silky-looking. Maybe there had been blood all over that other furniture. Nobody would tell Mona exactly what had gone on. No one would tell her anything much except Uncle Julien, and in her dreams she seldom had the presence of dream-mind to ask a question. Uncle Julien just talked and talked, or danced and danced. No Victrola in this room now. What a stroke of luck it would have been if they'd brought it down, too, with all this other stuff. But they hadn't. She hadn't heard anybody say a thing about finding a Victrola. She'd checked out the first floor every time she'd come. Michael listened to a little tape machine in the library. This room lay in stillness, and its great Bösendorfer piano, at an angle before the second fireplace, seemed more a piece of furniture than a thing which could sing. The room was still beautiful. It had been nice earlier to flop on the big soft sofa, from which you could see all the mirrors, the two white marble fireplaces, one to your left, one to your right, across from you, and the two doors directly opposite to Deirdre's old porch. Yes, Mona had thought, a good vantage point, and still an enchanting room. Sometimes she danced on the bare floors of the double parlor at Amelia, dreaming of mirrors, dreaming of making a killing in mutual funds with money she'd borrow from Mayfair and Mayfair. Just give me another year, she thought. I'll crack the market. Then if I can find but one gambler in that whole stodgy law firm. It was no use asking them now to fix up Amelia Street. Ancient Evelyn had always sent carpenters and workmen away. She cherished her quiet. And then, what good was it to fix up a house in which Patrick and Alicia were simply drunk all the time, and Ancient Evelyn like a fixture? Mona had her own space, as they say, the big bedroom upstairs on the avenue, and there she kept her computer equipment, all her disks and files and books. Her day would come. And until then, she had plenty of time after school to study stocks, bonds, money instruments, and the like. Her dream really was the management of her own mutual fund, called Mona One. She'd invite Mayfairs only to buy in, and she'd handpick every company in which the fund invested, on the basis of its environmental worthiness. Mona knew from the Wall Street Journal and from the New York Times what was going on. Environmentally sensitive companies were making big bucks. Somebody had invented a microbe that ate oil spills, and could even clean up your oven for you if you turned it loose inside. This was the wave of the future. Mona 1 would be a legend among mutual funds like Fidelity Magellan or Nicholas II. Mona could have begun now, if anybody would take a chance on her. If only the realm of adults would open, just one tiny little bit, and let her in. Uncle Ryan was interested, yes, and amused and amazed and confused, but not about to take a chance. "Keep studying," he'd said. "But I must say I'm impressed with your knowledge of the market. How do you know all this stuff?" "You kidding me? Same way you know it," she had said. "From the journal and from Barron's, and from going online any time, night or day, for the latest statistics." She'd been speaking of the modem in her computer and of the many bulletin boards she could call. "You want to know something about stocks in the middle of the night? Don't call the office. Call me." How Pierce had laughed. Just call Mona. Uncle Ryan had been intrigued, Mardi Gras fatigue or no, but not enough not to back away from another lame comment. "Well, I'm pleased that you're taking an interest in all this." "An interest?" Mona had replied. "I'm ready to take over. What makes you such a wimp, Uncle Ryan, when it comes to aggressive growth funds? And what about Japan? Don't you know the simple principle that if you balance your United States stock market investments abroad, then you've got global—" "Hold it," he'd said. "Who's going to invest in a fund called Mona 1? Mona had been quick on the reply. "Everyone." The best part was Uncle Ryan had finally laughed and promised again to buy her a black Porsche Carrera for her 15th birthday. She had never let him forget that from the moment she'd become obsessed with the car. She didn't see why all the Mayfair money couldn't buy her a fake driver's license, too, so she could slam the pedal to the floor right now. She knew all about cars. The Porsche was her car, and every time she saw a parked Carrera, she crawled all over it, hoping the owner would come. She'd hitched rides 3 times that way with perfect strangers. But never tell anyone that. They'll die. As if a witch couldn't protect herself. "Yes, yes," he'd said this evening. "I haven't forgotten the black Porsche. But you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you, that you'll never drive it over 55 miles an hour? "There you go kidding again," she said. "Why the hell would I want to drive a Porsche over 55 miles an hour? Pierce had nearly choked on his gin and tonic. "You're not buying that child a coffin on wheels," Aunt Bee had declared, always interfering. No doubt she'd be calling Gifford about the whole idea. "What child? I don't see any child around here, do you?" Pierce had said. Mona would have kept things going on the mutual funds, but it was Mardi Gras. People were tired, and Uncle Ryan had been drawn into a bottomless pit of polite conversation with Uncle Randall. Uncle Randall had turned his back to her to shut her out. He'd been doing this sort of thing ever since Mona had gotten him into bed. She didn't care. That had been an experiment, nothing more, to compare a man in his 80s with young boys. Now, Michael was her goal. To hell with Uncle Randall. Uncle Randall had been interesting because he was so old, and there is a way a really old man looks at a young girl which she found very exciting. But Uncle Randall wasn't a kind man, and Michael was. And Mona liked kindness. She'd isolated that trait in herself a long time ago. Sometimes she divided the world between kind and unkind, fundamentally speaking. Well, tomorrow she would get to the stocks. Tomorrow, or the next day, maybe she'd work up the actual portfolio for Mona 1, based on the top stock performers for the last 5 years. It was so easy for her to be carried away, with visions of Mona 1 becoming so large she had to clone it with a second mutual fund called Mona 2 and then Mona 3, and traveling all over the world in her own plane to meet the CEOs of the companies in which she invested. She'd check out factories in mainland China, offices in Hong Kong, scientific research in Paris. She pictured herself wearing a cowboy hat when she did this. She didn't actually have a cowboy hat right now. Her beau was her thing, but somehow or other she always had the hat on as she stepped off the imaginary plane. And all this was coming. She knew it. Maybe it was time she showed Uncle Ryan the printout of the stocks she'd tracked last year. If she'd really had money in them, she'd have her own fortune. Yes, got to boot that file and print that out. Ah, but she was wasting the moment. Tonight she was here with her most important goal in mind, the conquest of the hunk known as Michael, and the finding of the mysterious Victrola. The gilt fauteuils gleamed in the shadows, graceful straight-backed chairs. Tapestried pillows lay higgledy-piggledy in the deep damask sofa. A veil of stillness lay over all, as if the world beyond had gone up in smoke. Dust on the piano. That poor old Eugenia. She wasn't much good, was she? And Henri was probably too good to dust or mop or sweep. And in their midst was Michael, too sick and indifferent to care what they did. She left the double parlor and moved to the foot of the stairs. Very dark up there, as it ought to be, like a ladder to a heaven of shadows. She touched the newel post and then began her ascent. In the house, in it, wandering, free, and in the dark, alone. "Uncle Julien, I'm here," she sang in a tiny whisper. When she reached the top, she saw that Aunt Viv's room stood empty, just as she had expected. "Poor Michael, you're all mine," she said softly. And when she turned, she saw that the door of the master bedroom was open, and the weak illumination of a little night lamp poured out into the high, narrow hall. "So you're alone in there, big boy," she thought. "Not scared to be in the very room where Deirdre died. And let's not forget Great Aunt Mary Beth and all the people who saw the ghosts around her when she lay in that very same bed, and who knows what went on before that." Gifford had thought it a deplorable decision for Michael to move back into that accursed room, but Mona understood. Why would he want to stay in the bridal chamber after Rowan had left him? Besides, it was the prettiest and fanciest room in the house, the north master bedroom. He himself had restored the plaster ceiling and the medallion. He had polished the enormous half-tester bed. Oh, she understood Michael. Michael liked darkness, too, in his own way. Why else would anyone have married into this family, she thought? Something in him was seduced by darkness. He felt good in the twilight and good in the dark, just like she did. She knew that when she watched him walk in the nighttime garden. His thing. If he liked the early morning at all, which she doubted, it was only because it was dim and distorting. "He is simply too good." Uncle Julien's words came back to her. Well, we'll see. She crept to the doorframe and saw the tiny nightlight plugged directly into the outlet over on the far wall. The light of the street lamps filtered softly through the lace curtains, and there lay Michael, his head turned away from her, in his immaculate white cotton pajamas, pressed so carefully by Henri that they had a perfect seam down the arm. Michael's hand lay half open on top of the comforter, as though ready to accept a gift. She heard him take a long, raw, and uneasy breath. But he hadn't heard her. He was dreaming. He turned on his side away from her and sank deeper into a murmuring sleep. She slipped into the room. His diary was on the bedside table. She knew it by the cover. She had seen him writing in it this very night. Oh, it was unconscionable to look into it. She couldn't do it, but how she wanted just to glimpse a few words. What if she just took a little peek? "Rowan, come back to me. I'm waiting." With a silent sigh, she let it close. Look at all the bottles of pills. They were bombing him with this stuff. She knew most of the names because they were common and other old Mayfairs had taken them often enough. Blood pressure medicines mostly, and then Lasix, that evil diuretic, which probably pulled all the potassium out of him the way it had out of Alicia when she'd straightened up and tried to lose weight. and 3 other dangerous-sounding potions that were probably what made him look all the time like he was trying to wake up. "Ought to do you a big favor and throw this junk in the garbage for you," she thought. "What you need is Mayfair witch's brew." When she got home, she'd look up all these drugs in one of the big pharmaceutical books she had in her library. Ah, look, Xanax. That could make anyone into a zombie. Why give him that 4 times a day? They'd taken Xanax away from her mother, because Alicia took it in handfuls with her wine and her beer. This did feel like a very unlucky room. She liked the fancy decorative work above the windows and the chandelier, but it was an unlucky room. And that smell was in here, too. Very faint, but it was here. The delicious smell, the smell that didn't belong in the house and had something to do with Christmas. She came close to the bed, which was very high like so many old-fashioned beds, and she looked at Uncle Michael lying there, his profile deep in the snow-white cotton cover of the down pillow, dark lashes and eyebrows surprisingly distinct. Very much a man, just a smidgen more testosterone, and you would have had a barrel-chested ape with bushy eyebrows. But there had not been the smidgen. Perfection had been the result. "Oh, brave new world," she whispered, "that has such people in't." He was drugged, all right, totally out of it. That was probably why he'd lost that gift with his hands. He'd worn gloves most of the time up till Christmas, telling people his hands were very sensitive. Oh, Mona had tried hard to get to talk to him about that. And tonight, he'd remarked several times he didn't need the gloves any more at all. Well, of course not, if you were taking 2 milligrams of Xanax every 4 hours, on top of all this other crap. That's how they'd shut down Deirdre's powers, drugging her. Oh, so many opportunities had passed by. Well, this opportunity wouldn't. And what was this cute little bottle? Elavil? That had a sedative effect, too, didn't it? And wow, what a dose. It's a wonder Michael had been able to come downstairs tonight. And to think he'd held her on his shoulders for Comus. Poor guy. This was damn near sadistic. She touched his cheek lightly. Very clean-shaven. He didn't wake. Another long, deep breath came out of him, almost a yawn, sounding very male. She knew she could wake him, however. He wasn't in a coma after all, and then the most disturbing thought came to her. She'd been with David already tonight. Damn. It had been safe, sanitary, but still messy. She couldn't wake Michael, not till she'd sunk down into a nice warm bath. And she hadn't even thought of that till now. Her clothes were still soiled. That was the whole trouble with being 13. Your brilliance was uneven. You forgot enormous things. Even Alicia had told her that. "1 minute, dear, you are a little computer whiz, and the next moment you're screaming 'cause you can't find your dolls. I told you your dolls are in the cabinet. Nobody took your damned dolls. Oh, I'm so glad I don't ever have to be 13 again. You know, I was 13 when you were born. Tell me about it. And you were 16 when I was 3, and you left me downtown in Maison Blanche, and I was lost there for 2 hours. I forgot, okay? Like I don't take her downtown that much. Who else but a 16-year-old mother would give an excuse like that? It wasn't so bad. Mona had ridden the escalators up and down to her heart's content. "Take me in your arms," she prayed, looking down at Michael. "I've had a terrible childhood." But on he slept as if he'd been touched by the witch's wand. Maybe this wasn't the night for getting him into bed. No, she'd rather everything be perfect for the assault. And not only had she been with David, she was soiled from the ground in the cemetery. Why, there were even a few dead leaves snarled in her hair, very Ophelia, but probably not very sexy. Maybe it was the night for searching the attics, for finding the Victrola and cranking it up. Maybe there were old records with it, that record that Ancient Evelyn used to play. Maybe it was time to meet Oncle Julien here in the shadows, and not time to be with Michael at all? But he was so luscious there, gorgeously imperfect, her high prole Endymion, with the slight bump to his nose, and the soft creases in his forehead. Very Spencer Tracy. Yes, the man of her dreams. And a man in the hand is worth two ghosts in a dream. And speaking of hands, look at it, his large, soft hand. Now that was a man's hand. Nobody would say to him, "You have the fingers of a violinist." And she used to find men like that sexy, the delicate kind, like Cousin David, with hairless chins, with eyes full of soul. Ah, her whole appreciation of masculinity was taking a turn for the rough and the deep and the better. She touched Michael's jaw and the edge of his ear, his neck. She felt his curly black hair. Oh, nothing softer and finer than curly black hair. Her mother and Gifford had such fine black hair. But Mona's red hair would never be soft, and then she caught the fragrance of his skin, very subtle and nice and warm, and she bent down and kissed his cheek. His eyes opened, but it seemed he couldn't see anything. She sank down beside him, just couldn't stop herself, even though she knew this was an invasion of his privacy, and he turned over. What was her plan? She felt such a craving for him suddenly. It wasn't even erotic. It was all a kind of swoony romance. She wanted to feel his arms around her. She wanted him to pick her up. She wanted him to kiss her, common things like that. A man's arms, not a boy's. They should dance. In fact, it was plain wonderful that there was no boy in him, that he was all wild beast in a way some men never would be, very jagged and roughened and overgrown, with skin-colored lips and slightly wild eyebrows. She realized he was looking at her, and in the even light from the street his face was pale yet clear. "Mona," he whispered. "Yes, Uncle Michael. I got forgotten. It was a mix-up. Can I spend the night?" "Well, honey, we have to call your father and mother." He started to sit up, deliciously rumpled, black hair tumbling over his eyes. He really was drugged, though, no doubt of it. "Wrong, Uncle Michael," she said quickly but gently. She put her hand on his chest. "Ah, terrific. My dad and Mom are asleep. They think I'm with Uncle Ryan out in Metry, and Uncle Ryan thinks I'm home with them. Don't call anybody. You'll just get everybody all excited, and I'll have to take a cab home all alone, and I don't want to. I want to spend the night." "But they'll realize—" "My parents? You have it on good authority from me that they will not realize anything. Did you see my dad tonight, Uncle Michael?" "Yeah, I did, honey." He tried to stifle a yawn and failed. He looked very concerned for her suddenly, as if it wasn't appropriate to yawn while discussing her alcoholic father. "He's not going to live very long," she said in a bored voice. She didn't want to talk about him, either. "I can't stand Amelia Street when they're both drunk. Nobody there but Ancient Evelyn, and she never sleeps any more. She's watching them." Ancient Evelyn, he mused. Such a lovely name. Do I know Ancient Evelyn? Nope. She never leaves the house. She told them once to bring you up home, but they never did. She's my great-grandmother. "Ah, yes, the Mayfairs of Amelia Street," he said. "The big pink house." He gave a little yawn again and forced himself into a more truly upright position. B pointed out the house. Nice house. Italianate. B said Gifford grew up there. Italianate. Architectural term, late 19th century. "Yeah, well, it's a New Orleans bracketed style, as we call it," she said. "Built 1882, remodeled once by an architect named Sully, full of all kinds of junk from a plantation called Fontenot." He was intrigued, but she didn't want to talk history and plaster. She wanted him. "So will you please let me stay here?" she asked. "I really, really have to stay here now, Uncle Michael. I mean, there's not really any other possibility now, logically, I mean. I should stay." He sat against the pillows, struggling to keep his eyes open. She took his wrist suddenly. He didn't seem to know what she was doing, that she was feeling the pulse the same way a doctor would do it. His hand was heavy and slightly cold, too cold, but the heartbeat was steady. It was okay. He wasn't nearly as sick as her own father. Her own father wasn't going to live 6 months. But it wasn't his heart. It was his liver. If she closed her eyes, she could see the chambers of Michael's heart. She could see things so brilliant and unnameable and complex as to be like modern painting, a sprawl of daring colors and clots and lines and swelling shapes. Ah, he was okay, this man. If she did get him into bed tonight, she wouldn't kill him. "You know your problem right now?" she asked. "It's those bottles of medicine. Throw them in the trash. That much medicine will make anyone sick." "You think so?" "You're talking to Mona Mayfair, a 20-fold member of the Mayfair family, who knows things that others don't know. Uncle Julien was my great-great-grandfather 3 times. You know what that means?" 3 lines of descent from Julien? "Yep, and then the other tangled lines from everybody else. Without a computer, no one could even put it all together. But I have a computer, and I figured it all out. I've got more Mayfair blood in me than just about anybody in the whole family. It's all 'cause my father and mother were too close as cousins to get married, but my father got my mother pregnant, and that was it. And besides, we're all so intermarried it doesn't make much difference." She stopped. She was doing her chattering number. Too much talk for a man his age, who was this sleepy. Play it with more craft. "You're okay, big boy," she said. "Throw out the drugs." He smiled. "You mean I'm going to live? I will climb ladders and hammer nails once again?" "You'll wield your hammer like Thor," she said. "But you do have to get off all these sedatives. I don't know why they're drugging you like this. Probably scared if they don't that you'll worry yourself to death about Aunt Rowan." He laughed softly and took her hand now with obvious affection. But there was a dark shadow in his face, in his eyes, and for a second it was in his voice. "But you have more faith in me, right, Mona?" "Absolutely. But then, I'm in love with you." "Oh, no," he scoffed. She held fast to his hand as he tried to pull away. No, there was nothing wrong with his heart now. The drugs were doing him in. "I am in love with you, but you don't have to do anything about it, Uncle Michael. Just be worthy of it." "Right. Be worthy of it. Just what I was thinking. A nice little Sacred Heart Academy girl like you." "Uncle Michael, please," she said. "I began my erotic adventures when I was 8. I didn't lose my virginity. I eradicated all traces of it. I am a full-grown woman only pretending to be this little girl sitting on the side of your bed. When you are 13, and you cannot disprove it, because all your relatives know, being a little girl becomes simply a political decision, logical. But believe me, I am not what I seem." He gave the most knowing laugh, the most ironic laugh. "And what if my wife, Rowan, comes home and finds you here with me, talking about sex and politics?" "Your wife, Rowan, isn't coming home," she said, and then instantly regretted it. She hadn't meant to say something so ominous, so depressing, and his face told her that he believed her. "I mean, she's what, Mona? Tell me." He was quietly and deadly serious. "What do you know? Tell me what's inside your little Mayfair heart. Where is my wife? Give me some witchcraft." Mona gave a sigh. She tried to make her voice as hushed and quiet as his voice. "Nobody knows," she said. "They're plenty scared, but nobody knows. And the feeling I get is She's not dead, but, well, it might not ever be the same again. She looked at him. Do you know what I mean? You don't have a good feeling about her, that she's coming back? That's what you're saying. Yeah, kind of. But then I don't know what happened here on Christmas Day. Not that I'm asking you to tell me. I can tell this, however. I'm holding your wrist, right? We're talking all about it, and you're worried about her, and your pulse is just fine. You aren't that sick. They've doped you. They overreacted. They got illogical. Detox is what you need. He sighed and looked defeated. She leant forward and kissed him on the mouth. Immediate connection. In fact, it startled her a little, and even startled him. But there wasn't much follow-up. The drugs took care of that, like folding up the kiss in a blanket. Age made such a difference. Kissing a man who'd been to bed 1,000 times was nothing like kissing a boy who'd done it twice, maybe. All the machinery was here. She just needed a stronger jolt to turn it on. Hold on, honey, hold on, he said gently, taking her by the left shoulder and forcing her back. She found it almost painful suddenly that this man was right there, and she probably couldn't get him to do what she wanted, and maybe never would. I know, Uncle Michael, but you have to understand that we have our family traditions. Is that so? Uncle Julien slept with my great-grandmother in this house when she was 13. That's how come I am so clever. And pretty, he said. But I inherited something from my ancestors, too. It's called moral fiber. He raised his eyebrows, smiling at her slowly, taking her hand now and patting it, as if she really were a little kitten or a child. Best to step back. He looked groggier now than when they'd started. It seemed wrong, really, to try to draw him to her. Yet she ached for him. She really did. She ached for intimacy with him and the entire world of adults which he embodied for her. Stranded in childhood, she suddenly felt freakish and confused. She might have cried. Why don't I put you in the front bedroom, he said. It's all clean and neat in there. Has been since Rowan left. You want to sleep in there? That's a nice room. His voice was thick. His eyes were closed as he talked. He stroked her hand affectionately. Front bedroom's fine, she said. There are some flannel nightgowns in there. They were Rowan's. I gave them to her. They'll be too long. But wait a minute. Maybe Aunt Viv is still awake. Maybe I should tell her you're here. Aunt Viv is uptown with Aunt Cecilia, she said, venturing to squeeze his hand one more time. It was beginning to feel a little warm. They've become famous friends, Aunt Viv and Aunt Cecilia. I think Aunt Viv is now an honorary Mayfair. Aaron is in the second bedroom, he said, as though thinking aloud. Aaron's with Aunt Bee. He and Bee have a thing together. They went back to his suite at the Pontchartrain because she is far too proper to take him home. Is that true? Bee and Aaron? Gee, I never noticed. Well, you wouldn't. I'll bet Aaron will be an honorary Mayfair soon, too. Wouldn't that be something? Beatrice is perfect. You need a woman for Aaron who appreciates a gentleman, don't you think? His eyes closed again, as if he couldn't prevent it. Uncle Michael, there's no such thing as a woman who doesn't appreciate a gentleman, said Mona. He opened his eyes. Do you know everything? Nope. Wish I did, but then again, who would want to know everything? God must be bored. What do you think? I can't figure it out, he said, smiling again. You're a firecracker, Mona. Wait till you see me in a flannel nightgown. I won't. I expect you to lock your door and go to sleep. Aaron might come home. Eugenia could get up and start her ceaseless walking. Ceaseless walking? You know old people. I'm so sleepy, Mona. Are you sleepy? What if I get scared all alone in that front bedroom? Doesn't compute. What did you say? Just means you're not scared of anything. And you know it, and you know I know it.
You want to sleep with me, don't you?
No.
You're lying.
Doesn't matter. I won't do what I'm not supposed to do. Honey, I think I should call somebody.
Trust me, she said. I'm going to go to bed now. We'll have breakfast in the morning. Henri says he makes perfect eggs Benedict.
He smiled at her vaguely, too tired to argue, too tired perhaps to even remember the phone numbers he ought to call. What evil things drugs were! They made him grope for the simplest verbal constructions. She hated them. She never touched alcohol or drugs in any form. She wanted her mind like a scythe. He laughed suddenly. Like a scythe, he whispered. Ah, so he'd caught it. She had to stop herself from acknowledging this, because he didn't realize that she hadn't spoken. She smiled. She wanted to kiss him again, but didn't think it would do any good. Probably do harm. He'd be dead asleep again in a few minutes. Then, maybe, after a nice long bath, she'd search for the Victrola upstairs. He surprised her by throwing back the covers and climbing out of the bed. He walked ahead of her, unsteady, but obviously chivalric. Come on, I'll show you where everything is, he said. Another yawn and a deep breath as he led her out the door. The front bedroom was as beautiful as it had been on the day of the wedding. There was even a bouquet of yellow and white roses on the marble mantel, somewhat like the bouquet which had been there on that day. And Rowan's white silk robe was laid out, as if she really were coming home again, on the pale damask coverlet of the four-poster bed. He stopped for a moment, looking about as if he had forgotten what he meant to do. He wasn't remembering. She would have felt it if he'd been remembering. He was struggling for the context. That's what drugs did to you. They took the context of familiar things away. The nightgowns, he said. He made a half-hearted little gesture towards the open bathroom door.
I'll find them, Uncle Michael. Go back to bed.
You're not really scared, are you, honey?
Too innocent. No, Uncle Michael, she said. You go back to sleep.
He stared at her for a long moment, as if he could not even concentrate on the words she spoke. But he was determined to be protective, determined to worry appropriately. If you get scared, he said.
I won't, Uncle Michael. I was teasing you.
She couldn't help smiling.
I'm the thing to be afraid of, most of the time.
He couldn't repress a smile at that, either. He shook his head and went out, throwing her one last very blue-eyed and adorable glance, in which fire burned up the drugs for a moment, and then he closed the door. The bathroom had a small, pretty gas heater. She turned it on immediately. There were dozens of thick white towels on the wicker shelf. Then she found the flannel nightgowns, in rows on the top shelf of the closet, thick, old-fashioned gowns in gay-flowered patterns. She chose the most outrageous, a pink gown with red roses on it, and she turned on the water in the long, deep tub. Carefully she removed the pink taffeta bow from the back of her hair and laid it on the dressing table beside the brush and comb. Ah, what a dream house, she thought. So unlike Amelia Street with its clawfoot tubs and damp-rotted floorboards, where the few remaining towels were chewed and worn, and would be until Aunt Bee brought by a new load of hand-me-downs. Mona was the only one who ever laundered them. She was the only one who ever laundered anything, though ancient Evelyn swept the banquette, as she called the sidewalk, every day. This house showed you what could be done with love. Old white tile, yes, but new and thick plum-colored carpet, brass fixtures that really worked, and parchment shades over the sconces beside the mirror. A chair with a pink cushion, a small chandelier descending from the tiny medallion above, with 4 candle-shaped bulbs of pink glass. And money, don't forget money, Alicia had said to her not long ago, and she had wished aloud that Amelia could be beautiful again.
"Why don't we ask Uncle Ryan for the money? We're Mayfairs. There's the legacy. Hell, I'm old enough to hire a contractor, to bring in a plumber. Why is everything always falling apart?"
Alicia had waved that away with disgust. Asking people for money meant inviting them to interfere. Nobody at Amelia Street wanted the Mayfair police on the premises, did they? Ancient Evelyn did not like noise or strange men. Mona's father didn't want anybody asking him questions. On and on it went. The excuses. So things rusted and rotted and broke, and no one did anything about them. And 2 of the rear bathrooms hadn't worked now in years. Window sashes were broken or painted shut. Ah, the list was endless. An evil little thought crept into Mona's head. It had almost crept into her head before, when Michael said her boss was Italianate. What would he think of the present state of affairs at Amelia Street? Maybe he could suggest a few things, like whether or not the plaster in her room would start falling again. At least he would know. That was his thing, of course, restoring houses. So bring him home to see the house, she thought. But then the inevitable would happen. He was bound to see Alicia and Patrick drinking all the time, and then to call Uncle Ryan, the way everybody did sooner or later. There would be the usual row. Aunt Bee might come again and once more suggest a hospital. But what nobody understood was that these hospitalizations did more harm than good. Alicia came back crazier, more eager to drown her misery. The tirade last time had been the worst ever. She'd tried to smash everything in Mona's room. Mona had stood with her back to the computer. "Lock your own mother up. You did that. You and Gifford, you lying little witch. You did that to me, your own mother. You think I would have done such a thing to my mother? You are a witch. Ancient Evelyn's right. You're a witch. Take that bow out of your hair." And then they'd fought, Mona holding Alicia's wrists, forcing her back. "Come on, Mom. Stop it." And then Alicia went limp as she always did, just a sack of potatoes on the floor, sobbing and pounding her fist. And the shock of seeing Ancient Evelyn in the doorway, which meant that she had made the long trek up the stairs by herself, not very good, and her dour words. "Do not hurt that child. Alicia, you are a common drunkard. Your husband is a common drunkard." "That child hurts me," Alicia had wailed. No, Mona would never put her in a hospital again. But the others might. You never knew. Best not to drag Michael into it, even if he wanted to help her fix up the place. Scrap that plan. Go on to the next one. By the time she'd peeled off her clothes, the room was filled with delicious, warm steam. She turned off the lights, so the only illumination came from the orange flames of the gas heater, and then she sank down into the tub of hot water, letting her hair stream out as if she were Ophelia again, or so she always imagined, floating to her death in the famous stream. She turned her head this way and that to stir her long hair in the water, seeing the swirl of red around her, to get it really clean. She pulled at the bits and pieces of dead leaf. God, one of these could have been a roach. How ghastly! It was this swirling back and forth that made her hair so thick and shining after, the long soak and the turning. A shower would just beat it flat. She loved her hair to be as big and thick as possible. Perfumed soap, wouldn't you know it, and a bottle of pearly thick shampoo. These people knew how to live. This was like a fine hotel. She washed her hair and body slowly, enjoying every minute of it, lathering gently all over and then sinking down to rinse the soap and shampoo away. Maybe she could somehow restore Amelia Street without inviting in all the new brooms of the family. Maybe she could explain to Uncle Michael that things had to be done cautiously and quietly, that he mustn't talk about Patrick and Alicia, that everybody knew anyway. But then, what would they do when Ancient Evelyn started to tell the workmen to go home,
or that they could not use noisy equipment. It was comforting to be clean. She thought again of Michael, the sleeping giant, in the witch's bed. She stood up and reached for the towel. She dried her hair roughly, tossing it forward and then backward, loving the freedom of being naked, and then she stepped out of the tub. The soft, clean flannel gown felt snug and safe to her, though it was too long, of course. So she'd pick it up like a little girl in an old-fashioned picture. That's how it made her feel. That's how her beau made her feel. Little old-fashioned girl was her favorite disguise, to the point where it wasn't a disguise at all. She rubbed her hair fiercely one more time, and then picked up the brush off the dressing table, stared at herself for a moment in the mirror, and then began brushing her hair firmly back away from her forehead and behind her shoulders, so that it would dry neatly as it should. The gas heat seemed to curl and breathe around her, to tap on her forehead with fingers. She picked up her bow of ribbon and pinned it in place on the back of her head. She could just see 2 little bits of it sticking up, like devil's horns. "Uncle Julien, the hour has come," she whispered, shutting her eyes tight. "Give me a clue. Where do I look for the Victrola?" She rocked from side to side, Ray Charles style, trying to recapture one vivid moment from all those ever-fading dreams. A thin, distant sound came to her, under the gentle roar of the gas heater, a song she could barely hear. Violins? Too thin a sound to tell what the instruments were, except there were many, and it was... She opened the bathroom door. Far, far away, but it was the waltz from La Traviata playing. It was the soprano singing. She started to hum it irresistibly, but then she couldn't hear it. My God, what if the Victrola was down there in the living room? She padded barefoot, towel over her shoulders like a shawl, into the hallway, and peered down over the balusters. Very distinctly came the song of the waltz, louder than it had ever been in her dreams. The woman sang gaily in Italian, and now came the chorus behind her, sounding on the whole scratchy record like so many birds. Her heart was pounding suddenly. She reached up and touched her bow to make sure it was securely clipped to her hair. Then she dropped the towel in a little careless heap and went to the head of the stairs. At that very instant, light softly leapt out of the doorways of the double parlor, and grew soundlessly brighter as she went down the steps. The wool carpet felt slightly rough to her bare feet, and when she incidentally saw her toes, they looked very babyfied beneath the flannel, which she had to lift now, just like a picture book kid. She stopped. As she looked down, she saw that the carpet was no longer the red wool carpet. It was an oriental runner, very worn, very thin. She felt the change of texture. Or rather, she became aware of standing on something more threadbare, and she followed the cascade of Persian blue and pink roses down the stairs. The walls had changed around her. The wallpaper was a deep, dusty gold, and far below, an unfamiliar chandelier hung from the oval cluster of plaster leaves on the hallway ceiling. Something frothy and Venetian that she could never recall having seen before. And it had real lighted candles in it, this little chandelier. She could smell the wax. The song of the soprano went on with its reliable and swinging rhythm, making her want to sing with it again. Her heart was brimming. "Uncle Julien," she whispered, almost bursting into tears. Oh, this was the grandest vision she had ever beheld. She looked down into the hallway. More lovely patterns that she'd never seen before. And through the first of the high parlor doorways, the very doorway through which a long-ago cousin had been shot from this very stairway, she saw that the room was no longer the room of the present, and that tiny flames danced in the graceful crystal gasoliers. Ah, but the rug was the same rug. And there were Julien's gold damask chairs. She hurried down, glancing to right and left as the details caught her. The old gas sconces with their fluted crystal saucers of light, and the leaded glass around the huge front door, which had not been there before. The music was as loud, perhaps, as a Victrola could get. And behold the whatnot shelf all crowded with tiny ceramic figures, and the brass clock on the front mantel, and the Greek statues on the rear mantel, and the draperies of a mellow old velvet, burnished and fringed with puddling on the polished floor. The door frames were painted to look like marble. So were the baseboards. It was that old kind of graining so popular at the end of the century, and the gaslight flickered steadily against the darkly papered ceiling, as if the little jets were dancing to the rhythm of the waltz. What flaw could there be in this fabric? The rug was the very same rug she'd seen earlier, but that made perfect sense, didn't it? It had been Julien's. And there were his lovely photos, grouped together for conversation in the very center of the rooms. She lifted her arms and found herself dancing on the balls of her feet, in a circle, round and round, till the narrow nightgown flared around her, making a perfect narrow bell. She sang with the soprano, understanding the Italian effortlessly, though that was the most recent of all the languages she'd learned, and enchanted with the simple rhythm, and then swaying wildly back and forth, bending from the waist and letting her hair whip out and all over her face, and tossing it again so it tumbled down her back. Her eyes swept the veined and yellowed paper of the ceiling, and then, in a blur, she saw the big sofa. Michael's new sofa, only it didn't have the beige damask on it now, but rather a worn gold velvet like the draperies which hung from the windows, gorgeous and warm in the flickering light. Michael was sitting motionless on the couch, looking at her. She stopped in mid-step, her arms curved downward like those of a ballerina, and felt her hair shift and tumble again off her shoulders. He was afraid. He sat in the middle of the couch in his cotton pajamas, staring at her, as if she were something utterly terrifying or grotesque. The music went on, and slowly she took a deep breath, getting her pulse under control again, and then coming near to him, thinking that if she had ever seen anything truly scary in her life, it was the sight of him sitting there in this room, staring at her, as if he were about to go out of his mind. He wasn't trembling. He was like her. He feared nothing. He was just all anxious and upset and horrified by the vision, and he was seeing it. He had to be. And he was hearing the music, and as she drew closer and sank down on the sofa beside him, he turned, looking at her, eyes wide with gentle amazement, and then she locked her mouth on his, pulled him down on her, and slam-bang it connected, the chain reaction snapping through her. She had him. He was hers. He pulled back for one instant, as if to look at her again, as if to make sure that she was there. His eyes were still cloudy from the drugs. Maybe they were helping now, putting his sublime Catholic conscience to sleep. She kissed him again hurriedly and a little sloppily, and then reached between his legs. He was ready. His arms locked around her, and he gave some soft complaining sound that was very like him, like it's just too late now, or something, or God forgive me. She could all but hear the words. She pulled him down on top of her, sinking deep into the sofa, smelling dust, as the waltz surged and the soprano sang on. She stretched out beneath him as he rose up, protectively, and then she felt his hand, trembling slightly in a beguiling fashion, as it ripped up the flannel and felt her naked belly, and then her naked thigh. "You know what else is there?" she whispered, and she pulled him down hard again. But his hand went before him, pushing gently into her, awakening her, rather like setting off a burglar alarm, and she felt her own juices slipping between her legs. "Come on. I can't hold back," she said, feeling the heat flood her face. "Give it to me." It probably sounded savage, but she couldn't play little girl a moment more. He went into her, hurting her deliciously, and then began the piston motion that made her throw back her head and almost scream. "Yes, yes, yes." "Okay, Molly Bloom," he cried out in a hoarse whisper, and then she came and came and came. gritting her teeth, scarce able to stand it, moaning and then screaming with her lips shut. And so did he. She lay to one side, out of breath, wet all over as if she were Ophelia, and they had just found her in the flower-strewn stream. Her hand was caught in his hair, pulling it too hard, maybe, and then a shrieking sound shocked her, and she opened her eyes. Someone had torn the needle from the Victrola record. She turned, just as he did, and she stared at the bent little figure of Eugenia, the black maid, standing grimly beside the table, her arms folded, her chin jutting. And quite suddenly there was no Victrola. The sofa was damask. The dim lights were electric. And Eugenia was standing by nothing, having merely taken a righteous position dead opposite to them as they lay tangled on the sofa, and she said, "Mr. Mike, what do you think you are doing with that child?" He was baffled, distressed, ashamed, confused, probably ready to commit suicide. He climbed up off her, tightening the string of his cotton pajamas, and staring at Eugenia and then at her. It was time to be a Mayfair, time to be Julien's great-great-granddaughter. She stood up and went towards the old woman. "You want to keep your job in this house, Eugenia? Then go back up to your room now and shut the door." The old woman's dark, wrinkled face froze for an instant in conscious outrage, and then softened as Mona looked right into her eyes. "Do as I tell you. There's nothing here to worry about. Mona is doing what Mona wants, and Mona is good for Uncle Michael, and you know it. Now go." Was she spellbound or merely overwhelmed? It didn't matter. Which power was which power? The woman gave in. They always gave in. It was almost a cowardly thing to make them do her bidding, staring them down this way. But she had to do it. Eugenia lowered her gaze uncertainly and hurried from the room with a crazy, twisted, neurotic gait, and went rustling up the stairs. What a surprise that she could do it so fast. And there was Michael, sitting back on the sofa, staring at her with his eyes narrow now and very calm, as though trying to recall what happened, blinking a little to show his confusion. "Christ, Mona," he whispered. "It's done, Uncle Michael," she said, and suddenly her voice failed her. Her strength was failing her. She heard the catch as she spoke again. She felt the quaver. "Now, let me go up to bed with you," she said, almost breaking down, "because I am really sort of scared." They lay in the big bed in the dark. She was staring at the pleated satin of the half-tester, wondering what pattern Mary Beth had once looked at. He was quiet beside her, groggy and worn out. The door was locked. "You awake?" she whispered. She wanted so badly to ask him what he had seen, but she didn't dare. She held the picture of the double parlor in her mind like a sacred sepia photograph. Hadn't she seen such pictures with the Gasoliers and those very chairs? "Can't happen again, honey," he said groggily. "Never, never again." He nestled her close to him, but he was very sleepy, and his heart was laboring just a little now, just a little, but it was okay. "If you say so, Uncle Michael," she whispered. "But I wish I had something to say about it." In Mary Beth's bed, in Deirdre's bed, she snuggled close, feeling the warmth of his hand now, lying idly on her breast. "Honey," he whispered, "what was that waltz? Was that Verdi? La Traviata? It sounded like it was, but—" And then he was gone. She lay there smiling in the darkness. He'd heard it. He'd been there with her. She turned to him and kissed his cheek, carefully so he didn't waken, and then she slept against his chest, one arm slipped beneath his shirt against his warm skin. 3.
A dreary, endless winter rain poured down on San Francisco, gently flooding the steep-sloped streets of Nob Hill, and veiling in mist its curious mixture of buildings, the gray ghost-like Gothic facade of Grace Cathedral, the heavy, imposing stucco apartment houses, the lofty modern towers rising from the old structure of the Fairmont Hotel. The sky was darkening heavily and quickly, and the 5 o'clock traffic was about as unpleasant as it could get. Dr. Samuel Larkin drove slowly past the Mark Hopkins, though whatever they called that hotel now, he didn't know, and down California Street, crawling patiently behind a noisy, crowded cable car, wondering vaguely at the perseverance of the tourists who clung to it, in the dark and in the cold, their clothes soaked. He was careful not to skid on the car tracks, the bane of out-of-town drivers, and he gave the cable car a head start as the light changed. Then he made his descent towards Market Street, block after block, past the pretty exotic wooden entrance to Chinatown, a route which he always found slightly frightening and very beautiful, and which often reminded him of his first years in this city, when one could ride the cable car to work with ease, and the top of the Mark had indeed been the highest point in the city, and none of these Manhattan skyscrapers were here at all. How could Rowan Mayfair have ever left this place, he thought. But then Lark had only been to New Orleans a couple of times. Nevertheless, it had been like turning your back on Paris for the provinces, and it was only one part of Rowan's story that he did not understand. He almost went by the unobtrusive gates of the Keplinger Institute. He made a sharp turn, plunged a little too fast down the driveway, and into the dry darkness of the underground garage. It was now 5:10, and his plane for New Orleans left at 8:30. He did not have a moment to waste. He flashed his identification card for the guard, who at once called up to verify the information, and then led him through with a nod. Once again, in front of the elevator, he had to identify himself, this time to a woman's voice strangled by a tiny speaker beneath a video camera. Lark hated it, being seen but unable to see who saw. The elevator carried him soundlessly and quickly up the 15 floors to Mitchell Flanagan's laboratory, and within seconds he had found the door, seen the light behind the smoked glass, and knocked hard. "Lark here, Mitchell," he said in answer to a murmur on the other side. Mitchell Flanagan looked the way he always did, half-blind and utterly incompetent, peering at Lark through thick, wire-rimmed glasses, his thatch of yellow hair the perfect wig for a scarecrow, his lab coat dusty but miraculously unstained. Rowan's favorite genius, thought Lark. Well, I was her favorite surgeon, so why am I so jealous? His crush on Rowan Mayfair was dying hard. So what if she'd gone south, gotten married, and was now embroiled in some frightening medical mayhem? He'd really wanted to get her into bed, and he never had. "Come inside," said Mitch, apparently resisting the urge to pull Lark right into the carpeted corridor, where strings of tiny white lights softly outlined both the ceiling and the floor. This place could drive me mad, Lark thought. We really expect to open a door and find human beings in antiseptic cages. Mitch led the way, past the numerous steel doors with their small lighted windows, behind which various electronic noises could be heard. Lark knew better than to ask to be admitted to these inner sanctums. Genetic research was entirely secret at Keplinger, even to most of the medical community. This private interview with Mitchell Flanagan had been bought and paid for by Rowan Mayfair, or the Mayfair family at any rate, at an exorbitant price. Mitchell led Lark into a large office, with huge glass windows open to the crowded buildings of Lower California Street, and a sudden dramatic view of the Bay Bridge. Sheer drapery, rather like mosquito netting, was fixed to the long chrome poles over the windows, masking and softening the night, and making it seem to Lark even more close and rather terrible. His memories of San Francisco before the era of the high-rise were simply too clear. The bridge looked totally out of proportion and surely misplaced. A wall of computer screens rose on one side of the large mahogany desk. Mitchell took the high-backed chair facing Lark, and gestured for him to be seated in the more comfortable upholstered chair before the desk. The fabric was the color of claret, a heavy silk probably, and the style of the furnishings was vaguely oriental. Either that, or there was no style at all. Beneath the windows, and their spectacle of the frightening night, stood rows and rows of file drawers, each with its own digital-coded lock. The rug was the same deep claret as the chair in which Lark had made himself comfortable. Other chairs here and there were done up in the same color, so that they all but vanished into the floor or into the darkly paneled walls. The top of the desk was blank. Behind Mitchell's head of scarecrow hair was a great abstract painting that resembled nothing so much as a spermatozoan swimming like mad to a fertilized egg. It was wonderfully colored, however, full of cobalt and burning orange and neon green, as if painted by a Haitian artist who, having stumbled upon a drawing of sperm and egg in a scientific journal, had chosen it for a model, never guessing or caring what it was. The office reeked of wealth. The Keplinger Institute reeked of wealth. It was reassuring that Mitch looked sloppy, incapable, and even a little dirty. A mad scientist who made no concessions to corporate or scientific tyranny. He had not shaved in at least 2 days. "God, am I glad you finally got here," said Mitch. "I was about to go out of my mind. 2 weeks ago you dumped this on me, with no explanation except that Rowan Mayfair sent it to you, and that I have to find out everything that I can." "So did you?" asked Lark. He started to unbutton his raincoat, then thought better of it. He eased his briefcase to the floor. There was a tape recorder inside, but he didn't want to use it. It would inhibit him and possibly scare Mitchell to death. "What do you expect in 2 weeks? It's going to take 15 years to map the human genome, or haven't you heard?" "What can you tell me?" "This isn't an interview with the science editor of the New York Times. Give me a picture. What are we dealing with here?" "You want that sort of speculation?" Mitch gestured to the computer. "You want to see something three-dimensional and in living color?" "Talk first. I distrust computer simulations." "Look, before I say anything, I want more specimens. I want more blood, tissue, everything I can get. I've had my secretary calling your office every day about this. Why didn't you call me back?" "Impossible to get anything more. What you've seen is what you get." "What do you mean?" "You've got the only samples to which I have access. You have the only data which came to me. There is something else in New York, but we'll get to that later. The point is, I can't give you any more blood, tissue, amniotic fluid, or anything else. You have everything Rowan Mayfair sent to me." "Then I have to talk to Rowan Mayfair." "Impossible." "Why?" "Can you turn off that blinking fluorescent light up there? It's driving me crazy. Do you have an incandescent lamp in this fancy room?" Mitchell looked startled. He sat back as though he'd been pushed. For a moment he seemed not to understand the words, and then he said, "Oh, yes." He touched a panel under the lip of his desk. The overhead light went out suddenly and finally, and a pair of small lamps on the desk were quickly illuminated, soft, yellow, pleasant. They made the deep green of the desk blotter come to life. Lark hadn't noticed the perfect, markless blotter, or its leather corners, or the still, odd-shaped black phone hunkering there with its numerous and mysterious buttons like a symbolic Chinese toad. "That's better. I hate that kind of light," said Lark. "And tell me exactly what you know." "First, tell me why I can't talk to Rowan Mayfair, why I can't get more data. Why didn't she send you photographs of this thing? I have to talk to her. Nobody can find her. I've been trying for weeks. Her family has been trying since Christmas Day. That's when she disappeared. I'm on an 8:30 plane tonight to see her family in New Orleans. I'm the last one to have heard from Rowan. Her phone call to me 2 weeks ago is the only current evidence that Rowan is even alive. One phone call, then the specimens. When I contacted her family for funds, which is what she asked me to do, they told me about her disappearance. She has been spotted once since Christmas Day, maybe, in a town in Scotland called Dunolaith." "What about the courier service which delivered the specimens? Where was the pickup?" "Trace it." "Done. Dead end. The service picked them up from a hotel concierge in Geneva, to which they were given by a female guest as she was checking out. The woman does fit Rowan's description somewhat, but there's no proof that Rowan was ever a guest in this hotel, at least not under her own name. The whole thing was surreptitious. She'd given the concierge info as to the destination of the package several days before. Look, the family has investigated all this, believe me. They're more eager to find Rowan than anybody else. When I called to tell them about all this, they went nuts. That's why I'm going down there. They want to see me personally, and it's their nickel, and I'm happy to oblige. But these people have had detectives all over Geneva. No trace of Rowan. And believe you me, when this family can't find someone, that person cannot be found. How come? Money. Mayfair money. You couldn't have not heard of Rowan's plans last fall for Mayfair Medical. Now talk, Mitch. What are these samples? I have to make that plain. Count on my common sense. If you don't mind the expression, let yourself go. Mitchell Flanagan reflected quietly for a moment. He folded his arms, his lower lip jutting a little, and then absently he pulled off his glasses, stared into space, then put his glasses back on, as though he could not think except when he was behind them. He stared intently at Lark. "Okay? It's what you said," said Mitch, "or what you said Rowan said." Lark didn't respond, but he knew that he had registered his reaction before he could stop himself. He bit his tongue. He wanted Mitch to go on. "This offspring isn't Homo sapiens," Mitch continued. "It's primate, it's mammalian, it's male, it's potent, it has a dynamite immune system. It appears in the final tests to have reached maturity, but this is by no means certain, and it has a baffling way of using minerals and proteins, something to do with its bones. Its brain is enormous. It may have profound weaknesses. Until I run more tests, I don't know. Draw me a picture in words. Based on the X-rays alone, I'd say it is 150 pounds in weight or less, and that when the final tests were done in late January, it was 6 1/2 feet tall. Its height changed remarkably between the first X-rays taken on December 28th in Paris and those taken in Berlin on January 5th. There was no change between January 5th and January 27th. No change in any measurement. Which is why I'm saying it may have reached maturity, but I don't know. The skull is not fully developed, but that may be as developed as it gets. How much did it grow between December and January? It grew 3 inches. Growth took place mostly in the thighs, with some growth in the forearms and a very slight lengthening of the fingers. Its hands, by the way, are very long. The head became slightly larger, not enough to attract attention, probably, but it's larger than a normal head. Say the word, and I'll show what I mean on the computer. I'll show you how it looks, moves. No, just tell me. What else? What else? Mitch demanded. Yes, what else? That's not enough? Lark, you have to explain all this to me. Where were these tests taken? This stuff is from clinics all over Europe. Who did these tests? Rowan did the tests, we think. The family's been working on it, but the clinics never even knew what was going on. Apparently, Rowan slipped in with this creature, had the X-rays taken, and slipped out before anybody ever realized there was an unauthorized doctor on the premises, or that her male subject wasn't a patient. In fact, in Berlin, nobody remembers seeing her at all. It's only the computerized date and time on the X-ray film that confirms she was there. Same with the brain scans, the electrocardiogram, and the thallium stress test. She entered the clinic in Geneva, directed the laboratory herself for the tests she wanted, wasn't questioned for obvious reasons, white coat, authority, speaks German, and then she took the results and left. How incredibly simple that must have been. It was. These were all public facilities, and you remember Rowan. Who would question Rowan? Oh, absolutely. The people in Paris who do remember her, by the way, remember her well, but they can't help us find her. They don't know where she came from or where she went. As for the male friend, he was tall and thin and had long hair and wore a hat. Long hair? You're sure of that? As sure as the woman in Paris who told this to the family's detectives. Lark shrugged. When Rowan was seen in Dunolaith, It was also with a tall, thin male companion who had long black hair.
And you haven't heard one word from her since the night before she sent you this stuff?
Correct. She said she'd get in touch as soon as she could.
What about the call? Any record? Did she call collect?
She told me she was in Geneva. She told me what I already told you. She was desperate to get this stuff to me. That she'd tried to get it out before morning, that I was to bring it to you. She said that she gave birth to the subject in question. The amniotic fluid was in the pieces and bits of towel. Her own blood, sputum, and hair was included for analysis as well. I hope you did that analysis.
You bet I did.
How did she give birth to something that isn't a human being? I want everything you've discovered, no matter how random or contradictory. I have to explain all this to the family tomorrow. I have to explain it to myself.
Mitch curled his right hand and pressed it to his mouth to cover a slight cough. He cleared his throat. As I said, it isn't Homo sapiens, he began, looking directly at Lark. It may look like Homo sapiens, however. Its skin is much more plastic. In fact, you only find skin like that in human fetuses, and apparently the creature will retain this plasticity, though only time will tell. The skull appears to be malleable, like that of an infant, and that too may be permanent, but it's impossible to tell. It still had the soft spot, the fontanelle, when it was last X-rayed. Indeed, there's some indication the fontanelle is permanent.
Lord God, said Lark.
He couldn't resist touching his own head. The fontanelles of babies always made him nervous. But then Lark didn't have any children. Mothers seemed to get used to it, having little critters around with skin-covered holes in their skulls. This thing was never a conventional fetus, by the way, said Mitch. The cells from the amniotic fluid indicate it was a fully developed diminutive male adult when it was born. It probably unwound itself with remarkable elasticity and walked away from its mother, the way a young colt or a young giraffe walks away after birth.
A total mutation, said Lark.
No, put that word out of your mind entirely. This is no mutation. This appears to be the product of a separate and complex evolutionary process, the end product of a whole different set of chance mutations and choices over some millions of years. If Rowan Mayfair hadn't given birth to this, and it is certain now to me from the specimens that she did, my guess is we would be dealing with some creature developed in full isolation on some unknown continent, something older than Homo erectus or Homo sapiens, much older, in fact, and with an entire spectrum of genetic inheritance from other species which human beings don't possess.
Other species?
Exactly. This thing climbed its own evolutionary ladder. It is not alien to us. It evolved from the same primal soup. But its DNA is much more complex. If you took its double helix and flattened it out, it would be twice the length of that of a human being. The creature seems, superficially at least, to have carried up the ladder with it all kinds of similarities to lower life forms which we as humans no longer have. I've only begun to break it down. That's the problem.
Can you work any faster? Can you find out more?
Lark, this isn't only a matter of speed. We're just beginning to understand the human genome. What's a junk gene and a real gene? How can we break down the genotype of this thing? It has 92 chromosomes, by the way. That's double the number of a normal human being. The makeup of its cell membranes is obviously very different from ours, but how I can't tell you, since I can't tell you very much about our own cell membranes, since nobody knows what they're made of either. That's the dominant theme here. The limits of what I know about this being are the limits of what I know about us. But it is not us.
I still don't understand why it can't be a mutant.
Lark, it's far too much of a departure. It's way beyond the orbit of mutation. It's highly organized and complete in itself. It's no accident, and it's just too beautifully developed as it is. Think in terms of percentages of chromosomal similarity. Man and the chimpanzee are 97% similar. This thing is no more than 40% similar at most. I've already run simple immunological tests on its blood which prove this. That means it diverged off the human family tree millions of years ago, if it was ever part of the human family tree. I don't think it was. I think it was another tree altogether. But how could Rowan be the mother? I mean, you can't just. The answer is as surprising as it is simple. Rowan also has 92 chromosomes, the exact same number of exons and introns. The blood, the amniotic fluid, and the tissue samples she sent confirm it. I'm sure she'd figured out that much herself. But what about Rowan's past records? Didn't anybody ever notice this woman had double the number of human chromosomes? I've verified everything through blood samples on file at university from her last physical. She has 92 chromosomes, though there is no evidence in the rest of the physical picture to indicate the additional chromosomes were anything but dormant in her case. Nobody ever noticed because nobody ever took a genetic blueprint of Rowan. Who would? For what? Rowan has never been sick a day in her life. But someone... Lark, DNA blueprinting is in its infancy. Some people are totally opposed to doing it on anyone. There are millions of doctors all over the world who have no idea what's in their own genes. Some of us don't want to know. I don't want to know. My grandfather died of Huntington's chorea. My brothers don't want to know if they carry the gene for it. Neither do I. Of course, sooner or later I'll have myself tested. But the point is, genetic research has just begun. If this creature had surfaced 20 years ago, it would have passed for human. It would have appeared to be some kind of freak. So you're telling me Rowan isn't a human being? No, she is human, absolutely. As I was trying to explain, every other test taken on her throughout her life has been normal. Her pediatric records, all normal, growth rate normal, which means that this entire set of extra chromosomes was never switched on during her development, until this child started to grow in her womb. And what happened then? I suspect its conception triggered several complex chemical responses in Rowan. That's why the amniotic fluid is full of all kinds of nutrients. The fluid was dense with proteins and amino acids. There is some evidence that a substantial yolk remained with this developing creature long after the embryonic stage. And the breast milk. Did you know there was breast milk? It's not normal density or composition. It contains infinitely more protein than human breast milk. But again, it's going to take me months, maybe years, to break all this down. It's a whole new type of placental we are dealing with here, and I barely have what I need to begin. Rowan was normal, said Lark. Rowan carried a package of apparently useless genes. When conception occurred, these genes were switched on to start certain processes. Yes, the normal human genome functioned consistently and well in her, but she had these extra genes intertwined within the double helix, waiting for some sort of trigger to cause their DNA to begin its instructions. Are you cloning this DNA successfully? Absolutely. But even at the rate that these cells multiply, it takes time. And, by the way, there is another curious aspect to these cells. They're resistant to every virus I've hit them with. They're resistant to every strain of bacteria. But they are also extremely elastic. It's all in the membrane, as I said before. It's not human membrane. And when these cells die, in intense heat or intense cold, they tend to leave almost no residue at all. They shrink? They disappear? Let's say they contract. And there you have one of the most provocative aspects of this thing. If there are others like it on this earth, they have left no evidence in the fossil record for the simple reason that the remains tend to contract and disintegrate much more quickly than human remains. Fossil record? Why are we suddenly talking about a fossil record? 1 minute we have a monster. No, we never had a monster. We have a different sort of placental primate, one with enormous advantages. Its own enzymes dissolve it at the moment of death, apparently. And the bones, that is another whole question. The bones don't appear to have hardened. I don't know for sure. I wish I had a team of men working on this. I wish I had the entire institute. Is this stuff compatible with our own DNA? I mean, can you split the strand and combine it with our... No. God, you surgeons are geniuses. 40% similarity isn't enough. You can't breed rats to monkeys, Lark. And there's some other violent reaction going on. Maybe just too much conflicting genetic instruction being given by its DNA. Damned if I know. But they sure as hell don't combine. I haven't been able to culture it with any human cells, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. The thing might have come about because of very rapid repetitive mutations inside of nucleotides in a given gene. Back up, I can't follow that. Like you just said, I'm a surgeon. I always knew you guys didn't really know what you were doing. Mitch, if we did know what we were doing, how could we do it? When you need us, and pray you never do, you'll bless us for our ignorance and our sense of humor and our sheer nerve. Now, this thing. It can't breed with humans, not unless they're like Rowan. They have to have the dormant 46 chromosomes, which is why we must reach Rowan and test her in every way that we can. But this thing could breed with Rowan, couldn't it? With its mother? Yes, it probably could. But surely she's not crazy enough to try that. She said it had already impregnated her, and she'd lost the offspring. She suspected she had been impregnated again. She told you this? Yes. And I have to decide whether or not I can tell this to the family, the Mayfair family, the family that is about to build the largest single neurosurgery and research center in the entire United States. Yes, Rowan's big dream. But to get back to this family, how many of them are there? Are we talking brothers and sisters who can be tested? What about Rowan's mother? Is she alive? Is her father alive? There are no brothers and sisters. The father and the mother are dead, but there are many, many cousins in this family, and inbreeding has been rampant. No, inbreeding has been almost calculated, and these people are not exactly proud of it. They don't want genetic testing. They've been approached in the past. But there could be others carrying this extra chromosomal package. What about the father of the creature, the man who impregnated Rowan? He has to have the 92 chromosomes. He does? The man was her husband. You're certain of that? Yes, absolutely. We'll get to him in a minute. There's lots of data on him. Talk to me about the creature's brain. What did you see in the CAT scans? It's 1 1/2 the size of a human brain. Phenomenal growth took place in the frontal lobes between the scans done in Paris and those in Berlin. I would bet it has immense linguistic and verbal abilities, but that's just a guess. And there is something also extremely complex about its hearing. Superficially, there is every indication it can hear sounds humans can't hear, rather like bats or sea creatures. In fact, that's a very important point. Its sense of smell is also highly developed, or at least there is room for it to be. One never knows. You know what's so marvelous about this thing? That its phenotype is so similar to others. It evolved in a wholly different way, requiring 3 times the protein of a normal human being, creating its own type of lactase, which is far more acidic, and yet it ended up looking pretty much the way we do. How do you sum it up? I don't. Let's get back to the man who impregnated Rowan. What do we know about him? Everything we could want to know. He lived in San Francisco. He was famous before he married Rowan. San Francisco General tested him in every conceivable way. He just suffered a severe heart attack in New Orleans. His latest records can be accessed immediately. We can do it without asking him, but we're going to ask him. If he has the 92 chromosomes, well, if he has to have them. But Rowan said something about an outside factor. She said the father was normal. She even said she loved the father. He was her husband. She started to get upset on the phone. That's about the time she ended the conversation, told me to contact the family for money, and then rang off. I'm not sure to this day whether she and I were not cut off. Oh, I know who this man is. Of course. Everyone was talking about this. This is the man Rowan rescued from the sea. Exactly. Michael Curry. Yeah, Curry. The guy who came back from death with the psychic power in his hands. Oh, how we wanted to run some tests with him. I even tried to call Rowan about it. I saw the articles on the guy in the papers. Yes, that's the man, all right. He went back to New Orleans with Rowan, more or less. They got married. Definitely. Psychic ability. Don't you realize what that means?
Well, I know Rowan was supposed to have it. I always thought she was a great surgeon, but other people insisted she had a healing gift and a diagnostic gift, and God knows what. No, what does psychic ability mean? Forget the voodoo crap. I'm thinking genetic markers. This psychic ability could be such a marker. It could occur when the 92 chromosomes occur. Oh, this is a real chicken-and-egg question. God, if there were only records available on these people's parents! Look, you have to persuade this family to allow some testing. Difficult. They're familiar with the genetic studies which have been done on the Amish. They've heard about studies of the Mormons in Salt Lake. They know what the Founder's effect is, and they aren't proud of all their inbreeding. On the contrary, it's sort of a big family joke and a huge family embarrassment. And they continue to inbreed. Cousins marry cousins constantly, just like the Wilkes family in Gone with the Wind. They have to cooperate. This is too important. I'm wondering if this damned thing could skip a generation. I mean, the possibilities make me dizzy. As for the husband, we can get his records right now? Let me ask him. It's always best to try to be polite. But they are at San Francisco General, and there's nothing stopping your picking up the phone as soon as I walk out of here. Curry let them study him. He wanted to know what this gift in his hands was all about. He might have let you study him if you'd reached him in time. The press kind of drove him underground. He kept seeing images, knowing things about people. I think he ended up wearing gloves to stop the images from popping into his head. Yes, I filed the whole story, said Mitch. He stopped, stymied for an instant, it seemed, then opened his desk drawer and drew out a huge yellow legal pad covered with scribbled messages and, taking a pen out of his pocket, began to scrawl some near-indecipherable message to himself. He started murmuring and then cleared his throat. Clark waited, and when it was clear that he had lost Mitch totally, he drew him back. Rowan said something about interference at the birth of this thing. Possible chemical or thermal interference. She wouldn't explain what she was talking about. Well, said Mitch, scrawling still and running his left fingers through his pile of straight, dry hair. There was thermal activity, obviously, and the chemical activity was enormous. There's some other fluid on these rags. Lots of it. It's like colostrum, you know, what comes before women start nursing, only it's different, too. Much denser, more acidic, full of nutrients like the milk, but with a composition all its own. Much more lactase. But to get back to your question, yes, there was interference, but it's hard to say whence it came. Could it have been psychic? You're asking me? And this is a private conference? We aren't calling the National Enquirer when we get out of here? Of course it could have been psychic. You know as well as I do that we can measure heat coming from the hands of people who have a so-called healing gift. It could be psychic, yes. God, Lark, I have to find Rowan and this thing. I have to. I can't just sit here and... That's exactly what you have to do. Sit here with those specimens, see that nothing happens to them. Keep cloning the DNA and analyzing it from every standpoint. And I will call you tomorrow from New Orleans with permission from Michael Curry to test his blood. Lark rose, clasping the briefcase handle tightly. Wait a minute. You said something about New York, that there was some other material in New York. Oh, yes, New York. When Rowan gave birth to this thing, there was a great deal of blood involved. Then there was the question of her disappearance. It happened on Christmas Day. The coroner in New Orleans took all kinds of forensic evidence. This has found its way to International Genome in New York. Good heavens, they must be going crazy. I don't know that any one person has put it all together yet. So far, the family has had scattered reports that corroborate what you've found out. Genetic abnormality in mother and child, rampant amounts of human growth hormone, different enzymes. But you're one up on all of them. You have the X-rays and bone scans. The family is sharing all this with you. Oh, yes. Once they realized I'd spoken directly to Rowan. She gave me some code word to tell them so they would finance your work here. Once they realized I was the last person to talk to Rowan, they became very cooperative. I don't think they grasp what's involved here, however. and they may cease to be cooperative after I begin to explain all this. But right now, they will do anything and everything to find Rowan. They are deeply concerned about her. They're going to meet my plane, and since it was on time when I last checked, I have to get out of here. I'm on my way." Mitch came round the desk hurriedly and followed Lark out of the office and into the dim corridor with its long, decorative, horizontal strips of light. "But what do they have in New York? Do they have what I have?" "They have less than you have, by far," said Lark, "except for one thing. They have some of the placenta." "I have to get it." "You will. The family will release it to you. And nobody in New York is putting all this together yet, as I told you. But there is another group involved." "What do you mean? Where?" Lark stopped before the door to the outer corridor. He placed his hand on the knob. Rowan had some friends in an organization called the Talamasca, Historical Research Group. They, too, took samples at the site of the birth and the disappearance. "They did?" "Yes. I don't know what's happened on that. I just know the organization is extremely interested in the history of the Mayfair family. They seem to feel they have a proprietary interest. They've been calling me night and day about this since I contacted the family. I'll see one of them, Aaron Leitner, tomorrow morning in New Orleans. I'll find out if they know anything else." Clark opened the door and walked towards the elevator, Mitch coming behind him hastily and awkwardly, and then staring in his usual confused and unfocused way as Lark pressed the button and the elevator doors opened. "Gotta go now, old boy," said Lark. "You want to come with me?" "Not on your life. I'm going right back into the lab. If you don't call me tomorrow, I'll call you. In the meantime, this is all totally under wraps. I mean totally. Is there something in the Keplinger Institute that isn't under wraps? It's a secret buried in a forest of secrets. Don't worry about that part. No one has access to that computer in my office but me. No one could find the files if they did gain access. Don't worry. This is regular for Keplinger. Someday I'll tell you some of our stories, with names and dates changed, of course. Good man. I'll call you tomorrow." Lark took Mitch's hand. "Don't leave me dangling, Lark. This thing could breed with Rowan, and if this thing did, I'll call you." Lark caught one last glimpse of Mitch standing there, staring, before the elevator doors closed. He remembered Rowan's words on the phone. "There's one guy at the Keplinger Institute who can be trusted with this. You have to get him. Mitch Flanagan. Tell him I said this is worth his time." Rowan had been dead right on that one. Mitch was that man, all right. Lark had no fears there. But as he drove to the airport, he had plenty of fears about Rowan. He'd thought she had gone insane when he first heard her voice long distance and her warnings that the call might abruptly be cut off. The whole problem was, all this was very exciting to Lark. It had been from the start. Rowan's phone call, the samples themselves, the subsequent series of discoveries, even this bizarre New Orleans family. Lark had never experienced anything like this in his life. He wished he could feel more worry and less exhilaration. He was off on an adventure, taking an open-ended holiday from his life at University Hospital, and he couldn't wait to see these people in New Orleans, to see the house there that Rowan had inherited, and the man she had married, the family for whom Rowan had given up her entire medical career. It was raining harder by the time he reached the airport, but Lark for years had traveled in all kinds of weather, and this meant nothing to him, any more than snow in Chicago or monsoons in Japan. He hurried to the first-class counter to pick up his ticket, and was on his way to the gate within minutes, timing it just exactly right. The flight to New Orleans was boarding now. Of course, there was the whole problem of this creature itself, he realized. He had not begun to separate out that mystery from the mystery of Rowan and her family. And for the first time, he had to admit to himself, he wasn't sure he believed that this thing existed. He knew Rowan existed, but this offspring? Then he realized something else. Mitch Flanagan absolutely believed this being existed, and so did this Talamasca, which kept calling him, and so did Rowan herself. Of course this thing existed. There was as much proof of its existence as there is of bubonic plague. Lark was the last one to reach the gate. Great timing, he thought again. No waiting, no standing. Just as he handed his ticket to the young stewardess, someone took his arm. "Dr. Larkin." He saw a tall, robust man, very young, blond, with near colorless eyes. "Yes, I'm Dr. Larkin," he answered. What he wanted to say was, "Not now." "Eric Stoloff. I spoke to you on the phone." The man flashed a little white card in front of Lark. Lark didn't have a free hand to take it. Then the stewardess took his ticket, and he took the card. "Talamasca, you told me. Where are the samples?" "What samples?" "The ones Rowan sent you. Look, I can't. Tell me where they are, please. Now." "I beg your pardon? I'll do nothing of the sort. Now, if you want to call me in New Orleans, I'll be seeing your friend Aaron Leitner there tomorrow afternoon." "Where are the samples?" said the young man, and he suddenly slipped in front of Lark, blocking the entrance to the plane. Lark dropped his voice to a whisper. "Get out of my way." He was instantly and irreparably furious. He wanted to shove this guy against the wall. "Please, sir," the stewardess very quietly said to Stoloff, "unless you have a ticket for this flight, you'll have to leave the gate now." "That's right, leave the gate," said Lark, his temper cresting. "How dare you approach me like this?" And then he pushed past the young man and stormed down the ramp, heart-pounding, sweat pouring down under his clothes. "Damned son of a bitch! How dare he?" he muttered aloud. 5 minutes after takeoff, he was on the portable phone. The connection was abominable, and he could never hear a thing on airline phones anyway, but he managed to reach Mitch. "Just don't tell anybody anything about any of it," he said over and over. "Got you," said Mitch. "No one knows anything, I assure you. I have 50 technicians working on 50 pieces of the puzzle. I am the only one who sees the picture. No one will get into this building, this office, or these files. Tomorrow, Mitch, I'll call you." Lark rang off. "Arrogant bastard," he whispered as he replaced the phone. And Leitner had been such a nice man. Very British, very old world, very formal when they'd spoken on the phone. Who were these people, the Talamasca? And were they really friends of Rowan Mayfair as they claimed? Just didn't seem so. He sat back. He tried to think through his long conversation with Mitch, tried to relive his phone conversation with Rowan. Molecular evolution, DNA, cell membranes. All of it frightened and enthralled him. The stewardess put a fresh drink in his hand, nice double martini for which he had not even had to ask. He drank a good icy swallow. Then he remembered with a start that Mitch had told him he could produce a 3-dimensional computer projection of what this creature looked like. Why the hell hadn't he taken a look, for God's sakes? Of course, all he would have seen was some crazy neon drawing on the screen, an outline. What did Mitch know about the way the creature really looked? Was it ugly, for instance? Or was it beautiful? He found himself trying to picture it, this thin reed of a being with the large brain and the incredibly long hands. 4. 1 hour until Ash Wednesday. All was quiet in the small house on the Gulf, with its many doors open to the white beach. The stars hung low over the distant dark horizon, a mere stroke of light between heaven and sea. The soft wind swept through the small rooms of the house, beneath the low ceilings, bringing a tropical freshness to every nook and cranny, though the little house itself was cold. Gifford didn't care. Bundled in a long, huge Shetland wool turtleneck and legs snug in wool stockings, she enjoyed the chill of the breeze as much as the fierce and specific heat coming from the busy fire. The cold, the smell of the water, the smell of the fire. All of it was Florida in winter for Gifford, her hideaway, her refuge, her safe place to be. She lay on the couch opposite the hearth, staring at the white ceiling, watching the play of the light on it, and wondering in a passive, uncurious sort of way what it was about Destin that made her so happy, why it had always been such a perfect escape from the perpetual gloom of her life at home. She'd inherited this little beach house from her great-grandmother Dorothy, on her father's side, and over the years she had spent her most contented moments here. Gifford wasn't happy now, however. She was only less miserable than she would have been if she had stayed in New Orleans for Mardi Gras, and she knew it. She knew this misery. She knew this tension. And she knew that she could not have gone to the old First Street house on Mardi Gras, no matter how much she might have wanted to, or how guilty she felt for running away. Mardi Gras in Destin, Florida. Might as well have been any day of the year, clean and quiet, and removed from all the ugliness of the parades, the crowds, the garbage littering St. Charles Avenue, the relatives drinking and arguing, and her beloved husband, Ryan, carrying on as if Rowan Mayfair had not run away and left her husband, Michael Curry, as if there had not been some sort of bloody struggle on Christmas Day at First Street, as if everything could be smoothed over and tightened up and reinforced by a series of careful legal pronouncements and predictions, when in fact everything was falling apart. Michael Curry had nearly died on Christmas. No one knew what had happened to Rowan. It was all too awful, and everyone knew it, yet everyone wanted to gather on Mardi Gras Day at First Street. Well, they would have to tell Gifford how it went. Of course, the great Mayfair legacy itself was in no real danger. Gifford's mountainous trust funds were in no real danger. It was the Mayfair state of mind that was threatened, the collective spirit of some 600 local Mayfairs, some triple and quadruple cousins of each other, who had been lifted to the heights recently by the marriage of Rowan Mayfair, the new heiress of the legacy, and then dashed to the rocks of hell by her sudden defection and the obvious sufferings of Michael Curry, who was still recovering from the heart attack he'd suffered on December 25th. Poor Michael. He had aged 10 years in the month of January, as far as Gifford was concerned. Gathering this Mardi Gras Day at the house had been an act, not of faith, but of desperation, of trying to hold to an optimism and excitement which in one afternoon of horror had become impossible to maintain. And what a dreadful thing they had all done to Michael. Didn't anyone care what the man felt? Imagine. Surrounding him with Rowan's family as if it were just business as usual when Rowan had gone. The whole thing was typical Mayfair. Bad judgment, bad manners, bad morals, all disguised as some sort of lofty family activity or celebration. I wasn't born a human being, I was born a Mayfair, Gifford thought, and I married a Mayfair, and I have given birth to Mayfairs, and I shall die a Mayfair death, no doubt, and they will pile into the funeral parlor, weeping in Mayfair style, and what will my life have been? This was often Gifford's thought of late, but the disappearance of Rowan had driven her nearly to the brink. How much could she take? Why had she not warned Michael and Rowan not to marry, not to live in that house, not even to remain in New Orleans? Also, there was the whole question of Mayfair Medical, the giant neuro-research complex, which Rowan had been masterminding before her departure, a venture which had elicited enthusiasm from hundreds of family members, especially Gifford's eldest and favorite son, Pierce, who was now heartbroken that the medical center, along with everything else pertaining to Rowan, was on indefinite hold. Shelby was also crushed, though being in law school still, she'd never been so involved. And even Lilia, Gifford's youngest and most estranged, at Oxford now, who had written home to say they must, at all costs, go on with the medical center. Gifford felt a sudden tensing all over, as once again she put it all together, only to be frightened by the picture and convinced that something had to be discovered, revealed, done. And then there was Michael's ultimate fate. What was it to be? He was recovering, so they said. But how could they tell Michael how bad things really were without causing him a setback? Michael could suffer another heart attack, one which might be fatal. So the Mayfair legacy has destroyed another innocent male, Gifford thought bitterly. It's no wonder we all marry our cousins. We don't want to bring in the innocents. When you marry a Mayfair, you should be a Mayfair. You have lots of blood on your hands. As for the idea that Rowan was in real danger, that Rowan had been forced somehow to leave on Christmas Day, that something might have happened to her, that was almost too terrible a thought for Gifford to bear. Yet Gifford was pretty sure something had happened to Rowan. Something really bad. They could all feel it. Mona could feel it, and when Gifford's niece Mona felt something, you had to pay attention. Mona had never been a melodramatic, bragging Mayfair, claiming to see ghosts on the St. Charles streetcar. Mona had said last week she didn't think anybody should bank on Rowan coming back, that if they wanted the medical center, they ought to go ahead without her. And to think, Gifford smiled to herself, that the august firm of Mayfair and Mayfair, representing Mayfair ad infinitum, stops to listen when a 13-year-old speaks. But it was true. Gifford's biggest secret regret was that she had not connected Rowan with Mona while there had been time. Maybe Mona would have sensed something and spoken up. But then Gifford had so many regrets. Sometimes it seemed to her that her entire life was a great sighing regret. Beneath the lovely surface of her picture book Metry home, her gorgeous children, her handsome husband, and her own subdued Southern style, was nothing but regret, as if her life had been built atop a great and secret dungeon. She was just waiting to hear the news. Rowan dead, and for the first time in hundreds of years, no designee for the legacy. Ah, the legacy. And now that she had read Aaron Leitner's long account, how would she ever feel the same way about the legacy? Where was the precious emerald, she wondered? Surely her efficient husband, Ryan, had stashed it in an appropriate vault. That was where he should have stashed that awful history. She could never forgive him for letting it slip into Mona's hands, that long Talamasca discussion of generations of witchcraft. Maybe Rowan had run away with the emerald. Oh, that made her realize something else. Just one of those minor league regrets. She'd forgotten to send the medal to Michael. She'd found the medal out by the pool only 2 days after Christmas, while the detectives in the coroner's office were making all their tests inside the house, and while Aaron Leitner and that strange colleague of his, Eric something or other, were gathering specimens of the blood that stained the walls and the carpets. "You realize they will write all this in that file," Gifford had protested, but Ryan had let these men proceed. It was Leitner. Everyone trusted him. Indeed, Beatrice was in love with him. Gifford wouldn't be surprised if Beatrice married him. The medal was St. Michael the Archangel, a gorgeous old silver medal on a broken chain. She'd slipped it into her purse, and meant 1,000 times to send it to him, after he came home from the hospital, of course, so as not to upset him. Well, she should have given it to Ryan before she left, but then again, who knew? Maybe he'd been wearing that medal on Christmas Day, when he'd nearly drowned in the pool. Poor Michael. The logs in the fire shifted noisily, and the mellow, soothing light flared on the plain, sloped ceiling. It made Gifford aware of how very quiet the surf was, and had been all day. Sometimes the surf died to absolutely nothing on the Gulf of Mexico. She wondered if that could happen on the ocean. She loved the sound of the waves, actually. She wished they were roaring away out there in the dark, as if the Gulf were threatening to invade the land, as if nature were lashing back at the beach houses and the condominiums and the trailer parks, reminding them that they might be wiped off the smooth, sandy face of the earth at any minute, should a hurricane or a tidal wave come. And certainly those things would inevitably come. Gifford liked that idea. She could always sleep well when the waves were fierce and rapid. Her dreads and miseries didn't stem from the fear of anything natural. They came from legends and secrets and tales of the family's past. She loved her little house on account of its fragility, that a storm would most surely fold it up like a pack of cards. This afternoon she had walked several miles south to inspect the house bought so recently by Michael and Rowan, a high contemporary structure built as it ought to be built, on pilings and looking down upon a deserted sweep of beach. No sign of life there, but what had she expected? She wandered back, heavily depressed by the mere sight of the place. How Rowan and Michael had loved it. They'd gone there on their honeymoon. And glad that her own little house was low and old and hidden behind a small and insignificant little dune, the way you couldn't and shouldn't build them today. She loved its privacy, its intimacy with the beach and the water. She loved that she could walk out her doors, and up 3 steps and along her boardwalk, and then down and out across the sand to the lip of the sea. And the gulf was the sea. Noisy or quiet, it was the sea. The great and endless open sea. The gulf was the entire southern horizon. This might as well have been the end of the world. 1 hour more, and then it would be Ash Wednesday. She waited as if waiting for the witching hour, tense and resentful of Mardi Gras, a festival which had never made her particularly happy, and always involved far more than she could endure. She wanted to be awake when it was over. She wanted to feel Lent come on, as if the temperature itself would change. Earlier she'd built up the fire and slumped down on the couch, merely to think away the hours, as if working on something, counting the minutes, feeling guilty naturally, for not going to First Street, for not having done all sorts of things to try to prevent this disaster, and then tensing with resentment against those who always tried to stop her from implementing her good intentions, those who seemed unable to distinguish between the real and imagined threat, and dismissed everything Gifford said out of hand. Should have warned Michael Curry, she thought. Should have warned Rowan Mayfair. But they had read that tale. They should have known. Nobody could be happy in that First Street house. Fixing it up, that was sheer nonsense. The evil in that house lived in every brick and every bit of mortar. 13 witches, and to think, all those old possessions of Julien's were up in the attic. The evil lived in those things. It lived in the plaster ceilings and under the porches and eaves, like bees' nests, hidden in the capitals of the Corinthian columns. That house had no hope, no future, and Gifford had known it all her life. She hadn't needed these Talamasca scholars from Amsterdam to tell her. She knew. She'd known it when she'd first gone to First Street, a little girl with her beloved grandmother, Ancient Evelyn, who was even then called Ancient because she was already old, and there were several young Evelyns then, one married to Charles Mayfair, and another to Bryce, though whatever became of them she couldn't now remember. She and Ancient Evelyn had gone to First Street to visit Aunt Carl and poor doomed Deirdre Mayfair, the heiress in her rocking-chair throne. Gifford had seen the famous ghost of First Street, clearly and distinctly, a male figure standing behind Deirdre's chair. Ancient Evelyn had seen it too, no doubt in Gifford's mind. And Aunt Carlotta, that steely, cold, and vicious Aunt Carlotta, had chatted with them in the dreary parlor, as if there were no ghost there at all. As for Deirdre, she had been already catatonic. Poor child, Ancient Evelyn had said. Julien foresaw everything. That was one of those statements Ancient Evelyn always refused to explain, though she often repeated it. And later, to her little granddaughter Gifford, Deirdre's known all the sorrow and never knew the fun of being one of us. There was fun? Gifford wondered about that now, as she had wondered then. What did Ancient Evelyn mean by fun? Gifford suspected she knew. It was all recorded in those old photographs of her with Uncle Julien. Julien and Evelyn in the Stutz Bearcat on a summer day, in white coats and goggles. Julien and Evelyn under the oaks at Audubon Park. Julien and Evelyn in Julien's third-floor room. And then there was the decade after Julien's death, when Evelyn had gone away with Stella to Europe, and they had had their affair, of which Evelyn spoke with great solemnity. In Gifford's early years, before Ancient Evelyn had gone silent, Ancient Evelyn had always been willing to tell those tales in a whispered but steady voice, of how Julien had bedded her when she was 13, of how he'd come up to Amelia Street and cried from the sidewalk, "Evelyn, come down, and forced Evelyn's grandfather Walker to let her loose from the attic bedroom where he had locked her up. Bad blood between Julien and Evelyn's grandfather, going way back to a murder at Riverbend when Julien was a boy, and a gun had gone off by accident, killing his cousin Augustin. The grandson of Augustin swore hate for the man who had shot his ancestor, though all were ancestors of everyone involved in some way or another. Tangle. Family trees of the Mayfair clan were like the thorny vines that choked off the windows and doors of Sleeping Beauty's castle. And to think, Mona was working it all out on her computer, and had only recently made the proud announcement that she had more lines of descent from Julien and from Angélique than anyone, not to mention the lines feeding in from the old Mayfairs of Saint-Domingue. It made Gifford dizzy and sad, and she wished Mona would go for boys her own age and care a little about clothes, and stop this obsession with family and computers and race cars and guns. "Doesn't it teach you something about guns?" Gifford had demanded. "This huge rift between us and the Mayfairs of First Street? All happened on account of a gun." But there was no stopping Mona's obsessions, large or small. She had dragged Gifford 5 times to a miserable little shooting gallery across the river, just so they both could learn how to shoot their big, noisy .38s. It was enough to make Gifford go mad, but better to be with Mona than to worry what Mona was doing on her own. And to think Ryan had approved of it. Made Gifford keep a gun after that in her glove compartment. Made her bring a gun to this house. There was so much for Mona to learn. Had Ancient Evelyn ever told Mona those old tales? Now and then Ancient Evelyn emerged from her silence, and her voice was still her voice, and she could still begin her chant, like the elder of a tribe giving forth the oral history. "I would have died in that attic had it not been for Julien, mad and mute and white as a plant that has never seen sun. Julien got me with child, and that was your mother, poor thing that she became." "But why? Why did Oncle Julien do it with a girl so young?" Gifford had asked only once, so great was the thunder in response. "Be proud of your Mayfair blood. Be proud. Julien foresaw everything. The legacy line was losing his strength. And I loved Julien, and Julien loved me. Don't seek to understand those people, Julien and Mary Beth and Cortland. For then there were giants in the earth, which there are not now." Giants in the earth. Cortland, Julien's own son, had been Ancient Evelyn's father, though Ancient Evelyn would never admit it, and Laura Lee, Julien's child. Dear God, Gifford couldn't even keep track of the lines unless she took a pen and paper and traced them out, and that she frankly never wanted to do. Giants in the earth, more truly devils from hell. "Oh, how perfectly delicious," Alicia had said, listening gleefully and always ready to mock Gifford and her fears. "Go on, Ancient Evelyn. What happened then? Tell us about Stella." Alicia had already been drunk by the age of 13. She had looked old for her age, though thin and slight like Gifford. She'd gone into barrooms downtown and drunk with strange men, and then Granddaddy Fielding had fixed her up with Patrick just to get some control of her. Patrick of all the cousins. A horrid idea, though he hadn't seemed so bad in himself back then. This is my blood. All these people, Gifford thought. This is my sister, married to her double or triple cousin, Patrick, whatever he is. Well, one thing can be said for sure. Mona is no idiot. Inbred, yes. Child of an alcoholic, yes. But except for being rather petite As they said of short girls in the South, she was on every count a winner. Probably the prettiest of that entire generation of Mayfairs far and wide, and surely the most intelligent and the most reckless and belligerent, though Gifford could not stop loving Mona no matter what Mona did. She had to smile when she thought of Mona firing that gun in the shooting gallery and shouting to her over the earplugs, "Come on, Aunt Gifford. You never know when you might have to use it. Come on, both hands." Even Mona's sexual maturity, this mad idea that she must know many men, which had Gifford frantic, was part of her precocity. And Gifford had to admit, protective though she was, she feared for the men who caught Mona's attention. Heartless Mona. Something hideous had happened with old Randall, for instance, Mona seducing him almost certainly, and then losing interest in the entire venture. But Gifford could get no straight answers out of anyone. Certainly not Randall, who went into an apoplectic fit at the mention of Mona's name, denying that he would harm a fly, let alone a child, etc., as if they were going to send him to prison. And to think the Talamasca, with all their scholarship, knew nothing about Mona, knew nothing about ancient Evelyn and Oncle Julien, knew nothing about the one little girl in this day and age who might be a real witch, no joke. It gave Gifford a confusing, almost embarrassing satisfaction to think of it, that the Talamasca did not know any more than the family did why Julien had shot Augustin, or what Julien was about and why he had left so many illegitimate children behind him. Ah, but most of that Talamasca history had been quite impossible to accept. A ghost was one thing, a spirit that... it was all too distasteful to Gifford. She had refused to let Ryan circulate the document. It was bad enough that he and Lauren and Randall had read the thing, and that Mona, of all people, Mona had snatched up the file off his desk and read it in its entirety before anyone knew what had happened. But the thing about Mona was this. She did know reality from fantasy. Alicia didn't. That's why she drank. Most Mayfairs didn't. Ryan, Gifford's husband, didn't. In his refusal to believe in anything supernatural or inherently evil, he was as unrealistic as an old voodoo queen who sees spirits everywhere. But Mona had a mind. Even when she called Gifford last year to announce that she, Mona Mayfair, was no longer a virgin, and that the actual moment of deflowering had been unimportant, but the change in her outlook was the most important thing in the world, she had made it a point to add, "I'm taking the pill, Aunt Gifford, and I have an agenda. It has to do with discovery, experience, drinking from the cup, you know, all the things ancient Evelyn used to say. But I am very health-conscious." "Do you know right from wrong, Mona?" Gifford had asked, overwhelmed, and in her deep secret heart even a little envious. Gifford had already begun to cry. "Yes, I do, Aunt Gifford, and you know I do. And for the record, I've made the honor roll again. I just cleaned up the house, and I managed to make Mom and Dad both eat dinner before they started their nightly party. Everything is nice and quiet up here. Ancient Evelyn spoke today. She said she wanted to sit on the porch and watch the streetcars pass. So don't worry. I've got everything covered." Everything covered. And then there was Mona's strange admission to Pierce, surely a calculated lie. "Look, I like having them drunk all the time. I mean, I wish they were living human beings and all, and that they weren't drinking themselves right into the grave before my eyes, but, hell, I have plenty of freedom. I can't stand it when meddlesome cousins come over here and start asking me what my bedtime is, or if I've done my homework. I walk all over town. Nobody bugs me." Pierce had been so amused. Pierce adored Mona, which was a surprising thing, because in general Pierce liked innocent, cheerful people like his cousin and fiancé, Clancy Mayfair. Mona wasn't innocent, except in the most serious sense of the word. That is, she didn't think she was bad, and she didn't mean to do bad. She was just sort of a pagan. And freedom she had all right, for her pagan ways, and the confession of accelerated sexual activity had also been calculated. Within weeks of Mona's decision to go active, the phone had been ringing off the hook with stories of Mona's various liaisons. "Do you know that child likes to do it in the cemetery?" Cecilia had cried. But what could Gifford do? Alicia loathed the very sight of Gifford now. She would not let Gifford in the house, though Gifford went there all the time, of course. Ancient Evelyn told no one what she saw or didn't see. "I told you all about my boyfriends," Mona had said. "Don't choose to worry about this." At least Ancient Evelyn did not tell those tales night and day of how she and Julien had danced together to the music of the Victrola. And it may not have ever reached Mona's tender ears that her great-grandmother had had an affair with Cousin Stella. After all, not even clever Mr. Leitner had known about that. Not a word in his history about Stella's ladies. "That was my grand time," Ancient Evelyn had told Gifford and Alicia with relish. "We were in Europe, and Stella and I were together in Rome when it happened. I don't know where Lionel was, and that horrid nurse, she was out with baby Antha. I never experienced such love as with Stella. Stella had been with many women. She told me that night. She couldn't even count them. She said the love of women was like the creme de la creme. I think it is. I would have done it again if ever there had been anyone who stole my heart as Stella stole it. I remember when we came back from Europe, we went to the French Quarter together. Stella kept this little place, and we slept in the big bed, and then ate oysters and shrimps and drank wine together. Oh, those weeks in Rome had been too brief. Oh, and on it had gone, until they were back to the Victrola again. Julien had given it to her. Stella understood. Stella never asked for it back. It was Mary Beth who had come up to Amelia Street and said, "Give me Julien's Victrola." He had been dead 6 months, and she'd been tearing through his rooms. Of course, I didn't give it to her. Then Ancient Evelyn would take Gifford and Alicia into her room and crank up the little Victrola. She would play so many old music-hall songs, and then the arias from La Traviata. I saw that opera with Stella in New York. How I loved Stella. "My dear," she had once said to all of them, Alicia, Gifford, and little Mona, who might have been too young then to understand, "sometime or other you must know the soft yielding and precious love of another woman. Don't be a fool. It's nothing abnormal. It's sugar with your coffee. It's strawberry ice cream. It's chocolate." No wonder Alicia had become what everyone called a perfect slut. She had never known what she was doing. She'd slept with the sailors off the ships, with the army men, with anyone and everyone, until Patrick had swept her off her feet. "Alicia, I'm going to save you." Their first night had been one long drunk, until dawn, and then Patrick had announced he was taking Alicia in hand. She was a lost soul, little thing. He would care for her. He got her pregnant with Mona. But those had been the years of champagne and laughter. Now they were just plain drunks. There was nothing left of romance, except Mona. Gifford checked her watch, the tiny gold wristwatch that Ancient Evelyn had given her. Yes, less than 1 hour more of Mardi Gras, and then at the witching hour it would be Ash Wednesday, and she could go home, back to New Orleans. She'd wait until morning, probably maybe even noon. Then she'd drive into the city, cheerfully oblivious to the hideous stream of traffic, exiting New Orleans in the other direction, and be home by 4 o'clock. She'd stop in Mobile at St. Cecilia's to get the ashes on her forehead. Merely thinking of the little church, of her saints and her angels, comforted her and allowed her to close her eyes. Ashes to ashes. 1 hour more of Mardi Gras, and then I can go home. What had been so scary about Mardi Gras? Ryan had wanted to know. That you would all gather there at First Street, just as if Rowan were opening the front door. That's what was so scary. She thought again of that medal. Must go make certain it was in her purse. Later. "You have to realize what this house means to this family," Ryan had said to her. Ryan. As if she had no idea growing up as she had only 10 blocks away, with ancient Evelyn reciting history to her daily. "I'm not speaking of this Mayfair witch's tale now. I'm speaking of us, this family." She turned her head in against the back of the couch. Oh, if she could only stay in Destin forever. But that wasn't possible, and never would be. Destin was for hiding out, not really living. Destin was just a beach and a house with a fireplace. The small white phone nestled into the pillows beside her gave a sudden and jarring peal. For a moment she couldn't remember where it was. The receiver fell off the hook as she grappled for it, then put it to her ear. "This is Gifford," she said wearily, and thank God it was Ryan who answered. "I didn't wake you up?" "No," she said with a sigh. "When do I ever sleep any more? I've been waiting. Tell me everything went all right up there. Tell me Michael is better. Tell me no one got hurt or—" "Gifford, for heaven's sakes, what are you thinking when you say something like that? That a litany will change what may have already taken place? You're flinging charms at me. What good will it do? Do you want to hear the words that are scheduled to come out of my mouth? What am I supposed to do? Break it to you gently if someone got stomped to death by a mounted policeman or crushed by the wheels of a float?" Everything was fine. Nothing was wrong at all. Gifford could have hung up then, but that wouldn't have been very considerate of Ryan, who would now break it down for her into a series of small reports, the central theme of which was, "Everything went fine, you fool. You should have stayed in town." "After 26 years, you don't know what I'm thinking," she said half-heartedly, not really wanting to argue or even to talk any more. Her exhaustion was hitting her now that Mardi Gras was truly almost over. "No, I sure as hell don't know what you're thinking," he said evenly. "I don't know why you're in Florida instead of here with us." "Skip to the next subject," said Gifford blandly. "Michael is fine, just fine. Everybody is fine. Jean caught more beads than anybody else in the family. Little Cece won the costume award, and Pierce definitely wants to marry Clancy any minute. If you want your son to do things right and proper, you'd better get back here and start talking about the wedding to Clancy's mother. She's certainly not listening to me." "Did you tell her we'd pay for the wedding?" "No, I didn't get to that." "Get to it. That's all she wants to hear. Talk about Michael again. What did you all tell him about Rowan?" "As little as we could." "Thank God for that." "He's just not strong enough to hear the whole story." "Who knows the whole story?" asked Gifford bitterly. "But we are going to have to tell him, Gifford. We can't put it off much longer. He has to know. He is on the mend physically. Mentally, I can't say. No one can say. He looks so different." "Older, you mean?" she said dismally. "No, just different. It isn't just his graying hair. It's the look in his eye, his way of behaving. He's so gentlemanly and placid, so patient with everyone." "You don't need to upset him," said Gifford. "Well, you leave it to me," said Ryan, using one of his favorite phrases, which was always brought out with exquisite tenderness. "Just take care of yourself up there. Don't go into the water alone." "Ryan, the water's freezing. I've had a fire going all day. It was clear, though, clear and blue and quiet. Sometimes I think I could stay here forever. Ryan, I'm sorry. I just couldn't go up to First Street. I just couldn't be in that house." "I know, Gifford, I know. But be assured the kids thought it was the best Mardi Gras ever. Everybody loves being back at First Street. Just about everybody was there, too, at some time or other during the day. I mean, at least 600 or 700 of the family trooped in and out. I frankly lost count. Remember the Mayfairs from Denton, Texas? Even they came. And the Gradys from New York. It was wonderful of Michael to let it all go on as usual. Gifford, I don't mean this reproachfully, but if you'd seen how well it went, you'd understand.
What about Alicia?
Gifford asked, meaning did Alicia make it through sober?
Were she and Patrick all right?
Alicia never made it up to the house. She was completely drunk by 3 p.m. Patrick shouldn't have come. Patrick's sick. We have to get him some medical attention.
Gifford sighed. She hoped that Patrick would die. She knew she did. Why kid herself?
She had never liked or loved Patrick, and now he was the worst sort of burden to all those around him, a vicious drunk who took special pleasure in being mean to his wife and his daughter. Mona didn't give a damn.
I have no respect for Dad, she said coldly.
But Alicia was forever at Patrick's mercy. Why are you looking at me like that? What have I done now? Did you drink the last beer? You knew it was the last beer, and you deliberately drank it.
Well, how did Patrick do?
Gifford asked, hoping against hope that he'd fallen and broken his neck, and that Ryan just hadn't wanted to tell her. Had a fight with Beatrice. Something about Mona. I doubt he'll remember a thing. He stormed off home after the parade. You know Bea on the subject of Mona. She still wants to send Mona away to school. Do you realize what's happening between Aaron and Bea? Michael's Aunt Vivian said,
I know,
sighed Gifford.
You'd think he would have learned something from his own research into our family.
Ryan gave a polite laugh. Oh, forget about that nonsense. If you'd forget that foolishness, you'd stay here and be with us, and enjoy this time. God knows, things can only get worse when we do find Rowan.
Why do you say that?
We'll have problems to deal with then, real problems. Look, I'm too tired now to take that on. Rowan's been missing 67 days exactly. I'm worn out from talking to detectives in Zurich and Scotland and in France. Mardi Gras was fun. We all had fun. We were together. But Bea's right, you know. Mona should go away to school, don't you think? After all, she is some sort of bona fide genius. Gifford wanted to answer. She wanted to say again that Mona wouldn't go away to school, and that if they tried to force her, Mona would simply get right back on the plane, or the train, or the bus, and come directly home. You couldn't make Mona go away to school. If you sent Mona to Switzerland, she'd be home in 48 hours. If you sent her to China, she'd be back, perhaps in less time than that. Gifford said nothing now. She only felt the usual comfortable aching love for Mona, and the desperate faith that Mona somehow would be all right. One time Gifford had asked Mona, "What's the difference between men and women?" Mona had said, "Men don't know what can happen. They're happy. But women know everything that can happen. They worry all the time." Gifford had laughed at that. Her other precious memory was of 6-year-old Mona on the day that Alicia had passed out on the porch of the Amelia Street house, right on top of her pocketbook, and Mona, unable to get the key out of it, had climbed up the trellis to the high second-story window and carefully broken out only a small jagged hole in the glass with the heel of her Mary Jane, so that she could reach the lock. Of course, the entire glass had to be replaced, but Mona had been so neat about it, so sure of herself. Just little splinters of glass scattered in the garden and on the rug upstairs. "Why don't you just tape wax paper to it?" she'd asked later when Gifford called the man to fix the window. "That's the way all the other holes in this place are fixed." Why had Gifford let that child go through these things? And Mona was still going through them. There was another carousel of grief and guilt that she could ride for hours and hours. Like the Michael and Rowan carousel. Why not? Did a month ever pass that Gifford didn't remember that incident, the image of 6-year-old Mona dragging the unconscious Alicia through the front door, and Dr. Blades calling from the clinic across the street? "Gifford, your sister is really sick over there, you know, and that child and Ancient Evelyn really have their hands full." "Don't worry about Mona," said Ryan now, as if he were reading her thoughts in this uneasy, weary silence. "Mona is the least of our worries. We have a conference scheduled for Tuesday regarding Rowan's disappearance. We will all sit down and decide what to do."
"How can you decide what to do?" Gifford asked. "You have no evidence that Rowan is being forced to stay away from Michael.
Well, honey, we do have evidence. Rather strong evidence. That's the thing. We have to realize it. We are certain now that the last 2 checks cashed on Rowan's personal account were not signed by her. That is what we have to tell Michael."
Silence. That was the first definitive thing that had happened, and it struck Gifford as hard as if someone had socked her in the chest. She caught her breath.
"We know for sure they were forgeries," said Ryan. "And, honey, those are the last checks. Nothing, I mean nothing, has come into the bank since those were cashed in New York 2 weeks ago."
"New York?"
"Yes. That's where the trail runs out, Gifford. We're not even sure that Rowan herself was ever in New York. Look, I've been on the phone 3 times today about all this. There is no Mardi Gras day in the rest of the country. I came home to a machine full of messages. The doctor who spoke to Rowan by phone is on his way here from San Francisco. He has important things to say, but he doesn't know where Rowan is. Those checks are our last bit of—"
"I follow you," said Gifford weakly.
"Look, Pierce is picking up the doctor tomorrow morning. I'm coming up to get you. I made up my mind earlier."
"That's absurd. I have my car. We won't be able to drive back together. Ryan, go to bed and sleep. I'll be home tomorrow in time to see this doctor from San Francisco."
"I want to come get you, Giff. I'll hire a car, and I'll drive your car home."
"That's stupid, Ryan. I'll leave at noon. I've already planned it. Go meet the doctor. Go to the office. Do whatever you have to do. The point is, the family gathered, and it was splendid, just the way it was supposed to be, Rowan or no Rowan. Michael was apparently a trooper. And 2 forged checks. Well, what does that mean?"
Silence. Of course, they both knew what it could mean.
"Did Mona shock anybody tonight?"
"Only her cousin David. I'd say she had a good day. Pierce is fine. He's gone out for a dip with Clancy. The pool is steaming. Barbara's asleep. Shelby called. Sorry she didn't come home. Lilia called, too. Mandrake called. Jen's snuggled up with Elizabeth in the den. I'm about to collapse where I stand."
Gifford gave a long sigh. "Mona went home to that house with those 2? All alone on Mardi Gras?"
"Mona is all right. You know she is. Ancient Evelyn would call me here if anything was wrong. She was sitting beside Alicia's bed this afternoon when I left them."
"And so we lie to ourselves about that, as always, along with everything else."
"Gifford."
"Yes, Ryan?"
"I want to ask you a question. I've never asked you anything like this before, and I don't think I could ask you now if we weren't
talking on the phone."
"Yes, talking on the phone." They had many times discussed this strange aspect of their long marriage, that their best conversations were on the phone, that somehow or other they were patient with each other on the phone, and could avoid the battles they fought when together. "This is the question," said Ryan in his customary direct way. "What do you think happened on Christmas Day at that house? What happened to Rowan? Do you have any suspicion, any inkling, any vibe of any kind?" Gifford was speechless. It was more than true that Ryan had never asked her a question like this in all their lives. Most of Ryan's energy went to preventing Gifford from seeking answers to difficult questions. This was not only unprecedented, it was alarming, because Gifford realized that she could not rise to the occasion. She didn't have a witch's answer to this question. She thought for a long moment, listening to the fire burn, and to the soft sigh of the water outside, so soft it might have been her own breath. A number of thoughts passed vagrantly through her mind. She even almost said, "Ask Mona," but then she caught herself, protective and full of shame that she would encourage her niece in that sort of thing. And, without preamble, or any sort of forethought, Gifford said,
"The man came through on Christmas Day. That thing, that spirit, I'm not going to say its name, you know its name. It got into the world, and it did something to Rowan. That's what happened. The man's no longer at First Street. All of us know it. All of us who ever saw him know he's not there. The house is empty. The thing got into the world. Her speech, rapid, high-pitched, faintly hysterical, broke off as abruptly as it had begun. She thought, Lasher. But she could not say it. Years and years ago, Aunt Carlotta had shaken her and said, "Never, never, never say that name. Do you hear me?" And even now, in this quiet, safe place, she could not speak the name. Something stopped her, rather like a hand on her throat. Maybe it had to do with the peculiar blend of cruelty and protectiveness which Carlotta had always shown for her. The Talamasca history had said that Antha was pushed through the attic window, that the eye was torn from her head. Dear God, Carlotta couldn't have done such a thing. She wasn't surprised that her husband hesitated before responding to her. In the silence, she was full of surprise herself. It all loomed before her, and she also knew in these moments the terrible loneliness of her marriage. "You really believe that, Gifford? In your heart of hearts, you, my beloved Gifford, believe that?" She didn't answer. Couldn't. She felt too defeated. They had been arguing all of their lives, it seemed. Would it storm? Would it shine? Would a stranger rape Mona on St. Charles Avenue as she walked alone at night? Would income taxes go up again? Would Castro be overthrown? Were there ghosts? Were the Mayfairs witches? Could anyone really speak with the dead? Why did the dead behave so strangely? What the hell did the dead want? Butter is not unhealthy, and neither is red meat. Drink your milk. One cannot metabolize milk as an adult, and so forth and so on, forever. "Yes, Ryan," she said sadly and almost offhandedly. "I believe it. But you see, Ryan, seeing is believing, and I always saw him. You never could." She had used the wrong word. Could. Real mistake, that. She could hear the little soft sighs with which he drew away from her, away from the possibility of belief or trust, into his well-constructed universe where ghosts did not exist, and Mayfair witchcraft was a family joke, as much fun as all the old houses and quaint trust funds and jewelry and gold coins in the vaults. As much fun as Clancy Mayfair marrying Pierce Mayfair, which really shouldn't happen, since both were, like Alicia and Patrick, descended from Julien. But what was the use of telling him? What was the use? There was no reason. There was no exchange of ideas. There was no genuine trust. But there's love, she thought. There is love, and there is a form of respect. She didn't depend on anyone in the world the way she did on Ryan. So she said what she always said at such times, "I love you, my darling." And it was wonderful to say an Ingrid Bergman line like that with so much heart and mean it so completely. "I really do." Lucky Gifford. "Gifford." Silence on the other end of the line. A lawyer thinking quietly, the man with the silver-white hair and blue eyes, who did the practical worrying with her for the whole family. Why should he believe in ghosts? Ghosts don't try to break wills. They don't sue you. They don't threaten you with Internal Revenue investigations. They don't bill you for the 2-martini lunch. "What is it, darling?" she asked softly. "If you believe that," he said, "if you really believe what you just said to me, if this ghost got through, and the house is empty, then why wouldn't you go there, Gifford? Why wouldn't you come today?" "The thing took Rowan away," she said angrily. "This isn't finished, Ryan." Suddenly she was sitting up. Every bit of goodwill she felt for her husband had done its usual evaporation act. He was the same tiresome and impossible man who had wrecked her life. That was true. It was true that she loved him. It was true that the ghost had come through. "Ryan, don't you feel things in that house? Don't you sense things? It isn't over. It's just begun. We have to find Rowan." "I'm going to come get you in the morning," he said. He was furious.
Her anger had drawn out his anger. But he was struggling. "I want to come up there and drive you back home." "Okay, Ryan," she said. "I wish you would." She heard the plea in her own voice, the plea that meant surrender. She was only glad that she'd had the courage to say the little bit she had about the man, that, for the record, she had spoken her piece, and he could argue with her, and beat her down, and criticize her to death later on, perhaps. Tomorrow. "Gifford, Gifford, Gifford," he sang softly. "I'm going to drive up. I'll be there before you wake up." And she felt so weak suddenly, so irrationally incapable of moving until he came there, until she saw him come through the door. "Now lock up the house tight, please," he said, "and go to sleep. I'll bet you're sacked out on the couch and everything's open." "This is Destin, Ryan." "Lock up. Make sure the gun is in the chest by the bed, and please, please, please set the alarm." The gun, good Lord. "As if I'd use it with you not here." "That's when you need it, darling, when I'm not there." She smiled again, remembering Mona. Bang, bang, bang. Kisses. They still blew kisses to each other before they rang off. The first time she had kissed him, she was 15, and they were in love. And later Alicia said, when Mona was born, "You're lucky. You love your Mayfair. I married mine 'cause of this." Gifford wished she had taken Mona then and there. Probably Alicia would have let her do it. Alicia was already a full-time drunk. It's a wonder Mona had been born at all, let alone robust and healthy. But Gifford hadn't really thought of taking Alicia's baby from her. She could still remember when Ellie Mayfair, whom Gifford never knew, had taken Deirdre's baby, Rowan, all the way to California, to save her from the family curse, and everyone had hated her for it. That had been the same terrible year that Uncle Cortlandt had died after falling down the steps at First Street. So terrible for Ryan. Gifford had been 15, and already they were very much in love. No, you simply did not take a baby away from a mother, no matter what you thought. They'd driven Deirdre mad, and Uncle Cortlandt had tried to stop it. Of course, Gifford could have taken better care of Mona. Hell, anybody could have taken better care of Mona than Alicia and Patrick. And in her own way, Gifford always had taken care of Mona, as surely as she took care of her own children. The fire had died away. She was getting just a little uncomfortably cold. Best to build it up again. She didn't need much sleep any more. If she dozed off sometime around 2, she'd be fine when Ryan got here. That was one thing about being 46. She didn't need sleep any more. She went down on her knees in front of the broad stone hearth and, lifting another small oak log from the neat stack beside the fireplace, threw it into the weak little fire. A bunch of newspaper, crumpled with kindling, and off it went, curling and flaring against the soot-blackened bricks. The bright warmth came out all over her hands and her face, until she was driven back by it, and there was a sudden moment of remembering something unpleasant, something to do with fire and the family history. But then she deliberately and carefully forgot. She stood in the living room looking out over the white beach. Now she could not hear the waves at all. The breeze covered everything in a heavy drape of silence. The stars shone as brightly as if they were tumbling on the final day, and the sheer cleanness of the breeze delighted her and made her want to cry. She wished she could stay until all this seemed too much, until she longed for the oaks of home again. But that had never happened. She'd always left before she truly wanted to. Duty, family, something, always compelled her home from Destin before she was ready. That was not to say that she didn't love the cobwebs and old oaks, that she didn't love the crumbling walls and listing townhouses, and broken pavements, and the lovely endless embrace of her good cousins and cousins and cousins. Yes, she loved it, but sometimes she only wanted to be away. This was away. She shuddered. "I wish I could die," she whispered, her voice trembling and fading away on the breeze. She went into the open kitchen,
no more than a section of the giant main room, and filled a glass with water and drank the water down. Then she went out through the open glass doors, through the yard, and up the steps and out the boardwalk, over the little dune, and down on the clean-swept sand. Now you could hear the gulf. The sound filled you. There was nothing else in the world. The breeze broke you loose from everything and all sensation. When she glanced back, the house looked deceptively small and insignificant, more of a bunker than the handsome little cottage it was, behind its levee of sand. The law couldn't make you change something which had been built in 1955, and that is when great-grandmother Dorothy had built it for her children and her grandchildren, and Destin was no more than a sleepy little fishing village, or so everyone said. No condominium towers in those days, no goofy golf, just this. And the Mayfairs still had their bits and pieces of it, tucked away every few miles from Pensacola all the way down to Seaside. Old bungalows of various size and age, built before the thundering hordes and the building codes had come. Gifford felt chilled, pummeled by the breeze suddenly, as if it had doubled its fist and tried to push her rudely to one side. She walked against it, down to the water, eyes fixed on the soft waves that barely lapped on the glittering beach. She wanted to lie down here and sleep. She had done that when she was a girl. What safer beach was there than this unknown sweep of Destin, where no dune buggies or vehicles of any kind could ever come to hurt you with their wheels or their hideousness or their noise? Who was that poet who had been killed long ago on the beach at Fire Island? Run over in his sleep, they thought, though no one ever knew. Horrible thing, horrible. She couldn't remember his name, only his poems. College days, beer, Ryan kissing her on the deck of the dancing boat and promising her he would take her away from New Orleans. What lies! They were going to live in China, or was it Brazil? Ryan had gone right into Mayfair and Mayfair. It had swallowed him whole before his 21st birthday. She wondered if he could remember now their favorite poets, how they loved D.H. Lawrence's poem about blue gentians or Wallace Stevens's Sunday Morning. But she couldn't blame him for what had happened. She had been unable to say no to Ancient Evelyn and Granddaddy Fielding and all the old ones who cared so much, even though her own father and mother were dead. It was as if Gifford and Alicia both had always belonged to the older ones. Ryan's mother never would have forgiven them had they not gone through with the white dress wedding, and Gifford could not have left Alicia then, who was still so young and already mad and getting into constant trouble. Gifford hadn't even gone away to school. When she'd asked to go, Ancient Evelyn had said, "And what is wrong with Tulane? You can ride the streetcar." And Gifford had. To Sophie Newcomb College. That they'd let her go to the Sorbonne in her sophomore year had been a minor miracle. "And you a tenfold Mayfair," Ancient Evelyn had declared when the wedding was being discussed. "Even your mother would be shocked, God rest her soul, and to think how she suffered." No, there had been no real question of Gifford getting away, of a life up north or in Europe or anywhere else on the planet. The biggest fight had been over the church. Would Gifford and Ryan marry at Holy Name, or go back in the Irish Channel to St. Alphonsus? Gifford and Alicia had gone to Holy Name School. On Sundays, they went to Mass at Holy Name, uptown across from Audubon Park, a world away from old St. Alphonsus. The church had been white still in those days, before they painted the nave, and the statues were exquisitely made of pure marble. In that church on the avenue, Gifford had made her communion and her confirmation, and walked in procession her senior year with bouquet in hand, in white ankle-length dress and high heels, a ritual worthy of a debutante. Mary at Holy Name. It seemed so natural. What was St. Alphonsus to her, the old Mayfair church? And Deirdre Mayfair would never know. She was by that time already hopelessly crazy. It was Granddaddy Fielding who made the fuss. St. Alphonsus is our church, and you a tenfold Mayfair. Tenfold Mayfair. I hate that expression. It doesn't mean anything, Gifford had said often enough. It makes me think of folded napkins. Nonsense, Ancient Evelyn had said. It means you are 10 times from within the fold. 10 different lines of descent. That's what it means. You ought to be proud of it. Evenings, Ancient Evelyn sat on the porch of Amelia Street, knitting until it got too dark for her to see, enjoying as she always had the drowsy twilight on St. Charles Avenue, with so many people out strolling, and the streetcars with their yellow lights on inside, crashing along the curving track. Dust. Those were the days of noise and dust. Before air conditioning and wall-to-wall carpets, the days of helping take laundry stiff as paper off the back line. You could make people out of the little old clothespins, little wooden men wearing tiny hats. Yes, we had belonged to the old ones, Gifford thought. All Gifford's life, her mother had been ill, a recluse, suffering and pacing the floor behind closed doors, and then dying when Gifford and Alicia were so young. But Gifford had a lingering fondness for that old way of life, or walking on the avenue with Ancient Evelyn, who always had her Irish cane, or reading to Granddaddy Fielding. No, I never really wanted to leave, she thought. She had never stayed long in any modern American city. Dallas, Houston, Los Angeles, they weren't to her taste, even though their initial cleanliness and efficiency might prove very attractive. She remembered the first time she'd seen Los Angeles as a child. What a city of wonders! But she tired of those other places quickly, and maybe the charm of Destin was that it was so very close to home. You gave up nothing to come here. She could push the pedal to the floor and see those oaks by sunset. New Orleans, city of roaches, city of decay, city of our family, and of happy, happy people. She remembered that quote from Hilaire Belloc that she'd found in her father's papers after his death. Where'er the Catholic sun does shine, there's music, laughter, and good red wine. At least I've always found it so. Benedicamus Domino. Let me tell you a little secret, her mother Laura Lee had said to her once. If you're a tenfold Mayfair, which you are, you'll never be happy outside New Orleans. Don't bother. Well, she'd probably been right. Tenfold, 15-fold. But had Laura Lee been happy? Gifford could still remember her laugh, the crack in her deep voice. I'm too sick to think about happiness, daughter dear. Bring me the Times-Picayune and a cup of hot tea. And to think Mona had more Mayfair blood than anyone in the clan. What was she, 20-fold? Now, Gifford had to see this computerized family exploration for herself, this endless chart that traced all those many lines of double cousins and triple cousins marrying one another. What she had wanted to know was this: was there any fresh blood at all during the last 4 or 5 generations? It was becoming ridiculous now, Mayfair marrying Mayfair. They didn't bother to try to explain it to others. And now Michael Curry, all alone in that house, and Rowan gone, heaven only knew where, the child once stolen away for her own good, come right back home to be cursed somehow. Ryan had said once, in a very reckless moment, You know, Gifford, there are only 2 things in life that matter. Family and money, that's really it. Being very, very rich like we are, and having your family around you. How she had laughed. It must have been April 15th, and he had only just filed his income tax. But she'd known what he meant. She was no painter, no singer, no dancer, no musician. Neither was Ryan. And family and money were their entire world. Same with all the Mayfairs she knew. The family was not just the family to them. It was the clan, the nation, the religion, the obsession. I could never have lived a life without them, she thought, mouthing the words as she liked to do out here, where the wind off the water devoured everything, where the featureless roar of the waves made her feel light-headed, and as if she could in fact sing. Ought to sing.
And Mona will have a good life. Mona will go to whatever college she wants. Mona can stay or go. She will have choices. There wasn't a fit cousin for Mona to marry, now was there? Of course there was. She could think of 20 if she tried, but she didn't. The point was, Mona would have a freedom that Gifford never had. Mona was strong. Gifford had dreams in which Mona was always very strong and doing things that nobody else could do, like walking on top of a high wall and saying, "Hurry up, Aunt Gifford." Once in a dream, Mona had been sitting on the wing of a plane, smoking a cigarette as they flew through the clouds, and Gifford, terrified, had been clinging to a rope ladder. She stopped very still on the beach and tipped her head to the side, letting the wind bring her hair tight around her face, covering her eyes. She floated, the wind holding her steady. Ah, the loveliness of it all, she thought, the sheer loveliness. And Ryan coming to take her home. Ryan would be here. Maybe by some miracle Rowan was alive. Rowan would come home. All would be explained, and the great shining miracle of Rowan's first return would begin to give forth its light again. Yes, sink down and sleep in the sand. Dream of it. Think about Clancy's dress. You have to help her with her dress. Her mother doesn't know a thing about clothes. Was it now Ash Wednesday? She couldn't see her watch by the light of the clear heavens. Even the moon did not help, shining so brightly down upon the water. But she felt in her bones that it was the beginning of Lent, that far away in New Orleans, Rex and Comus had opened their ballrooms to one another, and the courts had taken their final Mardi Gras bows. Shrove Tuesday was over. But she had to go in. Ryan had said to go in, to lock everything up, to turn on the alarm. She knew she would do it because he had said so. Some night, when she was really angry with him, she'd sleep in the sand, safe and free beneath the stars, like a wanderer. On this beach, you were all alone with the oldest part of the known world. The sand, the sea. You could have been in any time. You could have been in any book, in biblical lands, in Atlantis of legend. But for now, do what Ryan says. Don't, for the love of God, be asleep out here when he comes. He'll be so furious. Ah, she wished he was here now. The night last year that Deirdre Mayfair had died, Gifford had wakened with a scream, and Ryan had taken hold of her. "Somebody's dead," she'd cried, and he'd held her. Only the phone ringing had taken him away. "Deirdre, it's Deirdre." Would she have such a feeling when something finally happened to Rowan? Or was Rowan too far away from the fold? Had she died already in some horrid and shabby way, perhaps only hours after her departure? No, there had been letters and messages from her in the beginning. All the codes are correct, Ryan had said. And then Rowan had actually called that doctor in California long distance on the phone. Ah, tomorrow we'll know something from this doctor. And round her thoughts came again to the same place, and she turned her back on the sea and walked towards the dark dune and the soft seam of light above it. Low houses to one side and the other, seemingly forever, and then the great threatening mass of a high-rise, studded with tiny lights to warn the low-flying planes, and far, far away, in the curve of the land, the lights of the town, and out to sea the clouds curling in the moonlight. Time to lock up and sleep, yes, but by the fire. Time to sleep that thin, vigilant sleep she always enjoyed when she was alone and the fire was still burning. She'd hear the coffee-pot click on at 5:30. She'd hear the first boat that came near the shore. Ash Wednesday. A lovely consolation came over her, something like piety and faith combined. Ashes to ashes. Stop for the ashes. And when the time comes, cut the blessed palm for Palm Sunday. And take Mona with you, and Pierce and Clancy and Jen to church on Good Friday. To kiss the cross, like in the old days. Maybe make the 9 churches like they used to do. She and Ancient Evelyn and Alicia walking to 9 churches, all of them uptown in those days, when the city was dense with Catholics, true believing Catholics, Holy Name, Holy Ghost, St. Stephen's, St. Henry's, Our Lady of Good Counsel, Mother of Perpetual Help Chapel, St. Mary's, St. Alphonsus, St. Teresa's. Wasn't that 9? They hadn't always bothered to go as far as St. Patrick's or stop into the Church of the Colored on Louisiana Avenue, though they certainly would have, segregation not existing really in Catholic churches, and Holy Ghost being a fine church. The saddest part was Ancient Evelyn always remembering St. Michael's and how they had torn it down. Cousin Mary Ann had been a Sister of Mercy at St. Michael's, and it was sad when a church was torn down, and a convent. Sad when all those memories were sold to the salvage company. And to think Mary Ann, too, had been Julien's spawn, or so it had been said. How many of those churches were left, thought Gifford. Well, this year on Good Friday she'd drive up to Amelia and St. Charles and challenge Mona to find them with her. Mona loved walking in dangerous neighborhoods. That's how Gifford would lure her out. Come on. I want to find Grandmother's 9 churches. I think they're all still there. What if they could get Ancient Evelyn herself to come? Hercules could drive her along as they walked. She certainly couldn't walk now. She was far too old. That would have been foolish. Mona would go for it, only Mona would start asking about that Victrola again. She had it in her head that now that First Street was refurbished, somebody would find that Victrola in the attic and give it to her. She didn't know that the Victrola really wasn't in the attic at all, but once again hidden with the pearls where no one... The thought left Gifford. It went right out of her mind. She had just reached the top of the boardwalk and was looking down into her own house, into the warm rectangle of the living room with its steady flickering fire, and the sprawling cream-colored leather couches on the caramel-colored tile floor. There was someone in Gifford's house. There was someone standing right by the couch where Gifford had napped all evening, standing right by the fire. Indeed, the man had his foot on the hearth, just the way Gifford liked to put hers, especially when her feet were bare, to feel the inevitable cold that lingered in the stone. This man was not barefoot or in any form of casual attire. This man looked dapper to her in the firelight, very tall and imperially thin, like Richard Cory in the old Edwin Arlington Robinson poem. She moved a little slowly along the boardwalk, and then stepped down out of the wind into the relative quiet and warmth of the rear yard. Through the glass doors her house looked like a picture. Only this man was wrong, and the truly wrong part of him was not his dark tweed jacket or wool sweater. It was his hair, his long, shining black hair. It hung over his shoulders rather Christ-like, she thought. Indeed, as he turned and looked at her, it was a dime-store Christ that came to mind, one of those blinding color pictures of Jesus with eyes that open and close when you tilt it, full of lurid color and immediately accessible prettiness. Jesus of soft curls and soft garments, and a tender smile with no mystery and no pain. The man even had the mustache and neatly groomed beard of the familiar Christ. They made his face seem grand and saintly. Yes, he looked like that, sort of. This man. Who the hell was this man? Some neighbor who had wandered in the front door to beg a 25-amp fuse or a flashlight? Dressed in Harris tweed? He stood in her living room, looking down at the fire, with the long, flowing profile of Jesus, and gradually he turned and looked at her, as if he had heard her all along, moving through the windy dark, and knew that she would come into earshot and stood now silently questioning him with her hand on the steel frame of the door. Full face. It was suddenly a bright, redeeming beauty that impressed her, something that bore the weight of the extravagant hair and the precious clothes. And another element struck her, other than the seductiveness of his face. It was a fragrance, almost a perfume. It wasn't sweet, however, this perfume. It wasn't flowers, and it wasn't candy, and it wasn't spice. No. but it was so inviting. It made her want to take a deep breath, and she'd caught this scent somewhere else only recently. Yes, known this same strange craving before, but could not now remember it. In fact, hadn't she remarked on it then, the strange scent? Something to do with the medal of St. Michael. Ah, the medal. Make sure the medal is in your purse. But she was thinking foolishly. There was a strange person here. She knew she ought to be wary of him. She ought to find out who he was and what he wanted immediately, perhaps before she stepped inside. But every time in her life that something like this had frightened her, she had always come through it, half embarrassed to have made such a fuss. Nothing really bad had ever happened directly to Gifford. Probably was a neighbor or someone whose car had stalled. Someone who saw the light of her fire or even the sparks flying from the chimney along this lonely stretch of sleeping beach. It didn't greatly concern her, not half as much as it intrigued her, that this strange being should be standing there watching her in her own house, by her own fire. There was no menace in this man's face or manner. Indeed, he seemed to be experiencing the very same curiosity and warmth of interest towards her. He watched her come into the room. She started to close the glass door behind her, but then thought better of it. "Yes, what can I do for you?" she asked. Once again the gulf had fallen back into a whisper near silence. Her back was to the edge of the world, and the edge of the world was quiet. The fragrance was suddenly overpowering. It seemed to fill the entire room. It mingled with the burning oak logs in the fireplace, and the charred smell of the bricks, and with the cold, fresh air. "Come to me, Gifford," he answered with a smooth, astonishing simplicity. "Come into my arms." "I didn't quite hear you," she answered, the forced and uneasy smile flashing before she could stop it, the words falling from her lips as she drew closer and felt the heat of the fire. The fragrance was so delicious, made her want to do nothing suddenly but breathe. "Who are you?" She tried to make it sound polite, casual, normal. "Do we know each other, you and I?" "Yes, Gifford. You know me. You know who I am," he said. His voice was lyrical, as if he were reciting something that rhymed, but it didn't rhyme. He seemed to cherish the simple syllables he spoke. "You saw me when you were a little girl," he said, making the last word very beautiful. "I know you did. I can't really remember the moment now. You can remember for both of us. Gifford, think back. Think back to the dusty porch, the overgrown garden." He looked sad, thoughtful. "I don't know you," she said, but her voice had no conviction. He came closer to her. The bones of his face were gracefully sculptured, but the skin, how fine and flawless was the skin. He was better than the dime-store Christ, certainly. Oh, more truly like the famous self-portrait of Dürer. "Salvator Mundi," she whispered. "Wasn't that the painting's name?" "I've lost those recent centuries," he said, "if ever I possessed them, struggling as I did then to see the simplest of solid things. But I claim older truths and memories now, before the time of my Mayfair beauties and their fragile nurture, and must rely as men do upon my chronicles, those words I wrote in haste as the veil thickened, as the flesh tightened, robbing me of a ghost's perspective which might have seen me triumph all the quicker and all the easier than I shall do. Gifford. I myself recorded the name Gifford. Gifford Mayfair. Gifford, the granddaughter of Julien. Gifford came to First Street. Gifford is one who saw Lasher. Don't I speak the truth?" At the sound of the name she stiffened, and the rest of his words, going on and on like a song, were barely intelligible to her. "Yes, I paid the price of every mewling babe, but only to recover a more precious destiny, and for you a more precious and tragic love." He looked Christ-like as he spoke, as Dürer had in the painting, deliberately perhaps, nodding just a little for emphasis, fingers pressed together in a steeple for a fleeting moment, and then released to appeal to the open air. The Christ who doesn't know how to make change and has to ask one of the 12 apostles, but knows he is going to die on the cross. Her mind was utterly blank, unable to proceed, to frame a response or a plan. Lasher. Her body told her suddenly how frightened of this strange man she was. She had lifted her own hands and was almost wringing them, a characteristic gesture with her, and she saw her own fingers like blurred wings in the corner of her vision. In a rush of rampant pulse and heat, she could not see anything distinct about him suddenly, only the beauty itself, like a reflection marring the view through a window. Her fear surged, paralyzing her, while at the same instant forcing from her another gesture. She raised her hand to her forehead, and in a dark, obliterating flash, his hand came out and locked itself around her wrist. Hot, hurtful. Her eyes closed. She was so very frightened that she was not really there for a moment. She was not really alive. She was disconnected and out of time and out of any place. Then the fear subsided and rose again, whipping her once again into terror. She felt the tightness and the pressure of his fingers. She smelled the deep, warm, inviting fragrance. She said willfully, in terror and in rage, "Let me go." "What did you mean to do, Gifford?" The voice was almost timid, mellow, lilting as before. He stood now very close to her. He was nearly monstrously tall, a man of 6½ feet, perhaps. She couldn't calculate. Just the right side of monstrous, perhaps. A being of slender parts, the bones of the forehead very prominent beneath the smooth skin. "What did you mean to do?" he asked her. Childlike, not petulant, simply very innocent and young. "Make the sign of the cross," she said in a hoarse whisper. And she did it, convulsively, tearing loose from him, and beginning again. "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost." The words were spoken inside her. Then she steadied herself and looked him full in the face. "You're not Lasher," she said, the word almost dying on her lips. "You're just a man. You're a man standing here." "I am Lasher," he said gently, as if trying to protect her from the coarseness of his words. "I am Lasher, and I am in the flesh, and have come again, my beautiful one, my Mayfair witch." Lovely enunciation, careful yet so rapid. "Flesh and blood now, yes, a man, yes, again, and needing you, my beauty, my Gifford Mayfair. Cut me, and I bleed. Kiss me, and you quicken my passion. Learn for yourself." Again there was that disconnection. The terror couldn't become old or tedious or even manageable. Surely a person this frightened ought to mercifully lose consciousness, and for 1 second she thought indeed she might do that. But she knew that if she did, she was lost. This man was standing there before her. The aroma that flooded her was coming from him. He was only a foot or two away from her now as he looked down at her, eyes radiant and fixed and imploring, face smooth as a baby's and lips almost rosy as a child's lips. He seemed unaware of his beauty, or rather not to be consciously using it to dazzle her or distract her, to comfort or quiet her. He seemed to see not himself in her eyes, but only her. "Gifford," he whispered, "granddaughter of Julien." It was as terrible suddenly, as dismal and as endless as any fear in childhood, any moment of disconsolate gloom when she had hugged her knees and cried, afraid to even open her eyes, afraid of the creaking house, afraid of the sound of her mother's moans, afraid of darkness itself and the endless vistas of horror that lay in it. She forced herself to look down, to feel the moment, to feel the tile beneath her feet and the fire's annoying and persistent flickering, to see his hands so very white and heavily veined like those of an elderly person, and then to look up at the smooth, serene, Christ-like forehead with its flowing dark hair. Sculpted ridges for his sleek black eyebrows, fine bones framing his eyes, making them all the more vivid as they peered out at her. A man's jaw, giving force and shape to the lustrous, close-cropped beard. "I want you to leave now," she said. It sounded so nonsensical, so helpless. She pictured the gun in the closet. She had always secretly longed for a reason to use it. She knew it now. She smelled the cordite in her memory, and the dirt of the cement-walled shooting gallery in Gretna. Heard Mona cheering her on. She could feel that big, heavy thing dance upwards as she pulled the trigger. Oh, how she wanted it now. "I want you to come back in the morning," she said, nodding emphatically as she said it. "You must leave my house now." She even thought of the medal. Oh, God, why hadn't she put the medal on? She had wanted to. St. Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. "Go away from here." "I can't do that, my precious one, my Gifford," he said, as if singing to a slow-paced melody. "You're saying crazy things to me. I don't know you. I'm asking you again to leave." But when she went to step back, she did not dare. Some bit of charm or compassion had left his face abruptly. He was staring at her warily, maybe even bitterly. This was like the face of a child, all right, mobile and seductive, and endearing in its quick and abandoned flashes of feeling. How smooth and perfect the forehead. Such proportion. Had Durer been born so perfect? "Remember me, Gifford? I wish I could remember you. I stood beneath the trees when you saw me. Surely I did. Tell me what you saw. Help me remember, Gifford. Help me weave the whole into one great picture. I'm lost in this heat, and full of ancient hates and ancient grudges, full of ancient ignorance and pain. Surely I had wisdom when I was invisible. Surely I was nearer the angels of the air than the devils of the earth. But oh, the flesh is so inviting, and I will not lose again. I will not be destroyed. My flesh shall live on. You know me. Say you do." "I don't know you," she declared. She had backed away, but only a step. There was so little space between them. If she had turned to run, he could have caught her by the neck. The terror rose in her again, the absolute irrational terror that he would put his long fingers on her neck. That he could, that no one could stop him, that people did such things, that she was alone with him. All of this collided silently inside her. Yet she spoke again. "Get out of here. Do you hear what I'm telling you?" "Can't do it, beautiful one," he answered, one eyebrow arched slightly. "Speak to me. Tell me, what did you see when you came to that house so long ago?" "Why do you want me?" She dared to take one more step, very tentative. The beach lay behind. What if she were to run across the yard over the boardwalk? And the long beach seemed the empty, deserted landscapes of horrid dreams. Had she not dreamed this very thing long ago? Never, never say that name. "I'm clumsy now," he said with sudden heartfelt sincerity. "I think when I was a spirit I had more grace, did I not? I came and went at the perfect moment. Now I blunder through life, as do we all. I need my Mayfairs. I need you all. Would that I were singing in some still and beautiful valley, in the glen, under the moon, and I could bring you all together back to the circle. Oh, but we will never have such luck now, Gifford. Love me, Gifford." He turned away as if in pain. It wasn't that he wanted her sympathy or expected it. He didn't care. He was anguished and silent for a long moment, staring dully and insignificantly towards the kitchen. There was something utterly compelling in his face, his attitude. "Gifford," he said. "Gifford, tell me, what do you see in me? Am I beautiful to you?" He turned back. "Look at me."
He bent down to kiss her, like a bird coming to the edge of a pool, that swift, with the heady beat of wings and the inundation of that fragrance as if it were an animal smell, a warm scent like the good scent of a dog or a bird when you take it from its cage. His lips covered hers, and his long fingers slipped up around her neck, thumbs gently touching her jaw and then her cheeks. And as she tried to flee deep into herself, alone and locked away from all pain, she felt a swift, delicious sensation spread out in her loins. She wanted to say, "This will not happen," but she was caught so off guard by it that she realized he was holding her upright. He was cradling her in his fingers, by her neck, tenderly, and perhaps his thumbs were pressed right against her throat. The chills ran over her, up her back, down the backs of her arms. Lord, she was swooning. Swooning. "No, no, darling, I wouldn't hurt you. Gifford, what is my victory without this?" Just like a song. She could almost hear a beat to it and a melody, the way the words flowed out of him in the darkness. He kissed her again, and his thumbs did not crush her throat. Her arms were tingling. She did not know where her own hands were. Then she realized she had placed them against his chest. Of course she could not move him. He was a man all right, stronger than she without question, and it was vain to try to move. Then the deep, thrilling sensation engulfed her, rather like the fragrance, and a lovely spasm passed through her, almost a consummation, except that it promised a great rolling succession of consummations to follow, and when you had that many consummations, it wasn't a consummation. It was only a continuous surrender. "Yes, give in to me," he said, again with childlike simplicity. "You are for me. You must be." He released her, and then put his hands on her arms and lifted her tenderly off the floor. Next she knew she was lying on it, on the cold tile, and her eyes were open, and she could feel and hear him ripping her wool stockings, and she wondered if the sweater wasn't scratchy and rough. What was it like to embrace someone in a sweater that was so thick and rough? She tried to speak, but the fragrance was actually sickening her, or disorienting her. Maybe that was more truly it. His hair fell down on her face with delicious silkiness. "I won't do this," she said, but her voice sounded distant and without authority, or any power at all to speak to her own self. "Get away from me, Lasher, get away from me. I'm telling you. And Stella told Mother." The thought was gone, just gone. An image flashed into her mind, an image from long ago of the teenage Deirdre, her older cousin, high in the oak, leaning back, lids shut, hips thrust forward beneath her little flowered dress, the look of bad thoughts and evil touches, the look of ecstasy. And she, Gifford, had been standing beneath the tree, and she had seen the dim outline of the man, the flash of the man, and the man had been with Deirdre. "Deliver us from evil," she whispered. In all her 46 years, only one man had ever touched Gifford like that, or like this. Only one man had ever torn off her clothing, in jest or clumsiness, ever forced his organ inside her, and kissed her throat. And this was flesh, no ghost. Yes, flesh. Came through. I can't. God help me. "Angel of God, my guardian dear." Her own words fell away from her. She had not consented, and then the horrible realization came to her that she had not fought. They would say she had not fought. There was only this hideous passivity, this confusion, and her trying to get a grip and to push against his shoulder, with the palm of her hand sliding against the smooth wool of his coat, and his coming inside her violently as she herself felt the climax sweep over her, carrying her near to darkness and near to silence and near to peace. But not quite. "Why? Why are you doing this?" Had she spoken aloud? She was drifting and dizzy and full of sweet and powerful sensations. Sensations like the scent and the powerful stride of his organ inside her.
the pumping against her that felt so natural, so thorough, so good. She thought it had stopped, and that she was turning over on her side, but then she realized she hadn't moved at all. He was entering her again. "Lovely Gifford," he said, "fit to be my bride in the glen, in the circle, my bride." I think you're hurting me," she said. "Oh, God, oh, Mother, help me. God, somebody." He covered her mouth again as once more the hot flood of semen came into her, spilling over and out and leaking down beneath her, and the sweet, soft, enchanting sensations lifted her and tossed her from one side to the other. "Help me, somebody." "There isn't anybody, darling. That's the secret of the universe," he said. "That is my theme. That is my cry. That is my message. And it feels so good, doesn't it? All your life you've told yourself it wasn't important. Yes, that there were loftier things, and now you know. You know why people risk hell for this flesh, this ecstasy. Yes. You know that whatever you have been forever or before, you are now alive and with me, and I am inside you, and you are this body, no matter what else you are. My precious Gifford. Yes. Make my baby. See it, Gifford. See it. See its tiny limbs. See it swim to consciousness. See it. Pick it out of the dark. Be the witch of my dreams, Gifford. Be the mother of my child. The sun shone down on her, making her hot and uncomfortable in the heavy sweater, and the pain inside her woke her suddenly, pushing her all the way up through the mist until she squinted not into mist at all, but into the glaring sky. The pain twisted, pulsed. These were cramps, these pains. These were contractions. She willed her hand to slip down between her legs. She felt the wetness and held up her hand to see the blood. She brought it close to her face, and the blood dripped down on her. She felt it. Even the glare could not stop her from seeing how very red it was. The water struck her suddenly. Big waves washed right up against her, ice-cold, immensely powerful, and then dying away all at once, as if sucked back by the wind. She was lying in the surf, and the sun rose beyond the high stack of glowing clouds in the east, and gradually spread across the blue sky. "Ah, do you see it?" she whispered. "I'm sorry, my darling," he said to her. He stood way, way far away, a wraith against the brightness, so dark himself that she could make out nothing except his long hair blowing. And then it came back to her, how silky his hair was, how very fine and black, and how good it smelled. But he was just a distant figure now. There was the fragrance, naturally, and there was the voice. That was all. "I'm sorry, my precious. I wanted for it to live, and I know that you tried. I'm sorry, my darling dear, my beloved Gifford. I didn't mean to hurt you, and we both tried. Lord, God forgive me. What am I to do, Gifford?" Silence. Again came the waves. Was he gone? Her willowy Christ with his soft hair, who'd been talking to her for so long? The water washed over her face. It felt so good. What had he told her? Something about going down into the little town and seeing the creche there, with the little plaster Christ child in the hay, and all the brothers in their brown robes. He had not asked to be a priest, only one of the brothers. "But you are meant for better things." It cut right through the pain for a moment, that sense of lost hours, lost words and images. She too had been to Assisi, she had told him. St. Francis was her saint. Would he get the medal for her? Out of her purse? It was St. Michael, but she wanted it. He'd understand. If you understood about St. Francis, you understood about St. Michael. You understood about all saints. She had meant to ask, but he had been talking on and on about the songs he used to sing, songs in Italian and the Latin hymn, naturally. about the sunny hills of Italy, and then that dark, cold mist hanging over Dunolaith. She felt nausea and tasted salt on her lips, and her hands were painfully cold. The water stung her. It came again, rolling her to the left, so that the sand hurt her cheek and the pain in her belly was unbearable. Oh, God, you cannot feel pain like this and not— What? Help me. She fell again to the right. She looked out into the glare of the gulf. She looked into the full blaze of the morning. Lord God, it had all been true, and she had failed to stop it, and now it had reached out through the great tangled mass of whispered secrets and threats, and it had killed her. But what will Ryan do without me? What will happen to Pierce if I'm not there? Clancy needs me. They can't have the wedding if this happens to me. It will ruin everything for them. Where in the name of God is Rowan? And which church would they use? They shouldn't go back to St. Alphonsus. Rowan! How busy she was suddenly, making lists and charts and drifting, and meaning to call Shelby and Lilia, and when the water came again she didn't mind the salt so much or the numbing chill of it. Alicia didn't know where the Victrola was. Nobody did but Gifford, and the napkins for the wedding. There were hundreds of linen napkins in the attic at First Street, and they could be used for the wedding. If only Rowan would come home and say that. Good heavens! The only one she didn't have to worry about was Mona. Mona would be fine. Mona didn't really need her. Mona. Ah, the water felt good. No, she didn't mind it, not a bit, as they say. Where was the emerald? Did you take it with you, Rowan? He'd given her the medal. She had it around her neck, but getting her hand up there to clasp the chain was now out of the question. What was required now was an entire inventory, including the Victrola and the pearls and the emerald and those records of Oncle Julien's, all those old Victrola songs, and the dress in the attic in the box which had belonged to ancient Evelyn. She turned her face this time into the water, thinking that it was probably washing the blood away from her and off her hand. No, didn't mind the cold water. Never had. She just minded the pain, the awful sharpening and grinding pain. You think life is worth it? I don't know. What do you think? This pain, it's not particularly unusual, you know, to feel pain like this, to feel this suffering. It's nothing special, you know, it's just. I don't know if it's worth it. I really, really don't. 5. Mother was miserable now. She could not free herself from the tape that bound her arms. She struggled, and Emileth tossed in misery, listening to Mother cry. Mother was sickened by the soiled bed in which she lay. She turned her head to the side, and sickness came out of her mouth. The world of Emileth trembled. Emileth ached for Mother. If only Mother knew that she was there. But Mother did not. Mother had screamed and screamed, but no one had come. Mother had gone into a rage and torn at the tape, but it had not come loose. Mother slept for long periods and dreamed strange dreams, and then woke and cried again. When Mother looked out the distant windows, Emileth saw the city of towers and lights. She heard what Mother heard, the airplanes above and the cars far below, and she saw the clouds. And when Mother knew the names of these things, so did Emileth. Mother cursed this place. She cursed herself. She said prayers to humans who were dead. Father had told Emileth who these humans were, and that they could never help Mother. The dead lie beyond, Father said. He had been with the dead, and he did not want to be with them again, until his time came. It would come, but by that time he and Emileth would have multiplied and subdued the earth. The earth would be for their children. We have come again at the perfect moment. Never has the world been so prepared. In the distant past, survival was too difficult for us, but not so now. We are the meek. We shall inherit the earth. Emileth prayed Father would come back.
Father would free Mother from the bed, and Mother would not cry any more. Father loved Mother. He had said, "Remember, I love her. We need her. She has the milk, and without the milk you cannot grow to full height." Emeleth waited to rise out of this dark place and stretch her limbs, and grow and walk and smile, and be in Father's arms. Poor Mother. Mother was in pain. More and more, Mother slept. It was lonely and still in the room when Mother slept. Deeper and deeper, Mother slept. Emeleth was frightened. Mother would not wake. She rolled over and reached out to touch the edges of the world. She saw the light dying all around her. Ah, but it was only twilight again, and the buildings came on full of light. Soon Emeleth would see light for what it really was. See it distinctly, Father had said, and it was glorious. The dead don't know light, Father had said. The dead know confusion. Emeleth opened her mouth and tried to make words. She pressed on the roof of the world. She pushed and turned inside Mother. But Mother slept, tired and hungry and all alone. Maybe it was for the best that she dreamed now and knew no fear. Poor Mother. 6. Yuri had to go to Aaron Leitner. It was as simple as that. He had to leave the Talamasca now, no matter what orders he had been given, and he had to seek out Aaron in the city of New Orleans and find out what had happened in recent months to so distress his beloved mentor and friend. As the car pulled away from the gates of the Mother House, Yuri knew he might never be inside those walls again. The Talamasca was unforgiving to those who disobeyed orders, and Yuri could not plead ignorance of the Talamasca's rules. Yet it was so simple, this departure, driving away in the muffled gray solitude of the cold morning, leaving behind this blessed place outside London where Yuri had spent so much of his life. Yuri pondered this, and he pondered his remarkable lack of conflict or doubt. Indeed, he tried to assume a responsible man's uncertainty, and to review his actions from a moral and logical standpoint as a good man should do. But Yuri had made his decision, or rather the elders had made it for him, when they had ordered him to cease all contact with Aaron, when they had told him that the file on the Mayfair witches was now closed. Something bad had happened with the Mayfair witches, something bad that had hurt and discouraged Aaron, and Yuri was going to Aaron. In a way, it was the simplest thing Yuri had ever done. Yuri was a Serbian gypsy, tall, dark-skinned, with very dark eyelashes and large, jet-black eyes. His hair was slightly wavy, but cut too short for one to notice. Slender and spry in appearance, he presented a rather narrow figure in his usual careless wool jacket, soft-collared knit shirt, and wrinkled khaki pants. His eyes had a slight upward tilt to them at the outside edges, and his face was squarish with a pleasant, often smiling mouth. In many a country from India to Mexico he passed for a native. Even in Cambodia and in Thailand he went unnoticed. There was that bit of Asia in his features and his smooth golden complexion, and perhaps even in his quiet manner. His bosses in the Talamasca called him the Invisible Man. Yuri was the premier investigator for the Talamasca. He had belonged to the secret order of psychic detectives since he was a child. Though he himself possessed no unusual mental powers, he worked unfailingly well with the Talamasca's exorcists, mediums, seers, and sorcerers on their various cases worldwide. He was a most effective tracer of missing persons, a tireless and accurate gatherer of information, a spy in the normal world, a natural and infallible private eye. He loved the Talamasca. There was nothing he would not do for the order, no risk that he would not take. Seldom, if ever, did he ask questions about his assignments. He did not seek to understand the full scope of what he did. He worked only for Aaron Leitner or David Talbot, very high-placed in the order, and it pleased him that they sometimes quarreled over Yuri, so well did he do his work. In a smooth, unhurried voice, Yuri spoke a score of languages with scarcely a trace of an accent. He'd learnt English, Russian, and Italian with his mother, and her men, before he was 8 years old. When a child learns that much language very early, he has a great advantage, not only in the realm of linguistics, but in the realm of logic and imagistic thought. Yuri's mind was inherently agile, and not secretive by nature, though much of his life he had repressed his natural talkativeness, and only now and then let it come forth. Yuri had many other advantages from the time of his mother. That she'd been clever, effortlessly beautiful, and a bit devil-may-care. She had always earned plenty from her male companions, yet was a social being, chatting with the employees in the hotels where she entertained her men, and having other women friends with whom to spend an afternoon at a cafe, talking rapidly over coffee or English tea. Her men had never been mean to Yuri. Many never saw Yuri at all, and those who were long-time companions were always nice to him. Otherwise Yuri's mother would never have had them around. He had flourished in this atmosphere of kindness and general indulgent disorganization, learning to read early almost entirely from magazines and newspapers, and loving to roam the streets. When the gypsies got Yuri, that was when his bitterness and his silence began, and he never forgot that they had been his own kinsmen, his cousins, this band of thieves who bought children and dragged them to Paris and to Rome to steal. They had got their hands on Yuri after his mother's death in her native village in Serbia, a miserable place to which she had retreated as soon as she realized she was going to die. Years later, Yuri tried to find the little village and what was left of that family, but he could not retrace that journey northward through Italy and into Serbia. His memory of those traveling days had been maimed by suffering, the knowledge that his mother was in great pain and laboring for every breath, that he was in a strange land, and that he might soon be alone. Why had he stayed with the gypsies for so long? Why had he been such a good little pickpocket, dancing and clamoring around the tourists and snatching the wallets from them, as he'd been taught to do? What was wrong in his head that he did that? The question would probably torment him till the day he died. Of course they had beaten him, starved him, taunted and threatened him, caught him twice when he tried to run away, and finally convinced him they would kill him if he tried again. They had also been tender at times and persuasive, full of promises. All that was true, too. But at 9 years old, Yuri should have known better. That's what he figured. His mother, even in childhood, would not have been such a fool. No pimp had ever enslaved Yuri's mother. No man had ever intimidated her, though she had fallen in love now and then, at least for a little while. As for Yuri's father, Yuri never knew that man, but he knew of him, an American from Los Angeles and rich. Before Yuri and his mother had left Rome on that last journey together, she had hidden in a safe deposit box the passport of Yuri's father, along with some money, some photographs, and a fine Japanese watch. That was all they had left of Yuri's father, who had died when Yuri was only 2. Yuri was 10 before he managed to reclaim those old treasures. The gypsies had had him stealing in Paris for months, and then in Venice, and in Florence, and only as winter came on had they gone to Rome. When he beheld the Eternal City, the city he had known with his mother, Yuri seized his opportunity. He knew where to go. In the middle of a Sunday morning, while the gypsy thieves worked the crowds of Vatican Square, he made his bid for freedom, diving right into a taxi with a wallet of newly stolen money, and soon was making his way through the crowded tourist cafes of the Via Veneto, looking for rich company as his mother had always so gracefully done. It was no mystery to Yuri that there were men who preferred little boys to women, and he had learnt much from example, having watched his mother often through the keyhole or the crack in the door. It was quite obvious to him that to be an initiator can be easier than to be passive, and that if intimacy with strangers occurs in an atmosphere of graciousness, it is not so hard to bear. Another advantage, perhaps, was that he was by nature as affectionate as his mother, and now he would call upon that, for he needed it, and it had always worked so well for her.
He was lean from the miserable diet allowed him by his captors, but his teeth were very straight, and he had managed to keep them very white. That his voice was beautiful he had no doubt. Practicing his smile before the mirror of a public lavatory, he then struck out to try it upon the companions of his choice. He proved an excellent judge of character. Except for a couple of little mistakes, he was soon back in his mother's element, among the familiar accoutrements of fine hotel rooms, quietly grateful for the delicious hot showers, and the scrumptious room-service suppers, rattling off with convincing ease and a little bitter laughter whatever story was necessary to satisfy the questions of his bed-partners and release from the constraints of conscience their obvious and predictable and entirely manageable desires. To one he said he was Hindu, to another Portuguese, and even once that he was American. His parents were tourists on vacation, he said, who left him to shop and to wander. Yes, if the nice gentleman wanted to buy him clothes in the lobby shops, he was delighted to accept this. His parents would never notice. Don't even think about it. As for books and magazines, yes, indeed, and chocolate. He loved it. His smiles and expressions of thanks were a mixture of art and truth. He translated for his customers when they required it. He carried their bundles for them. He took them by taxi to the Villa Borghese, one of his favorite places, and showed them all the murals and statues and special things he liked. He did not even count the money they paid him, slipping it into his pocket with a bright smile and a little knowing wink. But he lived in terror that the gypsies would spot him and reclaim him. He was so afraid of it that it took the breath out of him. He stayed indoors as much as he could. Sometimes he stood shivering with fear in alleyways, smoking a cigarette and cursing to himself, and wondering if he dared leave Rome. The gypsies had been headed to Naples. Maybe they were gone. Sometimes he hung about the hotel corridors, eating what he could from the leftovers on the room service trays set outside the doors. But things became easier and easier. He learned to ask about sleeping the night through in a clean bed before he made his little deals. One sweet gray-haired American man bought him a camera simply because he inquired about such things, and a Frenchman gave him a portable radio, saying he was tired of carrying it around. 2 young Arabs bought him a heavy sweater in an English import shop. By the 10th day of his new freedom, his paper wealth was becoming too cumbersome for him. His pockets were bulging. He had even worked up his nerve to go into a fine restaurant at noon and order a meal for himself alone. "Mamma says I'm to eat my spinach," he said to the waiter in his best Italian. "You have spinach?" knowing full well that the spinach is one of the nicest things in a Roman restaurant, barely cooked as it is so that it is not bitter. The tender veal piccata was excellent. He left a large tip near his plate as he went out. But how long could this go on? On the 15th day of his adventure, perhaps it might have been slightly later, he came upon the man who was to change the course of his life. It was November now, and just getting cold. Yuri was in the Via Condotti, where he had bought himself a new cashmere scarf in one of the fashionable shops, not too far from the Spanish Steps. His camera was hanging from his shoulder. His radio was in his shirt pocket under his sweater. He was loaded with cash, smoking a cigarette and munching on popcorn from a small cellophane bag, as he strolled along, enjoying the early evening with the cafes full of lights and noisy Americans, not thinking too much about the gypsies now, as he had not seen them since his flight. The narrow street was for pedestrians only, and the pretty young girls were going home from work, walking arm in arm, as was their custom in Rome, or guiding their brightly painted Vespa scooters through the crowds to reach the nearby thoroughfares. Yuri was getting hungry. Popcorn wasn't enough. Maybe he would go into one of these restaurants. He'd ask for a table for him and his mother, wait an appropriate amount of time, and then order, being careful to display his money so that the waiter would think he was rich. As he tried to make up his mind on this matter, licking the salt from the popcorn off his lips and crushing out his cigarette, he saw a man at a cafe table, hunched over a half-empty glass and a carafe of wine. A man in his 20s, it was, with shoulder-length shaggy hair but fine tailored clothes. This indicated a young American, not a penniless hippie,
And yes, there was a very expensive Japanese camera on the table beside the man, and a notebook and a valise. Indeed, the man was apparently trying to write in the leather-covered notebook, but each time he would take pen in hand and jot a few words, he would begin to cough painfully, just the way that Yuri's mother had coughed on that last journey, each shudder sending a flash of pain through his features so that his eyes squinched shut and then opened as if in disbelief that something so simple could hurt so much. Yuri watched him. Not only was this person sick, he was cold. He was shivering. He was also drunk. This repelled Yuri slightly because it made him think of his gypsy masters who were always drunk. And Yuri by nature hated to be muddled, and so had his mother, whose only addiction was coffee as far as he could ever recall. But in spite of this drunkenness, everything else about the man drew Yuri. His helplessness, his obvious youth, his clear despair. The man tried to write a little more. Then he looked about, as if he knew he must seek some warm place now that the evening had come down full upon him. And then he lifted his glass of dark red wine and drained it slowly and sat back, giving another one of those agonizing coughs which shook his narrow shoulders and left him sagging against the back of the iron chair. About 25, perhaps, was this man. His shaggy hair was clean. He wore a wool vest under his blue jacket and over his white shirt and silk tie. And surely, if he had not been so drunk and so sick, this man would have been fair game. Good game. Only he was sick, and it ripped at Yuri's heart the way he sat there, so obviously miserable, and seemingly incapable of moving, though he wanted to move. Yuri cast an eye around. He saw no gypsies, nor anyone who might be a gypsy. He saw no police. It would be no problem at all to help this poor man get off the streets and into some place warm. He went up to the table. He said in English, "You're cold. Let me help you to a taxi. You can get a taxi up there by the Piazza di Spagna. You can go to your hotel." The man gazed at him as if he could not understand the English. Yuri bent down and put his hand on the man's shoulder. The man was feverish. The man's eyes were bloodshot. But what an interesting face he had. The bones of his face were very large, especially the cheekbones, and the high lobes of the forehead. And how very fair was this man! Perhaps Yuri had been wrong, and this was a Swede or a Norwegian who did not understand English. But then the man said, "Little man," softly, and smiled. "My little man." "I am a little man," said Yuri, squaring his shoulders. He gave a smile and a wink with his right eye. But in fact a thrill of pain passed through him, because this was exactly the phrase his mother had always used to him, and this stranger had said it in the very same way. "Let me help you," said Yuri. He took the man's right hand, which lay lifeless and wet on the table. "You're so cold." The man tried to speak again, but he began to cough. Yuri stiffened. He feared suddenly that the man would cough blood. The man took out a handkerchief, awkwardly as if he could scarce manage the gesture, and covered his face with it. He shuddered in perfect silence, as if swallowing everything: blood, noise, pain. Then, in a curiously awkward and lopsided fashion, he tried to get to his feet. Yuri took command. He slung his arm around the man's narrow waist, and pulled him gently up and off through the crowd of iron tables with the chattering tourists, and then he helped him slowly and patiently along the beautiful, clean Via Condotti, past the bright flower stands and the open shops. It was now dark. When they reached the traffic rushing before the Spanish Steps, the man whispered that there was a hotel just at the top. He did not know if he could make that climb. Yuri debated. A taxi ride round and about would take a long time, but that was best for this man, for the climb might really hurt him. Yuri flagged a taxi. He gave quick directions. "Yes, the Hassler," said the man with great relief, sinking down against the seat, his eyes rolling up in his head suddenly, as if he were going to die then and there. But when they reached the familiar lobby, where Yuri had played often as a child, but not enough to be remembered by the aloof and critical-looking employees,
It seemed the man had no room there, only a great wad of Italian money and an impressive packet of international credit cards. In smooth and easy Italian, broken only by a few coughs, the man explained that he wanted a suite, his right arm all the while heavily draped over Yuri's shoulder, no explanation for Yuri's presence as he leaned upon Yuri, as if it weren't for Yuri, he would fall. On the bed he collapsed and lay silent for a long time. A faint, warm, stagnant odor rose from him, and his eyes slowly opened and closed. Yuri ordered soup from room service, bread and butter, wine. He didn't know what else to do for this man. The man lay there smiling at him, as if he found something in Yuri's manner endearing. Yuri knew that expression. His mother had often looked at him in that way. Yuri went into the bathroom to smoke a cigarette, so the smoke would not bother the man. When the soup came, he fed the man spoon by spoon. The room was nice and warm, and he did not mind lifting the wine-glass to the man's lips. It made him feel good to see the man eat. His own hunger in recent months among the gypsies had been a terrible, terrible thing to him, something he'd never known as a little child. Only when some of the wine trickled down the man's badly shaven chin did Yuri realize that part of this man's body was paralyzed. The man tried to move his right arm and hand, but couldn't. Indeed, it had been with his left hand that he'd been trying to write in the cafe, Yuri realized, and with his left hand that he had taken his money from his pocket downstairs, and that was why he had dropped it. The arm placed around Yuri had been useless, almost impossible to control. Half the man's face was paralyzed as well. "What can I do for you?" Yuri asked in Italian. "Shall I call a doctor?" "You must have a doctor." "What about your family? Can you tell me how to call them?" "Talk to me," said the man in Italian. "Stay with me. Don't go away." "Talk? But why? What should I say?" "Tell me stories," said the man softly in Italian. "Tell me who you are and where you come from. Tell me your name." Yuri made up a story. This time he was from India, the son of a Maharaja. His mother had run away with him. They had been kidnapped by murderous men in Paris. Yuri had only just escaped. He said all these things rapidly and lightly, with little or no feeling, and he realized the man was smiling at him. The man knew he was making it up, and as the man smiled and even laughed a little, Yuri began to embellish, making the tale all the more fantastic and slightly silly, and as surprising as possible, loving to see the flash of good humor in the man's eyes. Yuri's make-believe mother had had a fabulous jewel in her possession, a giant ruby which the Maharaja must have back. But his mother had hid it in a safe deposit box in Rome, and when the murderer strangled her and threw her body in the Tiber, she shouted with her last gasp of breath to Yuri that he must never tell where it was. He had then hopped into a little Fiat automobile and made a spectacular escape from his captors. And when he got the jewel, he had discovered the most amazing thing. It was no jewel at all, but a tiny box, with a spring lock and little hinges, and inside lay a vial of fluid which gave one eternal health and youth. Yuri stopped suddenly. A great sinking feeling came over him. Indeed, he thought he was going to be sick. In a panic, he continued, speaking in the same voice. "Of course it was too late for my mother. She was dead and gone into the Tiber. But the fluid can save the whole world." He looked down. The man was smiling at him from the pillow, his hair matted and damp on his forehead and on his neck, his shirt soiled around the collar from this dampness, his tie loose. "Would it save me?" asked the man. "Oh, yes," said Yuri. "Yes, but—" "Your captors took it," said the man. "Yes, they crept up behind me right in the lobby of the bank. They snatched it from my fingers. I ran to the bank guard. I seized his pistol. I shot 2 of them dead on the floor. But the other ran with the jewel. And the tragedy, the horror, yes, the horror, is that he does not know what is in it. He will probably sell it to some peddler. He does not know. The Maharaja never told the evil men why he wanted my mother brought back." Yuri stopped. How could he have said such a thing? a fluid that would give one eternal youth. And here this young man was sick unto death, maybe even dying, unable to move his right arm, though he tried again and again to lift it. How could Yuri have said it? And he thought of his own mother, dead on the little bed in Serbia, and the gypsies coming in and saying they were his cousins and uncles. Liars. And the filth there. The filth. Surely she would never have left him there if she had dreamed of what was going to happen. A cold fury filled him. "Tell me about the Maharaja's palace," said the man softly. "Oh, yes, the palace. Well, it's made entirely of white marble." With a great soft relief Yuri pictured it. He talked of the floors, the carpets, the furniture. And after that he told many stories about India and Paris and fabulous places he had been. When he woke, it was early morning. He was seated at the window with his arms folded on the sill. He had been sleeping that way, his head on his arms. The great sprawling city of Rome lay under a gray, hazy light. Noises rose from the narrow streets below. He could hear the thunder of all those tiny motor cars rushing to and fro. He looked at the man. The man was staring at him. For a moment he thought the man was dead. Then the man said softly, "Yuri, you must make a call for me now." Yuri nodded. He noted silently that he had not told this man his name. Well, perhaps he'd used it in the stories. It didn't matter. He brought the phone from the bedside table and, climbing on the bed beside the man, he repeated the name and number to the operator. The call was to a man in London. When he answered, it was in English, what Yuri knew to be an educated voice. Yuri relayed the message as the sick man lay there speaking softly and spiritlessly in Italian. "I am calling for your son, Andrew. He is very sick. Very. He is in the Hotel Hassler in Rome. He asks that you come to him. He says he can no longer come to you." The man on the other end switched quickly into Italian, and the conversation went on for some time. "No, sir," Yuri argued, obeying Andrew's instructions. "He says he will not see a doctor." "Yes, sir, he will remain here." Yuri gave the room number. "I will see that he eats, sir." Yuri described the man's condition as best he could with the man listening to him. He described the apparent paralysis. He knew the father was frantic with worry. The father would take the next plane for Rome. "I'll try to persuade him to see a doctor. Yes, sir." "Thank you, Yuri," said the man on the other end of the line. And once again, Yuri realized he had not told this man his name. "Please do stay with him," said the man, "and I shall be there as soon as I possibly can." "Don't worry," said Yuri. "I won't leave." As soon as he'd rung off, he put forth the argument again. "No doctors," said Andrew. "If you pick up that phone and call for a doctor, I'll jump from this window. Do you hear? No doctors. It's much too late for that." Yuri was speechless. He felt that he might burst into tears. He remembered his mother coughing as they sat together on the train going into Serbia. Why had he not forced her to see a doctor? Why? "Talk to me, Yuri," said the man. "Make up stories. Or you can tell me about her if you wish. Tell me about your mother." "I see her. I see her beautiful black hair. The doctor wouldn't have helped her, Yuri. She knew it. Talk to me, please." A faint chill passed over Yuri as he looked into the man's eyes. He knew the man was reading his thoughts. Yuri's mother had told him of gypsies who could do this. Yuri did not have this talent himself. His mother had claimed to have it, but Yuri had not believed it. He had never seen any real evidence of it. He felt a deep hurt, thinking of her on the train, and he wanted to believe that it had been too late for a doctor. But he would never know for sure. The knowledge numbed him and made him feel utterly silent and black inside, and cold. "I'll tell you stories if you will eat some breakfast," said Yuri. "I'll order something hot for you." The man stared again listlessly, and then he smiled. "All right, little man," he said. "Anything you say, but no doctor. Call for the food from right here. And Yuri, if I don't speak again, remember this. Don't let the gypsies get you again. Ask my father to help you when he comes." The father did not arrive until evening. Yuri was in the bathroom with the man, and the man was vomiting into the toilet and clinging to Yuri's neck so that he did not fall. The vomit had blood in it. Yuri had a time of it holding him, the wretched smell of the vomit sickening him, but he held tight to the man. Then he looked up and saw the figure of the father, white-haired, though not so very old, and plainly rich. Beside him stood a bellhop of the hotel. "Ah, so this is the father," thought Yuri, and a quiet burst of anger heated him for a moment, and then left him feeling oddly listless and unable to move. How well-groomed was this man with his thick, wavy white hair, and what fine clothes he had! He came forward and took his son by the shoulders, and Yuri stepped back. The young bellhop also gave his assistance. They placed Andrew on the bed. Andrew reached out frantically for Yuri. He called Yuri's name. "I'm here, Andrew," said Yuri. "I won't leave you. You mustn't worry. Now let your father call the doctor, please, Andrew. Do as your father says." He sat beside the sick man, one knee bent, holding the man's hand and looking into his face. The sick man's stubbly beard was thicker now, coarse and brownish, and his hair gave off the smell of sweat and grease. Yuri struggled not to cry. Would the father blame him that he had not called a doctor? He did not know. The father was talking to the bellhop. Then the bellhop went away, and the father sat in a chair and merely looked at his son. The father didn't seem sad or alarmed, so much as merely worried in a mild sort of way. He had kindly blue eyes, and hands with large knuckles, and heavy blue veins. Old hands. Andrew dozed for a long time. Then he asked again for Yuri to tell him the story about the Maharaja's palace. Yuri was distressed by the father's presence, but he blotted out the presence of the father. This man was dying, and the father was not calling a doctor. He was not insisting upon it. What, in the name of God, was wrong with this father that he did not take care of his son? But if Andrew wanted to hear the story again, fine. He remembered once his mother had been with a very old German man in the Hotel Danieli for many days. When one of her women friends had asked how she could stand such an old man, she'd said, "He's kind to me, and he's dying. I would do anything to make it easy for him." And Yuri remembered the expression in her eyes when they had come at last to that miserable village, and the gypsies told her that her own mother was already dead. Yuri told all about the Maharaja. He told about his elephants and their beautiful saddles of red velvet trimmed in gold. He told about his harem, of which Yuri's mother had been the queen. He told about a game of chess that he and his mother played for 5 long years, with nobody winning, as they sat at a richly draped table beneath a mangrove tree. He told about his little brothers and sisters. He told about a pet tiger on a golden chain. Andrew was sweating terribly. Yuri went for a washcloth from the bathroom, but the man opened his eyes and cried out for him. He hurried back and wiped the man's forehead, and then all of his face. The father never moved. What the hell was wrong with this father? Andrew tried to touch Yuri with his left hand, but it seemed he could not move that hand either now. Yuri felt a sudden panic. Firmly he lifted the man's hand and stroked his own face with the man's fingers, and he saw the man smile. About a half-hour after that, the man lapsed into sleep, and then died. Yuri was watching him. He saw it happen. The chest ceased to move. The eyelids opened a fraction. Then nothing more. He glanced at the father. The father sat there with his eyes riveted upon the son. Yuri dared not move. Then at last the father came over to the bed, and stood looking down upon Andrew, and then he bent and kissed Andrew's forehead. Yuri was amazed. No doctor, and now he kisses him, he thought angrily. He could feel his own face twisting up. He knew he was going to cry, and he couldn't stop it. And suddenly he was crying.
He went into the bathroom, blew his nose with toilet tissue, and took out a cigarette, packing it on the back of his hand, shoving it in his mouth and lighting it, even though his lips were quivering, and he began to smoke in hasty but delicious gulps as the tears clouded up his eyes. In the room, beyond the door, there was much noise. People came and went. Yuri leaned against the white tile, smoking cigarette after cigarette. He soon stopped crying. He drank a glass of water and stood there, arms folded, thinking, I ought to slip away. The hell he would ask this man for help against the gypsies. The hell he would ask him for anything. He'd wait until they had finished all their commotion in there, and then slip out. If anyone questioned him, he would give some clever little excuse and then be off. No problem. No problem at all. Maybe he'd leave Rome. Don't forget the safe deposit box, said the father. Yuri jumped. The white-haired man was standing in the door. Behind him the room appeared to be empty. The body of Andrew had been taken away. What do you mean? Demanded Yuri in Italian. What are you saying to me? Your mother left it for you, with your father's passport and money. She wanted you to have it. I no longer have the key. We'll go to the bank. We'll explain. I don't want anything from you, said Yuri furiously. I can do well on my own. He made to move past the man, but the man caught his shoulder, and the man's hand was surprisingly strong for such an old hand. Yuri, please. Andrew wanted me to help you. You let him die. Some father you are. You sat there and you let him die. Yuri shoved the man off balance, and was about to make his getaway when the man caught him around the waist. I'm not really his father, Yuri, he said, as he set Yuri down and pushed him gently against the wall. The man collected himself somewhat. He straightened the lapels of his coat, and he gave a long sigh. He looked calmly at Yuri. We belong to an organization. In that organization he thought of me as his father, but I wasn't really his father. And he came to Rome in order to die. It was his wish to die here. I did what he wanted. If he had wanted anything else done, he would have told me. But all he asked of me was that I take care of you. Again, mind-reading. So clever, these men. What were they? A bunch of rich gypsies? Yuri sneered. He folded his arms and dug his heel into the carpet and looked at the man suspiciously. I want to help you, the man said. You're better than the gypsies who stole you. I know, said Yuri. He thought of his mother. Some people are better than others. Much better. Exactly. Bolt now, he thought. And he tried it, but once again the man tackled him and held him tight. Yuri was strong for 10, and this was an old man, but it was no good. Give up just for a moment, Yuri, said the man. Give up long enough for us to go to the bank and open the deposit box. Then we can decide what to do. And Yuri was soon crying and letting the man lead him out of the hotel and into the waiting car, a fine German sedan. The bank was vaguely familiar to Yuri, but the people inside it were perfect strangers. Yuri watched in keen amazement as the white-haired Englishman explained everything, and soon the deposit box was opened, and Yuri was presented with the contents. Several passports, the Japanese watch of his father, a thick envelope of lira and American dollars, and a packet of letters, one of which at least was addressed to his mother at a Rome address. Yuri found himself powerfully excited to see these things, to touch them, to be close again in his mind to the moment when he and his mother had come here, and she had placed everything in the box. After the bankmen put all these articles into brown envelopes for him, he held these envelopes to his chest. The Englishman led him back out and into the car, and within minutes they were making another stop. It was a small office where the Englishman greeted a person familiar to him. Yuri saw a camera on a tripod. The man gestured for Yuri to stand in front of it. For what? He asked sharply. He was still holding the brown envelopes. He stared angrily at the white-haired man and his friendly companion, who laughed now at Yuri as if Yuri were cute. For another passport, said the Englishman in Italian. None of those you have is exactly right. This is no passport office, said Yuri contemptuously. We arrange our own passports, said the man. We like it better that way. What name do you want to have? Or will you leave this to me? I would like you to cooperate, and then you can come to Amsterdam with me and see if you like it. No, said Yuri. He remembered Andrew saying no doctors. No police, said Yuri. No orphanages, no convents, no authorities. No. He rattled off several other terms he knew for such persons in Italian and Romanian and Russian. It all meant the same thing. No jail, he said. No, none of that, said the man patiently. You can come with me to our house in Amsterdam, and go and come as you like. This is a safe place, our house in Amsterdam. You will have a room of your own. A safe place, a room of his own. But who are you? Asked Yuri. Our name is the Talamasca, the man said. We are scholars, students, if you please. We accumulate records. We are responsible for bearing witness to things. That is, we feel we are responsible. It's what we do. I'll explain all to you on the plane. Mind readers, said Yuri. Yes, said the man, and outcasts and lonely ones, and ones sometimes who have no one else, and people who are better sometimes than others, much better sometimes, like you. My name is Aaron Leitner. I wish you would come with me. In the mother house in Amsterdam, Yuri made certain that he could escape any time he wanted. He checked and rechecked the many unlocked doors. The room was small, immaculate, with a window over the canal and the cobblestoned quays. He loved it. He missed the bright light of Italy. This was a dimmer place, northern like Paris, but that was all right. Inside were warm fires and soft couches and chairs for dozing, firm beds and lots of good food. The streets of Amsterdam pleased him, because the many old houses of the 1600s were built right against each other, making long stretches of solid and beautiful facades. He liked the steep gables of the houses. He liked the elm trees. He liked the clean-smelling clothing he was given, and he came to even like the cold. People with cheerful faces came and went from the mother house. There was steady day-to-day talk of the elders, though who these people were, Yuri didn't know. You want to ride a bike, Yuri? Asked Aaron. Yuri tried it. Taking his cue from the other riders, young and old, he rode the bike like a demon through the streets. Still Yuri wouldn't talk. Then, after constant prodding, he told the story of the Maharaja. No, tell me what really happened, asked Aaron. Why should I tell you anything? Yuri demanded. I don't know why I came here with you. It had been a year since he had spoken real truth about himself to anyone. He had not even told Andrew the real truth. Why tell this man? And suddenly, denying that he had any need of telling the truth, or confiding, or explaining, he began to do both. He told all about his mother, about the gypsies, about everything. He talked and talked. The night wore on and became the morning, and still Aaron Leitner sat across from him at the table listening, and Yuri talked and talked and talked. And when he finished, he knew Aaron Leitner, and Aaron Leitner knew him. It was decided that Yuri would not leave the Talamasca, at least not right then. For 6 years, Yuri went to school in Amsterdam. He lived in the Talamasca house, spent most of his time on his studies, and worked after school and on weekends for Aaron Leitner, entering records into the computer, looking up obscure references in the library, sometimes merely running errands. Deliver this to the post office, pick up this important box. He came to realize that the elders were in fact all around him, rank-and-file members of the order, but nobody knew who they were. It worked like this. Once you became an elder, you didn't tell anybody that you were. And it was forbidden to ask a person, "Are you an elder?" or "Do you know whether or not Aaron is an elder?" It was forbidden to speculate on such matters in one's mind. The elders knew who the elders were. The elders communicated with everyone via the computers and the fax machines in the mother house. Indeed, any member,
even an unofficial member like Yuri, could talk to the elders whenever he chose. In the dead of night, he could boot up his computer, write a long letter to the elders, and sometime later that very morning an answer would come to him through the computer printer, flowing out page after page. This meant, of course, that there were many elders, and that some of them were always on call. The elders had no real personality as far as Yuri could detect, no real voice in their communications, except that they were kindly and attentive, and they knew everything, and often they revealed that they knew all about Yuri, maybe even about things of which he himself was unsure. It fascinated Yuri, this silent communication with the elders. He began to ask them about many things. They never failed to answer. In the morning, when Yuri went down to breakfast in the refectory, he looked around him and wondered who was an elder, who here in this room had answered his letter this very night. Of course, his communication might have gone to Rome for all he knew. Indeed, elders were everywhere in every mother house, and all you knew was that they were the old ones, the experienced ones, the ones who really ran the order, though the superior general, appointed by them, and answerable only to them, was the official head. When Aaron relocated to London, it was a sad day for Yuri, because the house in Amsterdam had been his only permanent home. But he would not be separated from Aaron, and so they left the Amsterdam mother house together, and went to live in the big house outside London, which was also beautiful and warm and safe. Yuri came to love London. When he learnt that he was to go to school at Oxford, he was delighted by this decision, and he spent 6 years there, coming home often on weekends, wallowing as it were in the life of the mind. By the age of 26, Yuri was ready to become a serious member of the order. There was not the slightest doubt in his mind. He welcomed the travel assignments given him by Aaron and David. Soon he was receiving travel instructions directly from the elders, and he was making out his reports to them on the computer when he returned. "Assignment from the elders," he would say to Aaron on leaving. Aaron never questioned it, and never seemed particularly surprised. Always, wherever he went and whatever he did, Yuri talked on the phone long distance to Aaron. Yuri was also devoted to David Talbot, but it was no secret that David Talbot was old and tired of the order, and might soon step down as superior general, or even be politely asked by the elders to resign the post. Aaron was the one to whom Yuri responded. Aaron was the one about whom Yuri cared. Yuri knew that between him and Aaron there was a special bond. For Yuri, it was the powerful, irrational love that forms its roots in childhood, in loneliness, in ineradicable memories of tenderness and rescue, a love that no one but the recipient can destroy. Aaron is my father, Yuri thought, just as Aaron must have been a father to Andrew, who had died in the hotel in Rome. As Yuri grew older, he was away more of the time. He loved to wander on his own. He was most comfortable when anonymous. He needed to hear different languages around him, to submerge himself in giant cities teeming with people of all ranks and ages. When he was so immersed, with his individuality an entirely private and unrecognized matter, he felt most alive. But almost every day of his life, wherever he was, Yuri spoke to Aaron by phone. Aaron never chided Yuri for this dependence. Indeed, Aaron was always open and ready for Yuri, and as the years passed, Aaron began to confide to Yuri more of his own feelings, his own little disappointments and hopes. Sometimes they talked in a guarded way about the elders, and Yuri could not discern from the conversation whether Aaron was an elder or not. Of course, Yuri wasn't supposed to know if Aaron was an elder, but Yuri was almost certain Aaron was. If Aaron wasn't an elder, then who were the elders? For Aaron was one of the wisest and oldest men in the entire Talamasca worldwide. When Aaron stayed month after month in the United States investigating the Mayfair witches, Yuri was disappointed. He'd never known Aaron to be away from the mother house so long. When Christmas came near, a lonely time for Yuri as it is for so many, Yuri went into the computer and accessed the file on the Mayfair witches, printing it out in its entirety and studying it very carefully to get a grasp of what was keeping Aaron in New Orleans for so much time. Uri enjoyed the story of the Mayfair witches, but it aroused no special feeling in him any more than any other Talamasca-phile. He looked for a role to play. Could he perhaps gather information on Dunolaith for Erin? Otherwise, the totality of the story did not impress itself on his mind. The Talamasca files were filled with strange stories, some far stranger than this. The Talamasca itself held many mysteries. They had never been Uri's concern. The week before Christmas, the elders announced the resignation of David Talbot as Superior General, and that a man of German-Italian background, Anton Marcus, would take his place. No one in London knew Anton Marcus. Uri didn't know Anton. Uri's main concern was that he had never had the chance to tell David goodbye. There was some mystery surrounding David's disappearance, and, as often happens in the Talamasca, the members spoke of the elders, and the remarks were made reflecting puzzlement and resentment, and confusion as to how the order was organized and run. People wanted to know, would David remain an elder, assuming he had always been one, now that he was retired? Were elders made up of retired members as well as active ones? It seemed a bit medieval at times that no one knew. Uri had heard all this before. It only lasted a few days. Anton Marcus arrived the day after the announcement, and at once won everyone over with his charming manner and intimate knowledge of each member's history and background, and the London mother house was immediately at peace. Anton Marcus spoke after supper in the grand dining-room to all members. A man of large frame with smooth silver hair and thick gold-rimmed glasses, he had a clean corporate appearance to him and a smooth British accent of the kind which the Talamasca seemed to favor, an accent which Uri now possessed himself. Anton Marcus reminded everyone of the importance of secrecy and discretion regarding the elders. The elders are all around us. The elders cannot govern effectively if confronted and questioned. The elders perform best as an anonymous body in whom we all place our trust. Uri shrugged. When Uri went to his room one morning at 2 a.m., he found a communiqué from the elders in his printer. "We are pleased that you have gone out of your way to welcome Anton. We feel that Anton will be a superb superior general. If this adjustment is difficult for you, we are here." There was also an assignment for Uri. He was to go to Dubrovnik to pick up several important packages and take them to Amsterdam, then come home. Routine. Fun. Uri would have gone to spend Christmas with Erin in New Orleans, but Erin told him long distance that this was not possible, and that the investigation was at this point very discouraging, the most discouraging of his career. "What's happened with the Mayfair witches?" asked Uri. He explained to Erin that he had read the entire file. He asked if he might perform some small task in connection with the investigation. Erin said no. "Keep the faith, Uri," said Erin. "I'll see you when God wills." It was not like Erin to make such a statement. It was the first decisive signal to Uri that something was really wrong. Early on Christmas Eve in New Orleans, Erin called Uri in London. He said, "This is my most difficult time. There are things I want to do, and the order will not allow it. I have to remain here in the country, and I want to be in the town. What have I always taught you, Uri? That obeying the rules is of absolute importance. Would you repeat those words of advice to me?" "But what would you do if you could, Erin?" asked Uri. Erin said terrible trouble was about to happen to Rowan Mayfair, and that Rowan needed him, and he ought to go to her and do what he could. But the elders had forbidden it. The elders had told him to keep to the mother house of Oak Haven, and that he couldn't intervene. "Erin," said Uri, "all through the story of the Mayfair witches, we have tried, and failed, to intervene. Surely it's not safe for you to be close to these people, any more than it was for Stuart Townsend or Arthur Langtry, both of whom died as the result of their contact. What can you do?" Erin reluctantly agreed. Indeed, it had been a conversation of reconciling himself to the state of things. He mentioned that David and Anton were probably right to keep him out of the action, that Anton had inherited his position from David, and David had known the whole story. Nevertheless, it was hard. "I'm not sure about the merits of a life of watching from the sidelines," Aaron said. "I'm not sure at all. Perhaps I have always been waiting for a moment, and now the moment is at hand." This was strange, strange talk from Aaron. Yuri was deeply disturbed by it. But he had 2 new assignments from Anton, and off he went to India and then to Bali to photograph certain places and persons, and he was busy all the while, enjoying his wanderings as he always had. It was not till mid-January that Yuri heard from Aaron again. Aaron wanted Yuri to go to Dunolaith in Scotland, to discover whether or not a mysterious couple had been seen by anyone there. Yuri took down the notes hastily. "You are looking for Rowan Mayfair and a male companion, very tall, slender, dark hair." Yuri quietly realized what had happened. The ghost of the Mayfair family, the spirit which had haunted it for generations, had achieved some sort of passage into the visible world. Yuri didn't question this, but he was secretly excited by it. It seemed momentous as well as terrible, and he wanted to find this being. "That's what you want, isn't it? To find them? Are you sure the best place to begin is Dunolaith?" "It's the only place I know to begin right now," said Aaron. "These 2 individuals could be anywhere in Europe. They might even have returned to the United States." Yuri left for Dunolaith that night. There was that tone of deep discouragement to Aaron's words. Yuri typed out his notification of this assignment for the elders in the customary form, on the computer to be sent by fax instantly to Amsterdam. He told them what he had been asked to do, and that he was doing it, and off he went. Yuri had a good time in Dunolaith. Many people had seen the mysterious couple. Many people described the male companion. Yuri was even able to make a sketch. He was able to sleep in the same room which had been occupied by the couple, and he gathered fingerprints from all over it, though whose they were he could not possibly tell. "That was all right," said the elders to him in a special fax message from London to his hotel in Edinburgh. Top priority. That meant no expense was to be spared. If the mysterious couple had left behind any articles, Yuri was to find them. Meantime, he must be absolutely discreet. No one in Dunolaith was to know about this investigation. Yuri was slightly insulted. Yuri had always done things in such a way that people didn't know about it. He told the elders this. "We apologize," they said in their next fax. "Keep up the good work." As for Dunolaith, the place captured Yuri's imagination. For the first time, the Mayfair witches seemed real to him. As a matter of fact, the entire investigation acquired a luminescence for him which no investigation had ever had in the past. Yuri picked up the books and brochures sold for tourists. He photographed the ruins of the Dunolaith Cathedral and the new chapel only recently uncovered, with the sarcophagus of an unknown saint. He spent his last afternoon in Dunolaith, exploring the ruins until sunset, and that night he eagerly called Aaron from Edinburgh and told him all these feelings, and tried to draw from Aaron some statement about the mysterious couple and who they were. Could the male companion be the spirit Lasher, come into the world in some human guise? Aaron said that he was eager to explain everything, but now was not the time. Michael Curry, Rowan Mayfair's husband, had been nearly killed on Christmas Day in New Orleans, and Aaron wanted to stay close to him no matter what else was going on. When Yuri got back to London, he turned the fingerprints and photographs over to the laboratory for processing and classification, and he wrote up his full report to Aaron and sent it by fax to a number in the United States. He sent the customary full copy to the elders via fax to Amsterdam. He filed the hard copy, the actual printed pages, and went to sleep. That morning, when he tried to boot up the primary source material on the Mayfair witches, he realized the investigation had changed. All the primary sources, unedited testimony, inventories of items stored, photographs, pictures, etc., were closed. Indeed, the file on the Mayfair witches was closed. Yuri could find nothing by means of cross-reference. When Yuri finally reached Aaron to ask why this had happened, something curious occurred. Aaron clearly had not known the files had been marked confidential, but he did not want to reveal his surprise to Yuri. Aaron was angry and disconcerted. Yuri realized he had alarmed Aaron. That night Yuri wrote to the elders, "I request permission to join Aaron in this investigation, to go to New Orleans. I do not profess to understand the full scope of what has happened, nor do I need to understand it. But I feel the pressing need to be with Aaron." The elders said no. Within days, Yuri was pulled off the investigation. He was told that Eric Stoloff would take over, a seasoned expert in the field of these things, and that Yuri should take a little vacation in Paris for a while, as he would soon be going to Russia, where it was very dreary and cold. "Sending me to Siberia?" asked Yuri ironically, typing his questions into the computer. "What's happening with the Mayfair witches?" The answer came from Amsterdam that Eric would take care of all European activity on the Mayfair witches. And once again Yuri was advised to get some rest. He was also told that anything he knew about the Mayfair witches was confidential, and he must not discuss this matter even with Aaron. It was a standard admonition, advised the elders, where this sort of investigation was involved. "You know our nature," read the communiqué. "We do not intervene in things. We are cautious. We are watchers. Yet we have our principles. Now there is danger in this situation of an unprecedented sort. You must leave it to more experienced men like Eric. Aaron knows the elders have closed the records. You will not hear from him again." That was the disturbing sentence, the chain of words which had thrown everything off. You will not hear from him again. In the middle of the night, while the mother house slept in the sharp cold of winter, Yuri typed a message on the computer to the elders. "I find I cannot leave this investigation without mixed feelings. I am concerned about Aaron Leitner. He has not called me for weeks. I would like to contact Aaron. Please advise." Around 4 a.m., the fax awakened Yuri. The reply had come back from Amsterdam. "Yuri, let this matter alone. Aaron is in good hands. There are no better investigators than Eric Stoloff and Clement Norgan, both of whom are now assigned full-time to this case. This investigation is proceeding very rapidly, and some day you will hear the whole tale. Until then, all is secret. Do not ask to speak to Aaron again." Do not ask to speak to Aaron again? Yuri couldn't sleep after that. He went down into the kitchen. The kitchen was made up of several huge, cavernous rooms and full of the smell of baking bread. Only the night cooks worked, preparing this bread and pushing it into the huge ovens, and they took no notice of Yuri as he poured himself some coffee, with cream, and sat on a wooden bench by the fire. Yuri realized that he could not abide by this directive from the elders. He realized very simply that he loved Aaron, indeed, that he was so dependent upon Aaron that he could not think of life without him. It is a terrible thing to realize that you depend so much upon another, that your entire sense of well-being is connected to that one, that you need him, love him, that he is the chief witness of your life. Yuri was disappointed in himself and leery, but this was the realization. He went upstairs and quietly placed a long-distance call to Aaron. "The elders have told me not to talk to you directly any longer," he said. Aaron was astounded. "I'm coming," said Yuri. "This might mean expulsion," said Aaron. "We'll see. I will be in New Orleans as soon as I can." Yuri made his plane arrangements, packed his bags, and went down to wait for the car. Anton Marcus came down to see him, disheveled, in his dark blue robe and leather slippers, obviously just awakened from sleep. "You can't go, Yuri," he said. "This investigation is becoming more dangerous by the moment. Aaron doesn't understand it." He took Yuri into his office. "Our world has its own timekeeper," said Anton gently. "We are like the Vatican, if you will. A century or two. That is not long to us. We have watched the Mayfair witches for many centuries." "I know." "Now something has happened which we feared, and could not prevent. It presents immense danger to us and to others. We need you to remain here, to wait for orders, to do as you are told." "No, I'm sorry. I'm going to Aaron," said Yuri.
He got up and walked out. He did not think about this. He did not look back. He had no particular interest in Anton's emotional reaction. He did take a long farewell look at the mother house itself, but as the car went on towards Heathrow, there was really only one theme which played itself out in his mind, rather like a fugue. He saw Andrew dying in the hotel room in Rome. He saw Aaron sitting opposite him, Yuri at the table saying, "I am your friend." He saw his mother, too, dying in the village in Serbia. There was no conflict in him. He was going to Aaron. He knew that was what he had to do. 7. Lark was sound asleep when the plane landed in New Orleans. It startled him to discover that they were already at the gate. Indeed, people were disembarking. The stewardess was beaming down at him, his raincoat dangling from her graceful arm. He felt a little embarrassed for a moment, as though he had lost some precious advantage. Then he was on his feet. He had a terrible headache, and he was hungry, and then the searing excitement of this mystery, this Rowan Mayfair offspring mystery, came back to him in the shape of a great burden. How could a rational man be expected to explain such a thing? What time was it? 8 a.m. in New Orleans. That meant it was only 6 a.m. back on the coast. Immediately he saw the white-haired man waiting for him, and realized it was Leitner before the man clasped his hand and said his own name. Very personable old guy, gray suit and all. "Dr. Larkin, there's been a family emergency. Neither Ryan nor Pierce Mayfair could be here. Let me take you to your hotel. Ryan will be in touch with us as soon as he can." Same British polish that Lark had admired so much over the phone. "Glad to see you, Mr. Leitner, but I have to tell you, I had a run-in with one of your colleagues in San Francisco. Not so good." Leitner was clearly surprised. They walked up the concourse together, Leitner's profile rather grave for a moment and distant. "Who was this, I wonder?" he said with unconcealed annoyance. He looked tired, as if he had not slept all night. Lark was feeling better now. The headache was dissipating. He was fantasizing about coffee and sweet rolls, and a dinner reservation at Commander's Palace, and maybe an afternoon nap. And then he thought of the specimens. He thought of Rowan. That embarrassing excitement overcame him, and with it an ugly feeling of being involved in something unwholesome, something all wrong. "Our hotel is only a few blocks from Commander's Palace," said Leitner easily. "We can take you there this evening. Maybe we can persuade Michael to go with us. There has been an emergency, something to do with Ryan's family. Otherwise Ryan would have been here himself. But this colleague of mine, can you tell me what happened? Do you have luggage?" "No, just my valise here, loaded for a one-night stand." Like most surgeons, Lark liked being up at this hour. If he were back in San Francisco, he'd be in surgery right now. He was feeling better with every step he took. They proceeded towards the bright, warm daylight and the busy gathering of cabs and limousines beyond the glass doors. It wasn't terribly cold here. No, not as bitingly cold as San Francisco, not at all. But the light was the real difference. There was more of it, and the air stood motionless around you. Kind of nice. "This colleague," said Lark, said his name was Eric Stoloff. He demanded to know where the specimens were. "Is that so?" said Leitner with a slight frown. He gestured to the left, and one of the many limousines, a great, sleek gray Lincoln, crawled out and towards them, its windows black and secretive. Leitner didn't wait for the driver to come round. He opened the back door himself. Gratefully, Lark climbed into the soft velvet gray interior, shifting over to the far seat, faintly disturbed by the smell of cigarette smoke lingering in the upholstery, and stretching out his legs comfortably in the luxuriant space. Leitner sat beside him, and away the car sped instantly, in its own realm of darkness, thanks to the tinted windows, suddenly shut off from all the airport traffic and the pure brilliance of the morning sun. But it was comfortable, this car, and it was fast. "What did Eric say to you?" asked Leitner with deliberate concealing evenness.
Lark wasn't fooled by it. Stood right in front of me, demanding to know where the specimens were. Rude. Downright aggressive and rude. I can't figure it. Was he trying to intimidate me? You didn't tell him what he wanted to know, said Leitner softly and conclusively, and looked out the darkened glass. They were on the highway, turning onto the freeway, and this place looked a little like any place. Squat suburban buildings with names blaring from them, empty space, uncut grass, motels. Well, no, of course not. I didn't tell him anything, said Lark. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I told you Rowan Mayfair asked me to handle this confidentially. I'm here because of information you volunteered, and because the family asked me to come. I'm not in a position, really, to turn over these specimens to anyone. In fact, I don't think I could successfully retrieve them from the people who have them at this point. Rowan was specific. She wanted them tested in secret at a certain place. The Keplinger Institute, said Leitner gently and politely, as if reading this off a cue card on Mark's forehead, his pale eyes calm. Miss Flanagan, the genetic genius, the man who worked with Rowan there before she decided not to stay in research. Lark didn't say anything. The car floated soundlessly along the skyway. The buildings grew denser and the grass more unkempt. If you know, then why did this guy ask me? Lark demanded. Why did he stand in my path and try to force me to tell him all this? How did you find out, by the way? I'd like to know. Who are you? I would like to know that, too. Leitner was looking away, weary, saddened. I told you there was a family emergency this morning, did I not? Yes, I'm sorry to hear it. I didn't mean to be insensitive on that account. I was mad about your friend. I know, said Leitner affably. I understand. You should not have behaved that way. I'll call the Mother House in London. I'll try to find out why that happened, or more truly, I'll make certain that nothing like that ever happens again. There was a little blaze of temper in the man's eyes for an instant, and then something sour and fearful in his gaze, very transitory. He smiled pleasantly. I'll take care of it. Appreciate it, said Lark. How did you know about Mitch Flanagan and the Keplinger Institute? You could call it a guess, said Leitner. He was deeply disturbed by all this. That was plain, even though his face was now a carefully painted picture of serenity, and his voice betrayed nothing but his tiredness and a general low frame of mind. What is this emergency? What happened? I don't know all the details yet, only that Pierce and Ryan Mayfair had to go to Destin, Florida, early this morning. They asked me to meet you. Seems something has happened to Ryan's wife, Gifford. Again, I'm not sure. I don't know. This Eric Stoloff, you work with him? Not directly. He was here 2 months ago. He's a new generation of Talamasca. It's the old story. I'll find out why he behaved the way he did. The Mother House does not know the specimens are at the Keplinger Institute. If the younger members showed as much zeal at reading the files as they do for field work, they could have figured it out. What files? What do you mean? Oh, it's a long story, and never a particularly easy one to tell. I understand your reluctance to tell anyone about these specimens. I wouldn't tell anyone else if I were you. Is there any news on Rowan's whereabouts? Not a word, except the old report's been confirmed, that she and her companion were in Scotland, in Dunolaith. What is all that about? Where is Dunolaith, Scotland? I've been all over the Highlands, hunting, fishing. I never heard of Dunolaith. It's a ruined village. At the moment it's swarming with archaeologists. There is an inn there, principally for tourists and people from universities. Rowan was seen there about 4 weeks ago. Well, that's old news. That's no good. Nothing new is what I meant. Nothing new. This companion of hers, what did he look like? Lark asked. Leitner's expression darkened slightly. Was this weariness or bitterness? Lark was baffled. Oh, you know more about him now than I do, don't you? Asked Leitner. Rowan sent you X-ray film, printouts of electroencephalograms, all that sort of thing. Didn't she send a picture? No, she didn't, Lark said. Who are you people, really? You know, Dr. Larkin. I don't honestly know the answer to that question. I suppose I never have. I'm just more frank with myself about it these days. Things happen. New Orleans works its spell on people. So do the Mayfairs. I was guessing on the tests. You might say I was trying to read your mind. Lark laughed. All this had been said so agreeably and so philosophically. Lark sympathized with this man suddenly. In the dim light of the car, he also noticed things about him. That Leitner suffered from mild emphysema, and that he had never smoked, and probably never been a drinker, and was fairly hale in a decade of programmed fragility, his 80s. Leitner smiled and looked out the window. The driver of the car was a mere dark shape behind the blackened glass. Lark realized the car was loaded with all the standard amenities, the little television set, and the soft drinks tucked into ice in pockets on the middle doors. What about coffee? When would they have coffee? There, in the carafe, said Leitner. Ah, you read my mind, Lark said with a little laugh. It's that time of morning, isn't it? Said Leitner, and for the first time there was a little smile on his lips. He watched Lark open the carafe and discover the plastic cup in the side pocket. Lark poured the steaming coffee. You want some, Leitner? No, thank you. You want to tell me what your friend Mitch Flanagan has found out? Not particularly. I don't want to tell anyone but Rowan. I called Ryan Mayfair for the money. That's what Rowan instructed me to do. But she didn't say anything about giving anybody the test results. She said she'd contact me when she could, and Ryan Mayfair says that Rowan may be hurt, maybe even dead. That's true, said Leitner. It was good of you to come. Hell, I'm worried about Rowan. I wasn't too happy when Rowan left university. I wasn't too happy that she up and got married. I wasn't too happy that she left medicine. In fact, I was as astonished as if somebody had said, "The world ends today at 3 o'clock." I didn't believe it all until Rowan herself told me over and over. I remember. She called you often last fall. She was very concerned about your disapproval. It was said mildly, like everything else. She wanted your advice on the creation of Mayfair Medical. She was sure that when you realized she was serious about the center, you would understand why she was no longer practicing, that there was a great deal involved. Then you are a friend of hers, aren't you? I mean, not this Talamasca necessarily, but you. I think I was her friend. I may have failed her. I don't know. Maybe she failed me. There was a hint of bitterness to it, maybe even anger. Then the man smiled pleasantly again. I have to confess something to you, Mr. Leitner, said Lark. I thought this Mayfair Medical was a pipe dream. Rowan caught me off guard. But I've since done a little investigating of my own. Obviously, this family has the resources to create Mayfair Medical. I just didn't know. I should have known, I suppose. Everybody was talking about it. Rowan is the smartest and best surgeon I ever trained. I'm sure she is. Did she tell you anything about the specimens when she talked to you? You said she called from Geneva, and that was February 12th. Again, I want to talk to Ryan, next of kin. Talk to the husband, see what is the right thing to do. The specimens ought to have everyone at the Keplinger Institute quite astonished, said Leitner. I wish you would tell me the full extent of what Rowan sent. Let me explain my interest. Was Rowan herself in ill health when she spoke to you? Did she send any sort of medical material that pertained to her? Yes, she did send samples of her own blood and tissue, but there's no evidence she was sick. Just different. Yeah, I dare say. Different. You are right on that. Leitner nodded. He looked off again, out over what appeared to be a great sprawling cemetery, full of little marble houses with pointed roofs. The car sped on in the sparse traffic. There seemed so much space here, so much quiet. There was a seedy look to things, even a botched look. But Lark liked the openness, the sense of not being hampered by a moving traffic jam as he was always at home. "Leitner, my position on this is really difficult," he said, "whether you are her friend or not." They were turning off already, gliding down past an old brick church steeple that seemed perilously close to the descending ramp. Lark felt relief when they reached the street, shabby though it was. Again, he liked the spacious feeling of things here, though all was a bit forlorn. Things moved slowly here. The South, a town. "I know all that, Dr. Larkin," said Leitner. "I understand. I know all about confidentiality and medical ethics. I know about manners and decency. People here know all about them. It's rather nice being here. We don't have to talk about Rowan now if you don't want to. Let's have breakfast at the hotel, shall we? Perhaps you want to take a nap. We can meet at the First Street house later. It's just a few blocks away. The family has arranged everything for you." "You know this is really very, very serious," said Lark suddenly. The car had come to a halt. They were in front of a little hotel with smart blue awnings. A doorman stood ready to open the limousine door. "Of course it is," said Aaron Leitner. "But it's also very simple. Rowan gave birth to this strange child. Indeed, as we both know, he is not a child. He is the male companion seen with her in Scotland. What we want to know now is, can he reproduce? Can he breed with his mother or with other human beings? Reproduction is the only real concern of evolution, isn't it? If he was a simple one and only mutation, something created by external forces, radiation, say, or some sort of telekinetic ability, well, we wouldn't be all that concerned, would we? We might just catch up with him and ascertain whether or not Rowan is remaining with him of her own free will, and then shoot him. Perhaps. You know all about it, don't you?" "No, not all about it. That's the disturbing thing. But I know this. If Rowan sent you those samples, it was because Rowan was afraid this thing could breed. Let's go inside, shall we? I'd like to call the family about this incident in Destin. I'd also like to call the Talamasca about Stolif. I have rooms here, too, you see. You might call it my New Orleans headquarters. I rather like the place." "Sure, let's go." Before they reached the desk, Lark had regretted the small valise and the one change of clothes. He wasn't going to be leaving here so soon. He knew it. The dim feeling of something unwholesome and menacing warred in him with a new surge of excitement. He liked this little lobby, the amiable southern voices surrounding him, the tall, elegant black man in the elevator. Yes, he would have to do some shopping, but that was fine. Leitner had the key in hand. The suite was ready for Lark. And Lark was ready for breakfast. Yeah, she was afraid of that, all right, Lark thought, as they went up in the elevator. She had even said something like, "If this thing can breed." Of course, he hadn't known then what the hell she was talking about. But she'd known. Anyone else, you might think this was a hoax or something, but not Rowan Mayfair. Well, he was too hungry just now to think about it any more. 8. It was not her custom to speak into the phone when she answered it. She would pick up the receiver, hold it to her ear. Then, if someone spoke, someone she knew, perhaps she would answer. Ryan knew this, and he said immediately into the silence, "Ancient Evelyn, something dreadful has happened." "What is it, son?" she asked, identifying herself with an uncommon warmth. Her voice sounded frail and small to her, not the voice of herself which she had always known. "They found Gifford on the beach at Destin. They said—" Ryan's voice broke, and he could not continue. Then Ryan's son, Pierce, came on the line, and he said that he and his father were driving up together. Ryan came back on the phone. Ryan told her she must stay with Alicia, that Alicia would go mad when she heard. "I understand," said Ancient Evelyn. And she did. Gifford wasn't merely hurt. Gifford was dead. "I will find Mona," she said softly. She did not know if they even heard. Ryan said something vague and confused and rushed, that they would call her later, that Lauren was calling the family. And then the conversation was finished, and Ancient Evelyn put down the phone and went to the closet for her walking stick. Ancient Evelyn did not much like Lauren Mayfair. Lauren Mayfair was a brittle, arrogant lawyer in Ancient Evelyn's book, a sterile, frosty businesswoman of the worst sort, who had always preferred legal documents to people. But she would be fine for calling everyone, except for Mona. And Mona was not here, and Mona had to be told. Mona was up at the First Street house. Ancient Evelyn knew it. Perhaps Mona was searching for that Victrola and the beautiful pearls. Ancient Evelyn had known all night that Mona was out, but she never really had to worry about Mona. Mona would do all the things in life that everyone wanted to do. She would do them for her grandmother Laura Lee, and for her mother, Cece, and for Ancient Evelyn herself. She would do them for Gifford. Gifford dead? Oh, that did not seem possible or likely. Why did I not feel it when it happened? Why didn't I hear her voice? Back to the practical things. Ancient Evelyn stood in the hallway, thinking whether she ought to go on her own in search of Mona, to go out on the bumpy streets, the sidewalks of brick and flag, on which she might fall, but never had. And then she thought with her new eyes she could do it. Yes, and who knew? It might be her last time to really see. A year ago she could not have seen to walk downtown, but young Dr. Rhodes had taken the cataracts from her eyes, and now she saw so well it astonished people. That is, when she told them what she saw, which she didn't often do. Ancient Evelyn knew perfectly well that talking made little difference. Ancient Evelyn didn't talk for years on end. People took it in stride. People did what they wanted. No one would let Ancient Evelyn tell Mona her stories anyway, and Ancient Evelyn had deepened into her memories of the early times, and she did not always need any more to examine or explain them. What good had it done besides to tell Alicia and Gifford her tales? What had their lives been? And Gifford's life was over. It seemed astonishing again that Gifford could be dead, completely dead. Yes, Alicia will go mad, she thought, but then so will Mona, and so will I when I really know. Ancient Evelyn went into Alicia's room. Alicia slept, curled up like a child. In the night, she'd gotten up and drunk half a flask of whiskey down as if it were medicine. That sort of drinking could kill you. Alicia should have died, thought Ancient Evelyn. That is what was meant to be. The horse passed the wrong gate. She laid the knitted cover over Alicia's shoulders and went out. Slowly she went down the stairway, very, very slowly, carefully examining each tread with the rubber tip of her cane, pushing and poking at the carpet to make sure there was nothing lurking there that would trip her and make her fall. On her 80th birthday she had fallen. It had been the worst time of her old age, lying in bed as the hip mended. But it had done her heart good, Dr. Rhodes had told her. You will live to be 100. Dr. Rhodes had fought the others when they said she was too old for the cataract operation. She is going blind, don't you understand? I can make her see again, and her mentation is perfect. Mentation. She had liked that word. She had told him so. Why don't you talk to them more? He'd asked her in the hospital. You know they think you're a feeble-minded old woman. She had laughed and laughed. But I am, she had said, and the ones I loved to talk to are all gone. Now there's only Mona, and most of the time Mona talks to me. How he had laughed at that. Ancient Evelyn had grown up speaking as little as possible. The truth was, Ancient Evelyn might never have spoken much to a soul if it hadn't been for Julien. And the one thing she did want to do was tell Mona someday all about Julien. Maybe today should be that day. It struck her with a shimmering power. Tell Mona. The Victrola and the pearls are in that house. Mona can have them now. She stopped before the mirrored hat rack in the alcove. She was satisfied. Yes, ready to go out. She had slept all night in her warm gabardine dress, and it would be fine in this mild spring weather. She was not rumpled at all. It was so easy to sleep sitting up perfectly straight, with her hands crossed on her knee. She put a handkerchief against the tapestried back of the chair, by her cheek as she turned her head, in case anything came out of her mouth as she slept. But there was rarely a stain upon the cloth. She could use the same handkerchief over and over. She did not have a hat, but it had been years since she had gone out, except for Rowan Mayfair's wedding, and she did not know what Alicia had done with her hats. Surely there had been one for the wedding, and if she tried, she might recollect what it looked like, probably gray with an old-fashioned little veil. Probably had pink flowers. But maybe she was dreaming. The wedding itself hadn't seemed very real. Surely she could not climb the stairs again to look for a hat now, and there were none in her little back room down here. Besides, her hair was done. It was the same soft bouffant she had made of it for years, and she could feel that the coil on the back of her head was firm, pins in place. It made a grand white frame for her face, her hair. She had never regretted its turning white. No, she did not require a hat. As for gloves, there were none now, and no one would buy them for her. At Rowan Mayfair's wedding, that horrid Lauren Mayfair had even said, "Nobody wears gloves any more," as if it didn't matter. Perhaps Lauren was right. Ancient Evelyn didn't mind so terribly about the gloves. She had her brooches and her pins. Her stockings were not wrinkled at all. Her shoes were tied. Mona had tied them yesterday very tight. She was ready to go. She did not look at her face. She never did any more, because it wasn't her face. It was someone else's old and wrinkled face, with deep vertical lines, very solemn and cold, and drooping lids, and the skin was too large for the bones underneath, and her eyebrows and her chin had lost their contour. She would prefer to think about the walk ahead. It made her happy merely to think of it, and that Gifford was gone, and if Ancient Evelyn fell, or was struck down, or became lost, there was no more granddaughter Gifford to become hysterical. It felt wonderful to her suddenly to be free of Gifford's love, as if a gate had opened wide once more on the world. And Mona would eventually know this too, this relief, this release. But not immediately. She went down the long high hall and opened the front door. It had been a year since she'd gone down the front steps, except for the wedding, and someone had carried her then. There was no rail now to hold to. The banisters had just rotted away years ago, and Alicia and Patrick had done nothing about it, except tear them off and throw them under the house. "My great-grandfather built this house," she had declared. "He ordered those balusters himself, picked them from the catalogue, and look what you have allowed to happen." Damn them all. And damn him, too, when she thought about it. How she had hated him, the giant shadow over her childhood, raving Tobias, hissing at her when he snatched up her hand and held it. Witch's mark, look at it," pinching that tiny sixth finger. She had never answered him, only loathed him in silence. She had never spoken one word to him all of his life. But a house falling to ruin, that was something more important than whether you hated the person who built it. Why, building this house was maybe the only good thing Tobias Mayfair had ever done. Fontreau, their once beautiful plantation, had died out in the swampland, or so she had been told every time she asked to be taken to see it. That old house, the bayou flooded it. But then, maybe they were lying. What if she could walk all the way to Fontreau and find the house standing there? That was a dream, surely. But Amelia Street stood mighty and beautiful on its corner on the avenue, and something ought to be done. Be done.
Banister or no banister, she could manage perfectly well with her cane, especially now that she could see so clearly. She took the steps easily, and went directly down the path and opened the iron picket gate. Imagine, she was walking away from the house for the first time in all these years. Squinting at the glimmer of traffic in the distance, she crossed the lakeside of the avenue at once. She had to wait a moment on the riverside, but soon her chance came. She had always liked the riverside, as they called it, and she knew that Patrick was in the restaurant on the corner, drinking and eating his breakfast, as he always did. She crossed Amelia Street and the tiny street called Antonine, which came in there only a few feet from Amelia, and she stood on the corner and looked through the glass windows of the restaurant. There was Patrick, scrawny and pale, at the end table, as always, with his beer and his eggs and the newspaper. He did not even see her. He would stay there, drinking beer and reading the paper for half the day, and then go downtown for a little while, perhaps, and drink some more in a bar he liked in the quarter. In the late afternoon, Alicia might wake up and call Patrick at the bar and begin to scream for him to come home. So he was there, and he did not see her. How could he? Would he ever have expected Ancient Evelyn to leave the house of her own accord? That was perfectly fine, exactly what she wanted. And on she walked down the block, unseen, unstopped, towards downtown. How clear were the black-barked oaks and the beaten-down grass of the tree parks. She saw the clutter and trash of Mardi Gras still piled everywhere in the gutters, and in the trash cans, which were never enough to contain it. She walked on, past the drab, shabby portable bathrooms they brought out now for Mardi Gras Day, catching the wretched smell of all that filth, and on to Louisiana Avenue. Litter everywhere she looked, and from the high branches of the trees hung Mardi Gras necklaces of plastic beads, the kind they threw now, glittering in the sunlight. There was nothing so sorry in the world ever, she thought, as St. Charles Avenue after Mardi Gras Day. She waited for the stoplight to change. An old colored woman, very properly dressed, waited there also. "Good morning, Patricia," she said to the woman, and the woman gave a start beneath her black straw hat. "Why, Miss Ancient Evelyn, what are you doing all the way down here?" "I am walking down to the garden district. I will be fine, Patricia. I have my cane. I wish I had my gloves and my hat, but I do not." "That's a shame, Miss Ancient Evelyn," said the old woman, very proper, her voice soft and mellow. She was a sweet old thing, Patricia, came by all the time with her little grandchild, who could have passed for white, but didn't, obviously, or maybe had yet to figure it all out. Something terribly exciting had happened. "Oh, I'll be all right," Ancient Evelyn said. "My niece is up there, in the garden district. I have to give her the Victrola." And then she realized that Patricia knew nothing about these things, that Patricia had stopped many a time at the gate to speak, but she did not know the whole story. How could she? Ancient Evelyn had thought for a moment she was speaking to someone who knew. Patricia was still talking, but Ancient Evelyn didn't hear the words. The light was green. She had to cross. And off she went as rapidly as she could, skirting the raised strip of concrete that divided the street, because stepping up and stepping down would be needlessly hard for her. She was too slow for the light, of course. That had been true 20 years ago, when she still made this walk all the time to pass the First Street house and look at poor Deirdre. All the young ones of that generation doomed, she thought, sacrificed, as it were, to the viciousness and stupidity of Carlotta Mayfair. Carlotta Mayfair drugged and killed her niece Deirdre. But why think of it now? It seemed Ancient Evelyn was plagued with 1,000 confusing thoughts. Cortlandt, Julien's beloved son, dead from a fall down the steps. That was all Carlotta's fault, too, wasn't it? They'd brought him into Tow Row, only 2 blocks away. Ancient Evelyn had been sitting on the porch. She could see the top of the brick walls of the hospital from her very chair, and what a shock it had been to learn that Cortlandt had died there, only 2 blocks away,
talking to strangers in the emergency room. And to think that Cortlandt had been Ancient Evelyn's father. Well, that had never mattered. Not really. Julien had mattered, yes, and Stella, but fathers and mothers, no. Barbara Ann had died giving birth to Ancient Evelyn. That was no mother, really. Only a cameo, a silhouette, a portrait in oils. See? That's your mother. A trunk full of old clothes, and a rosary, and some unfinished embroidery that might have been for a sachet. How Ancient Evelyn's mind wandered. But she had been counting murders, hadn't she? The murders committed by Carlotta Mayfair, who was now dead, thank God, and gone. The murder of Stella, that had been the worst of them all. That Carlotta had most definitely done. Surely that had to be laid on Carlotta's conscience. And in the rosy days of 1914, Evelyn and Julien had known such terrible things were coming, but there had been nothing either of them could do. For one brief instant, Ancient Evelyn saw the words of the poem again, same way she had seen them on that long-ago day when she had recited them aloud to Julien in his attic bedroom. I see it. I do not know what it means. Pain and suffering as they stumble, blood and fear before they learn. Woe betide this springtime Eden, now the veil of those who mourn. Ah, what a day this was! So much was coming back to her, and yet the present itself was so fresh and sweet, the breeze so good to her. On and on Ancient Evelyn walked. Here was the vacant lot at Toledano. Would they never build anything else there? And look at these apartment buildings, so plain, so ugly, where once glorious mansions had stood, houses grander than her own. Oh, to think of all those people gone since the days when she took Gifford and Alicia downtown, or the other way to the park, walking between them. But the avenue did keep its beauty. The streetcar rattled into view even as she spoke, and then roared round the bend. The avenue was one endless curve, just as it had been all of Ancient Evelyn's life from the time she rode it to go up to First Street. Of course, she could not step up on the streetcar now. That was out of the question. She could not now remember when she stopped riding the car, except that it was decades ago. She'd nearly fallen one night when she was coming home, and dropped her sacks from Marx Isaacs and Maison Blanche, and the conductor himself had had to come and help her up. Very embarrassing and upsetting to her it had been. Silent as usual, she had given the conductor her special nod and touched his hand. Then the car had rushed away in a sweep of wind, and she'd been left alone on the neutral ground, and the oncoming traffic had seemed endless and impossible to defeat. The big house in another world on the other side of the street. And would you have believed it then, if they'd told you you'd live to see another 20 years, to see Deirdre buried and dead, to see poor Gifford dead? She had thought sure she'd die the year that Stella died, and then when Laura Lee died, it was the same way. Her only daughter. She thought if she stopped talking, death could come and take her. But it hadn't happened. Alicia and Gifford had needed her. Then Alicia had married, and Mona needed her. Mona's birth had given Ancient Evelyn a new voice. Oh, she didn't want to be considering things in such a perspective, not on such a lovely morning. She did try to speak to people. It was simply so unnatural a thing for her to do. She'd hear the others speaking to her, or more truly, she saw their lips move, and she knew they wanted her attention. But she could stay in her dreams, walking through the streets of Rome with her arm around Stella's waist, or lying with her in the little room at the hotel, and kissing so gently and endlessly in the shadows, just woman and woman, her breasts pressed softly against Stella's. Oh, that had been the richest time. Thank God she had not known how pale it would all be. After. She would only know the wide world once, really, and with Stella. And when Stella died, the world did too. Which had been the greatest love of her prime, Julien in the locked room, or Stella of the great adventures? She could not make up her mind. One thing was true. It was Julien who haunted her, Julien she saw in her waking dreams. Julien's voice she heard. There was a time when she was sure Julien was going to come right up the front steps the way he had when she was 13, pushing her great-grandfather out of the way. "Let that girl out, you bloody fool." And she in the attic had shivered in fear. Julien come to take me away. It would make sense, wouldn't it? Julien hovering about her still. Crank the Victrola, Evelyn. Say my name. Stella was more abruptly and totally gone with her tragic death, vanished into a sweet and agonizing grief, as though she had, with her last breath, truly ascended into heaven. Surely Stella went to heaven. How could anyone who made so many people happy go to hell? Poor Stella. She had never been a real witch, only a child. Maybe gentle souls like Stella did not want to haunt you. Maybe they found the light quickly and far better things to do. Stella was memories, yes, but never a ghost. In the hotel room in Rome, Stella had put her hand between Evelyn's legs and said, "No, don't be frightened. Let me touch you. Yes, let me see you." Parting Evelyn's legs. "Don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. With a woman there is never any cause to be afraid. You should know that. Besides, wasn't Oncle Julien gentle?" "If only we could shut the blinds," Evelyn had pleaded. "It's the light, it's the noise from the piazza." "I don't know." But in fact her body had been stirring and she wanted Stella. It had only just struck her that she could touch Stella all over with her own hands, that she could suckle Stella's breasts and let Stella's weight fall down on her. How she loved Stella. She could have drowned in Stella. And in a true and deep way, ancient Evelyn's life had ended on that night when Stella was shot in 1929. She had seen Stella fall on the living-room floor, and that man from the Talamasca, that Arthur Langtry, run to take the gun from Lionel Mayfair's hand. That man from the Talamasca had died at sea only a little while after. Poor fool, she thought. And Stella had hoped to escape with him, to run off to Europe and leave Lasher with her child. Oh, Stella, to think that such a thing could be done, how foolish and terrible. Ancient Evelyn had tried to warn Stella about those men from Europe who kept their secret books and charts. She'd tried to explain that Stella must not talk to them. Carlotta knew. Evelyn had to give her that, though for all the wrong reasons. And now there was one of those men about again, and nobody suspected anything. Aaron Leitner was his name. They talked about him as though he were a saint, because he had the records of the clan all the way back to Dunolaith. What did any of them know about Dunolaith? Julien had hinted of terrible things in a hushed voice as they lay together, with the music playing in the background. Julien had gone to that place in Scotland. The others had not. Ancient Evelyn might have died even with his passing, if it hadn't been for little Laura Lee. She wasn't going to leave her daughter. Some baby was always catching hold of her and drawing her back in. Laura Lee, now Mona. And would she live to see Mona's child? Stella had come with a dress for Laura Lee, and to take her to school. Suddenly she'd said, "My darling, forget about all this rubbish, sending her to school." Poor little creature. I always hated school. You two come with us to Europe. Come with me and Lionel. You can't spend your life on one single corner of the world. Evelyn would never have seen Rome or Paris or London or any of those marvelous places to which Stella took her. Stella, her beloved. Stella, who was not faithful but devoted, teaching her that the latter was the thing. Evelyn had worn a gray silk dress the night of Stella's death, with ropes of pearls, Stella's pearls, and she had gone out onto the grass and sunk down weeping as they took Lionel away. The dress had been utterly ruined, glass broken all around the house, and Stella a little heap on the waxed floor, with flash bulbs exploding all around her. Stella lying where they all had danced, and that Talamasca man so horrified rushing away. Horrified.
Julien, did you foresee this? Has the poem been fulfilled? Evelyn had cried, and later, when no one was about, when they had taken Stella's body away, when all was quiet and the First Street house was plunged into darkness and the random glitter of the broken glass, Evelyn had crept to the library and pulled out the books and opened Stella's secret hiding place in the library wall. Here, Stella had hidden all their pictures, their letters, all the things she meant to keep from Carlotta. We don't want her knowing about us, Ducky, but I'll be damned if I'll burn our pictures. Evelyn had taken off the long ropes of pearls that were Stella's and put them there in the dark cavity with the little keepsakes of their soft and shining romance. Why can't we love each other always, Stella? She had cried on the boat home. Oh, my darling, the real world will never accept, Stella had said. She'd been already having an affair with a man on board. But we shall meet. I shall arrange a little place downtown for us together. Stella had been true to her word, and what an enchanting little courtyard apartment it had been, and only for them. Laura Lee had been back in school all day, no trouble. Laura Lee had never suspected a thing. It had rather amused Evelyn, she and Stella making love in that little cluttered place, with its bare brick walls and the noise of the restaurant beyond, and none of the Mayfair clan knowing a thing about it. Love you, my darling. It was only to Stella that Evelyn had ever shown Julien's Victrola. Only Stella knew that Evelyn had taken it from the First Street house at Julien's command. Julien the ghost, who was ever close to her whenever she imagined him, the feel of his hair, the touch of his skin. For years after his death, Evelyn had crept up to her room and wound the Victrola. She'd put on the records and played the waltz. She'd closed her eyes and imagined she danced with Julien, so sprightly and graceful in his old age, so ready to laugh at the ironies of it all, so patient with the weaknesses and deceptions of others. She'd played the waltz for little Laura Lee. Your father gave me this record, she had told her daughter. The child's face was so sad it could make her cry just to look at Laura Lee's face. Had Laura Lee ever known happiness? She'd known peace, and perhaps that was just as good. Could Julien hear the Victrola? Was he really bound to earth by his own will? There are dark times ahead, Evie, but I will not give up. I will not go quietly into hell and let him triumph. I will overreach death if I can, same as he has done. I will thrive in the shadows, play the song for me, so that I might hear it, so that it might call me back. Stella had been so puzzled to hear about it years after, when they ate spaghetti and drank wine and listened to the Dixieland in the little place in the quarter. Evelyn's old tales of Julien. So, you were the one who took that little Victrola. Ah, yes, I remember, but Evie, I think you're all mixed up about the rest. He was always so gay around us, Evelyn. Are you sure he was so frightened? Of course I do remember the day Mother burnt his books. He was so angry, so angry. And then we went to get you. Do you remember? I think I told him you were in the attic up there at Amelia, a prisoner, just so he would get angry enough not to die on the couch that very afternoon. All those books. I wonder what was in them. But he was happy after that, Evie, especially after you started coming. Happy till the end. Yes, happy, Evelyn had declared. He was right in his head till the day he died. In her mind's eye, she was in that time once more. She grabbed the tangled, thorny vines, climbing higher and higher up the stucco wall. Oh, to be that strong again, even for a moment, to step up to one bar of the trellis after another, fingers tugging on the vines, pushing through the wet flowers until she had reached the roof of the second-floor porch, all the way above those flagstones, and saw Julien through the window in his brass bed. Evelyn, he'd said, peering through the glass to welcome her, reaching out for her.
She'd never told Stella about all that. Evelyn had been 13 when Julien first brought her to that room. In a way, that day had been the first of her true life. To Julien, she could talk the way she couldn't to other people. How powerless she had been in her silence, only now and then breaking it when her grandfather beat her, or the others begged her, and then mostly to speak in rhymes. Why, she wasn't speaking them at all, really. She was reading the words from the air. Julien had asked to hear her strange poetry, her prophecy. Julien had been afraid. He had known of the dark times to come. But oh, they had been so carefree in their own way, the old man and the mute child. In the afternoon, he'd made love to her very slowly, a little heavier and clumsier than Stella later on, yes, but then he'd been an old man, hadn't he? He'd apologized that it had taken him so long to finish, but what delights he'd given her with his nether kisses and embraces, with his skilled fingers, and the secret little erotic words he spoke into her ear as he touched her. That was the thing about them both. They knew how to touch you and kiss you. They made of love a soft and luxurious thing, and when the violence came, you were ready. You wanted it. "Dark times," he said. "I can't tell you all, my pretty girl. I don't dare to explain it. She's burnt my books, you know, right out there on the grass. She burnt what was mine. She burnt my life when she did that. But I want you to do this for me. Believe in this for me. Take the Victrola out of this house. You must keep it in memory of me. It's mine, this thing. I have loved it, touched it, imbued it with my spirit as surely as any stumbling mortal can imbue an object with spirit. Keep it safe, Eve. Play the waltz for me. Pass it on to those who would cherish it after Mary Beth is gone. Mary Beth can't live forever any more than I can. Never let Carlotta get it. A time will come." And then he'd sunk into sadness again. Better to make love. "I cannot help it," he had said. "I see, but I can do nothing. I do not know any more than any man what is really possible. What if hell is utterly solitary? What if there is no one there to hate? What if it's like the dark night over Dunolaith, Scotland? Then Lasher comes from hell." "Did he really say all that now?" asked Stella years later, and only a month after that very conversation. Stella herself had been shot and killed. Stella, whose eyes closed forever in the year 1929. So much life since the death of Stella. So many generations. So much world. Sometimes it was a downright consolation to hear her beloved red-haired Mona Mayfair railing against modernism. "We've had nearly an entire century, you realize, and the most coherent and successful styles were developed in those first 20 years. Stella saw it. If she saw Art Deco, if she heard jazz, if she saw Kandinsky, she saw the 20th century. What have we had since? Look at these ads for this hotel in Miami. Might as well have been done in 1923, when you were running around with Stella." Yes, Mona was a consolation in more ways than one. "Well, Ducky, you know, I might run off to England with this man from the Talamasca," Stella had said in those last weeks of her life. She'd stopped eating her spaghetti as if this were something to be decided then and there with fork in hand. To run from First Street, run from Lasher, seek help from these strange scholars. But Julien warned against those men. "Stella, he said they were the alchemists in my poem. He said they would only hurt us in the long run. Stella, he used that word. He said not to speak with them ever at all. You know, this Talamasca man, or whatever he is, he's going to find out about that other one, that the body's in the attic. When you're a Mayfair, you can kill anyone you want, and nobody does anything about it. Nobody can think what to do." She'd shrugged, and a month later her brother Lionel killed her. No more Stella. No more anyone who knew about the Victrola or Julien with Evelyn in Julien's bedroom. Evelyn's only living witness gone to the grave. It had not been a simple thing, during Julien's last illness, to get the Victrola out of the house. He'd waited for a time when Mary Beth and Carlotta were not at home, and then sent the boys down to fetch another music box, as he stubbornly called it, from the dining room. And only when he had a record ready to play full blast on the big one did he tell her to take the little Victrola and run away. He'd told her to sing as she walked with it, sing as if it were playing, just sing and sing aloud until she reached her house uptown. "People will think I am crazy," she had said softly. She had looked at her hands, her left hand with the extra finger. Witches' marks. "Do you care what they think?" His smile had always been so beautiful. Only in sleep did he look his age. He had cranked the big music box. "You take these records of my opera. I have others. Take them under your arm. You can do it. Take it uptown, my darling. If I could be a gentleman and carry the whole load for you up to your attic, you can be sure I would. Now, here, when you get to the avenue, flag a taxi. Give him this. Let him carry the thing inside." And there she was singing that song, singing along with the big music box while carrying the little one out of the house. Out she had walked, like an altar boy in a procession, carrying the precious thing. She'd carried it until her arms ached so much she couldn't go any further. Had to set down the burden on the corner of Prytania and 4th Street, and sit there on the curb with her elbows on her knees and rest for a while. Traffic whizzing by. Finally, she had stopped a taxi, though she had never done such a thing before, and when she got home, the man had brought the Victrola all the way up to the attic for the $5 Julien had given her. "Thank you, ma'am." The darkest of days had been right after his death, when Mary Beth had come to ask if she had anything of Julien's, if she had taken anything from his room. She had shaken her head, refusing, as always, to answer. Mary Beth had known she was lying. "What did Julien give you?" she asked. Evelyn had sat on the floor of her attic room, her back to the armoire, which was locked, with the Victrola inside, refusing to answer. "Julien is dead." That was all she could think. Julien is dead. She hadn't even known then about the child inside her, about Laura-Lee, poor doomed Laura-Lee. At night she walked the streets in silence, burning for Julien, and dared not play the Victrola while any light burned in the big Amelia Street house at all. Years later, when Stella died, it was as if the old wound opened, and they became one. The loss of her 2 brilliant loves, the loss of the only warm light which had ever penetrated her life's mysteries, the loss of the music, the loss of all fire. Don't try to make her talk. Her great-grandfather had said to Mary Beth, "You go out of here. You go back up to your house. You leave us alone. We don't want you here. If there is anything of that abominable man in this house, I'll destroy it." Oh, such a cruel, cruel man. He would have killed Laura-Lee if he could have. Witches. Once he'd taken a kitchen knife and threatened to cut the little extra finger off Evelyn's hand. How she'd screamed. The others had to stop him. Pearl and Aurora, and all the old ones from Fontfroid, who'd still been there. But Tobias had been the worst of them, as well as the eldest. How he hated Julien, and all over the gunshot in 1843, when Julien had shot his father, Augustin, at Riverbend. Julien, no more than a boy. Augustin, a young man, and Tobias, the terrified witness, only a baby still in dresses. That's the way they dressed boys then, in dresses. I saw my father fall over dead at my feet. "I never meant to kill him," Julien had told Evelyn as they lay in bed. "I never meant for one whole branch of the family to veer off in bitterness and rage, and everyone else has been trying to get them back ever since, but somehow there are 2 camps. There is here, and there is Amelia Street. I feel so sorry when I think of all that. I was just a boy, and the fool didn't know how to run the plantation.
I have no compunction about shooting people, you understand. Only, that time I didn't plan it. Honestly, I did not. I did not mean to kill your great-great-grandfather. It was all just the most blundering mistake." She had not cared. She hated Tobias. She hated all of them. Old men. Yet it was with an old man that love had first touched her in Julien's attic. And then there were those nights when she had walked downtown in the dark to that house, climbed the wall and gone up, hand over hand on the trellis. So easy to climb so high, to swing out and stare down at the flags. The flags on which poor Antha died. But that had been yet to come. All that, those horrible deaths. Stella. Antha. It would always be pleasant to remember the thick green vine and the softness of it under her slipper as she climbed. "Ah, chérie," he said, "my delight, my wild thing." And he raised the window to receive her, to bring her inside. "Mon Dieu, child, you could have fallen." "Never," she whispered, safe in his arms. Even Richard Llewellyn, that boy he kept, didn't come between them. Richard knew to knock on Julien's door, and one was never sure what Richard Llewellyn knew, really. Years ago, Richard Llewellyn had talked to that last Talamasca man, though Evelyn had warned him not to. Richard had come up to see her the next day. "Well, you didn't tell him about me, did you?" Ancient Evelyn had demanded. Richard was so old. He didn't have very long. "No, I didn't tell him that story. I didn't want him to think, 'What? That Julien would bet a girl my age?'" She had laughed. "You shouldn't have talked to that man at all." Richard hadn't lasted out the year, and when he died, they gave her his old records. He must have known about the Victrola. Why else would he have left those old records to her? Evelyn should have given Mona the little Victrola a long time ago, and not with such ceremony in front of the other two, her idiot granddaughters, Alicia and Gifford. Leave it to Gifford to confiscate everything, the music box itself and the beautiful necklace. You dare. Leave it to Gifford to have made the very wrong choice. Leave it to Gifford to misunderstand, to gasp in horror when ancient Evelyn had said the poem. Why would he want you to have this? What did he think it could do? He was a witch, and you know it, a witch as surely as the others. And then the terrible confession from Gifford, that she had gone and taken those things and hidden them back up at First Street, in that house whence they'd come. You little fool, how could you do such a thing? Ancient Evelyn had asked. Mona should have had it. Mona is his great-granddaughter. Gifford, not back to that house where Carlotta will find it, where it will be destroyed. She remembered suddenly. Gifford had died this morning. She was walking on St. Charles Avenue, going up to First Street, and her aggravating, annoying, grating, nerve-wracking grandchild was dead. Why didn't I know it? Julien, why didn't you come to tell me? Well over half a century ago, she'd heard Julien's voice an hour before his death. She'd heard him calling from beneath her window. She'd sprung up and opened it wide to the rain, and there was Julien down there, only at once she knew it wasn't really Julien. She'd been terrified he was already dead. He had waved at her, so cheerful and gay, with a big dark mare beside him. Au revoir, ma chérie, he had called out. And then she had gone to him, running all the way those 10 blocks downtown, and climbed the trellis, and for those precious moments seen his eyes, the life still in them, fixed on her. Oh, Julien, I heard you calling me. I saw you. I saw the embodiment of your love. She had raised the window. She had lifted him. Eve, he had whispered. Evie, I want to sit up. Evie, help me. I'm dying, Evie. It's happening. It's come. They had never known she was there.
She'd crouched outside on the porch roof in the fury of the storm, listening to them. They'd never thought to even look outside as they closed the window and laid him out and sent for everyone. And there she'd been huddled against the chimney, watching the lightning and thinking, "Why don't you strike me? Why don't I die? Julien is dead." "What did he give you?" Mary Beth had asked her every time she saw her. Year after year she came. Mary Beth had stared at little Laura Lee, such a weak, thin baby, never a baby that people wanted to hold. Mary Beth had always known that Julien had been Laura Lee's father. And how the others had hated her. Julien's spawn, look at her, with the witch's mark on her hand. Look like you. It wasn't so bad, just a tiny extra finger. Why, most people had never noticed it, though Laura Lee had been so self-conscious, and no one at Sacred Heart knew what it meant. "The mark of the witch," Tobias used to say. "There are many. Red hair is the worst, and a sixth finger the second, and a monster's height the third. And you with the sixth finger. Go live up at First Street. Live with the damned who gave you your talents. Get out of my house." Of course, she had never gone, not with Carlotta there. Better to ignore the old men as she and her little daughter went about their business. Laura Lee had been too sickly ever to finish high school. Poor Laura Lee, who spent her life taking in stray cats and talking to them, and going round the block to find them and feed them, until the neighbors complained. She'd been too old by the time she married, and to be left with those two girls. Were we the powerful witches, those of us who bore the mark of the sixth finger? What about Mona with her red hair? As the years passed, the great Mayfair legacy had gone to Stella, and then to Antha, and then to Deirdre. All of them lost, who had lived in the times of shadows. Even the bright blaze of Stella pinched out, like that. But there will come another time, a time of battle and catastrophe. That Julien had promised her the last night she had really spoken with him. "That's the meaning of your poem, Evelyn. I shall try to be here." The music whined and thumped. He was always playing it. "You see, chérie, I have a secret about him and music. He cannot hear us so well when we play music. It's an old secret, my grand-mère Marie Claudette told me herself. The evil demon is actually drawn to the music. Music can distract him. He can hear music when he can hear nothing else. Rhythm and rhyme can also entrap him. All ghosts find such things irresistible, as they do visible patterns. In their gloom they pine for order, for symmetry. I use the music to draw him and confuse him. Mary Beth knows this, too. Why do you think there are music boxes in every room? Why do you think she loves her many Victrolas? They give her privacy from this being, which she would have now and then, just as anyone would. And when I am gone, child, play the Victrola. Play it and think of me. Perhaps I can hear it. Perhaps I can come to you. Perhaps the waltz will penetrate the darkness and bring me back to myself and to you." "Julien, why do you call him evil? They always said at home that the spirit in this house was yours to command. Tobias said it to Walker. They said it to me when they told me Cortland was my father. Lasher was the magic slave of Julien and Mary Beth, they said, which will grant their every wish." He'd shaken his head, talking under cover of a Neapolitan song. "He's evil, mark my word, and the worst kind of evil, but he does not know it himself. Recite the poem again. Tell it to me." Ancient Evelyn had hated to say the poem. The poem came from her as if she were the Victrola and someone had touched her with an invisible needle, and out came the words, and she did not know what they meant. Words that frightened Julien, and had frightened his niece Carlotta beforehand, words that Julien said over and over again as the months passed. How vigorous he had looked, his white curly hair still very thick, his eyes very clever and focused upon her. He'd never suffered the blindness and deafness of old age, had he? Was it his many loves that kept him young? Perhaps so. He'd laid his soft, dry hand over hers and kissed her cheek. Soon I shall die like everyone else, and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, that precious year, those precious few months. And to think of him coming to her, young in that vision, that she'd heard his voice all the way up at her window, and there he'd stood in the rain, all chipper and handsome and beaming at her as he held the bridle of his horse. Au revoir, ma chérie. Afterwards, little visions of him came so fast they were like the pop of flash bulbs. Julien on the streetcar passing by. Julien in a car. Julien in the cemetery at Anth's funeral. All make-believe, perhaps. Why, she could have sworn she glimpsed him for one precious second at Stella's funeral. Is that why she'd spoken so to Carlotta, accusing her outright as they stood together amongst the graves? It was the music, wasn't it? Evelyn had said, trembling as she made her verbal assault, fired with hatred and grief. You had to have the music. When the band was playing loud and wild, Lionel could come up on Stella and shoot her with the gun. And the man didn't even know, did he? You used the music to distract the man. You knew the trick. Julien told me the trick. You tricked the man with music. You killed your sister. You were the one. Witch, get away from me, Carlotta had said, seething with anger. You and all your kind. Ah, but I know. And your brother's in the straitjacket, yes, but you're the killer. You put him up to it. You used the music. You knew the trick. It had taken all her strength to say those words, but her love for Stella had demanded it. Stella. Evelyn had lain alone in the bed in the little French Quarter apartment, holding Stella's dress in her hands, crying against it. And the pearls, they would never find Stella's pearls. She had turned inward after Stella. She had never dared to want again. I'd give them to you, Ducky, Stella had said of the pearls. You know I really would, but Carlotta will raise hell. She's read me the riot act, Ducky. I cannot give away the heirlooms and things. If she ever knew about that Victrola, that Julien let you take it, she'd get it away from you. She's an inventory taker, that one. That's what she ought to do in hell, make sure nobody's gotten out to purgatory by mistake, or is not suffering his fair share of fire and brimstone. She's a beast. You may not see me again so soon, Ducky dear. I may run away with that Talamasca person from England. No good can come of that, she said. I feel afraid. Dance tonight. Have fun. Come on. You cannot wear my pearls if you won't dance. And never again had they even spoken together, she and Stella. Oh, to see the blood oozing on the waxed floor. Well, yes, Evelyn had answered Carlotta later. She did have the pearls, but she'd left them there at the house that night, and after that she would never answer another question about them. Over the decades, others asked. Even Lauren came in time and asked, They were priceless pearls. You don't remember what happened to them? And young Ryan Gifford's beloved and her beloved, even he had been forced to bring up the unpleasant subject. Ancient Evelyn and Carlotta will not drop the question of these pearls. At least Gifford had kept her counsel then, thank heaven, and Gifford had looked so miserable. Never should have showed the pearls to Gifford. But Gifford had said not a word. Well, if it hadn't been for Gifford, the priceless pearls would have stayed in the wall forever. Gifford, Gifford, Gifford. Miss Goody-Two-Shoes, Miss Meddler. But then, they were in the wall again, weren't they? That was the lovely part. They were in the wall right now. All the more reason to walk straight, to walk slow, to walk sure. The pearls, too, are up there, and surely they must be given to Mona, for Rowan Mayfair was gone and might never return. My, so many houses on this long avenue had vanished. It was too sad, really. Whatever made up for a magnificent house, full of ornament and gay shutters and rounded windows? Not these mock buildings of stucco and glue, these dreary little tenements all got up for the middle class, as if people were fools after all. You had to hand it to Mona, she knew. She said quite flatly that modern architecture had been a failure. You had only to look around to see, and that was why people loved the old houses now. You know, I figure, Ancient Evelyn, that probably more houses were built and torn down between 1860 and 1960 than ever before in human history. Think about the cities of Europe. The houses of Amsterdam go back to the 1600s. And then think about New York. Almost every structure on Fifth Avenue is new. There is hardly a house left standing on the whole street from the turn of the century. I believe there is the Frick Mansion, and I can't think of another one. Of course, I've never been to New York, except with Gifford, and it wasn't Gifford's thing to go examining old buildings. I think she thought we went there to go shopping, and shop we did. Evelyn had agreed, though she hadn't said so. On all accounts, Evelyn always agreed with Mona, though Aunt Evelyn never said. But that was the great thing about Mona. Before her computer had drawn off all her love, Mona had used Ancient Evelyn as her sounding board, and it had never been necessary to say anything to Mona. Mona could make a long conversation all on her own, proceeding with manic fire from one topic to another. Mona was her treasure, and now that Gifford was gone, why, she would talk to Mona, and they could sit alone, and they could play the Victrola and the pearls. Yes, she would wrap them around Mona's neck. Again came that wicked and terrible relief. No more Gifford of the haggard face and frightened eyes, speaking of conscience and right in a hushed voice. No more Gifford to witness Alicia's decay and death with horror in her face. No more Gifford standing watch over all of them. Was the avenue still the avenue? Surely she should come to the corner of Washington soon, but there were so many of these new buildings that she had lost her bearings. Life had become so noisy. Life had become crude. Garbage trucks roared as they devoured the trash. Trucks clattered in the street. The banana man was gone. The ice cream man was gone. The chimney sweeps came no more. The old woman no longer came with the blackberries. Laura Lee died in pain. Deirdre went mad, and then Deirdre's daughter Rowan came home, only one day too late to see her mother alive, and a horror happened on Christmas Day, and no one wanted to speak of it. And Rowan Mayfair was gone. What if Rowan Mayfair and her new man had found the Victrola and the records? But no, Gifford said they had not. Gifford kept watch. Gifford would have snatched them away again, if she had to do it. And Gifford's hiding place had been Stella's own, known only to Gifford because Evelyn had revealed it to her. Stupid thing to have done, to have ever wasted a tale or a song or a verse upon Gifford or Alicia. They were mere links in a chain, and the jewel was Mona. They won't find them, Ancient Evelyn. I put the pearls back in the very same secret place in the library, the Victrola with them. The whole kit and caboodle will be safe there forever. And Gifford, the country club Mayfair, had gone up to that dark house and hidden those things away on her own. Had she seen the man on that dark journey? They'll never be found. They'll rot with that house, Gifford had said. You know. You showed me the place yourself the day we were in the library. You mocked me, you evil child. But she had shown little Gifford the secret niche on the very afternoon of Laura Lee's funeral. That must have been the last time Carlotta opened the house. It was 1960, and Deirdre was already very sick, and having lost her baby Rowan, Deirdre had gone back for a long time in the hospital. Cortland had been dead a year. But Carlotta had always pitied Laura Lee, always pitied her that she had Evelyn for a mother. And then there were Milly dear and Belle, both saying, Carlotta, Can't we bring them all back here?" And Carlotta looking sadly at Evelyn, trying to hate her, yet feeling so sorry for her that she had buried her daughter. And perhaps that she, Evelyn, had been buried alive, herself, since the day of Stella's death. "You can bring the family here," Milly Dear had said, and Carlotta had not dared to contradict her. "Yes, indeed," said Belle, for Belle had always known that Laura-Lee was Julien's child. Everyone had known. "Yes, indeed," said Belle, sweet Belle. "Come back to the house with us, all of you." Why she had gone? She did not really know. Maybe to see Julien's house again. Maybe she had intended all along to slip into the library and see if the pearls were still there, if anyone had ever found them. And as the others gathered, as they whispered of Laura-Lee's suffering and poor little Gifford and poor little Alicia, and all the sad things that had befallen them all, Evelyn had taken Gifford by the hand and led her into the library. "Stop your crying for your mother," Evelyn had said. "Laura-Lee's gone to heaven. Now come here, and I'll show you a secret place. I'll show you something beautiful. I have a necklace for you." Gifford had wiped her eyes. She had been in a daze since her mother's death, and that daze wouldn't break until she married Ryan many years later on. But with Gifford there had always been hope. On the afternoon of Laura-Lee's funeral there had been plenty of hope. Indeed, Gifford had had a good life, one had to admit, fretting it away as she did, but still she had her love of Ryan. She had her beautiful children. She had heart enough to love Mona and leave her alone, though Mona frightened the life out of her. Life. Gifford dead. Not possible. Should have been Alicia. All a mix-up. Horse stopped at the wrong gate. Did Julien foresee this? It was like just a moment ago, Laura-Lee's funeral. Think again about the library. Dusty, neglected. Women talking in the other room. Evelyn had taken little Gifford to the bookcase and pushed the books aside. She'd drawn out the long string of pearls. "We're taking this home now. I hid it 30 years ago, the day that Stella died here in the parlor. Carlotta never found it. And these are pictures of Stella and me, too. I'm taking them, too. Some day I will give these things to you and your sister." Gifford, leaning back on her heels, had looked at the long necklace in amazement. It made Evelyn feel so good to have beaten Carlotta, to have kept the pearls when all else seemed lost. The necklace and the music box, her treasures. "What do you mean, the love of another woman?" Gifford had asked her many nights after that, when they sat on the porch talking over the cheerful noise of the avenue traffic. "I mean the love of a woman, that's what I mean. That I kissed her mouth, that I sucked her breasts, that I went down and put my tongue between her legs and tasted her taste, that I loved her, that I drowned in her." Gifford had been shocked and afraid. Had she married with her hair down? Very, very likely. A horrid thing, a virgin girl. Though if anyone could make the best of such a thing, it had probably been Gifford. Ah, this was Washington Avenue. It was, no doubt of it. And behold, the florist's shop was still here, and that meant that ancient Evelyn could go carefully up these few little steps and order the flowers herself for her precious girl. "What did you do with my treasures?" "Don't tell those things to Mona." Ancient Evelyn stared in bafflement at the florist blossoms crowding against the glass, like flowers in prison, wondering where to send the flowers for Gifford. Gifford was the one who had died. Oh, my darling. She knew what flowers she wanted to send. She knew what flowers Gifford liked. They wouldn't bring her home for the wake. Of course not. Not the Metri Mayfairs. They would never, never do such a thing. Why, her body was probably already being painted in some refrigerated funeral home. "Don't try to put me on ice in such a place," Evelyn had said after Deirdre's funeral last year, when Mona stood describing the whole thing, how Rowan Mayfair had come from California to lean over the coffin and kiss her dead mother, how Carlotta had keeled over dead that very night into Deirdre's rocker, like she wanted to be dead with Deirdre, leaving that poor Rowan Mayfair from California all alone in that spooky house. "Oh, life! Oh, time!" Mona had said, stretching out her thin, pale arms and swinging her long red hair to the left and the right. "It was worse than the death of Ophelia." "Probably not," Ancient Evelyn had said, for Deirdre had lost her mind years before, and if this California doctor, Rowan Mayfair, had had any gumption at all, she would have come home long before now, demanding answers of those who drugged and hurt her mother. No good could come of that California girl, Ancient Evelyn knew, and that was why they'd never brought her up to Amelia Street, and Ancient Evelyn had therefore seen her only once, at the woman's wedding, when she wasn't a woman at all, but a sacrificial creature for the family, decked out in white with the emerald burning on her neck. She'd gone to that wedding not because Rowan Mayfair, the designee of the legacy, was marrying a young man named Michael Curry in St. Mary's Church, but because Mona would be the flower girl, and it had made Mona happy for Ancient Evelyn to come, to sit in the pew and see and nod as Mona passed. So hard it had been to enter the house after all those years, and see it beautiful once more the way it had been in those times when she had been with Julien. To see the happiness of Dr. Rowan Mayfair and her innocent husband, Michael Curry. Like one of Mary Beth's Irish boys, he was big and muscular, and very frank and kind in his brusque and ignorant way, though he was educated, they said, and affected the common air, so to speak, because he'd come from the back streets, and his father had been a fireman. Oh, so like the boys of Mary Beth, Ancient Evelyn had thought, but that was all she remembered of that wedding, all she remembered of Deirdre's daughter. They'd taken Ancient Evelyn home early when Alicia had been too drunk to stay. She hadn't minded. She'd sat by Alicia's bed as always, saying her beads, and dreaming, and humming the songs that Julien used to play in the upstairs room. And the bride and groom of last year had danced in that double parlor, and the Victrola was hidden in the library wall, and no one would ever find it. She herself did not think of it, or maybe she would have gone to it, as all the others sang and drank and laughed together. Maybe under that roof she would have wound it again and said, "Julien," and to the wedding he would have come, an unexpected guest. Hadn't even thought of it then, too afraid Alicia would stumble. That night late, Gifford had come upstairs to Alicia's room at Amelia Street. She'd put her hand on Ancient Evelyn's shoulder. "I'm glad you came to the wedding," she'd said so kindly. "I wish you would come out again more often." And then she had asked, "You didn't go to the secret place. You didn't tell them?" Ancient Evelyn had not bothered to answer. "Rowan and Michael will be happy." Gifford had kissed her cheek and gone off. The room stank of drink. Alicia moaned as her mother had moaned, determined to die at all costs, be with Mother. Washington Avenue. Yes, indeed, this was it. Over there, the white-shingled Queen Anne house, same as always. It was the only one left on any of the four corners, of course, but it was the same, very same. And here the florist. Yes, she had been about to buy the flowers, hadn't she? For her darling girl, her darling... And look, the strangest thing was happening. A little bespectacled young man had appeared in the doorway of the florist, and he was speaking to her, was he not? Time to listen over the rumble of the traffic. "Ancient Evelyn, that's you. I hardly recognized you. What are you doing so far from home, Ancient Evelyn? Come inside. Let me call your granddaughter." "My granddaughter's dead," she said. "You can't call her." "Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, I know." He came to the edge of the little porch. He wasn't so young, really, she could see that now, and she did know this young man, didn't she? "I'm so sorry about Miss Gifford, ma'am. I've been taking orders for flowers all morning long. I meant I'd like to
call Miss Alicia to come and get you and take you home."
"You think Alicia could come to pick me up? Shows what you know, poor boy." But why speak? Why speak at all? She had given up this sort of feisty foolishness long ago. She would wear herself crazy today going back to this sort of chatter. But what was this man's name? What on earth was he saying now? Oh, she'd remember if she tried who he was, and where she'd seen him last, or most, and that he'd come with a delivery or two, or that he'd waved to her in the evening as he walked along. But was it worth it to remember such things? Like following the string back through the labyrinth. Oh, bother. Or stupid bother. The young man came down the steps. "Ancient Evelyn, won't you let me help you inside? How pretty you look today, with that lovely pin on your dress." "I'm sure I do," she thought dreamily, hiding in the body of this old woman. But why say such things to hurt the feelings of an innocent man, an unimportant man, even if he was hairless and anemic? He didn't know how long she'd been an old woman. Why, it had started not long after Lauralee was born, in a way, her walking the wicker baby carriage all the way up here and round and back around the cemetery. Might as well have been old. "How did you know my granddaughter died? Who told you?" It was astonishing. She wasn't certain now how she herself knew. "Mr. Fielding called. He said to fill that room with flowers. He was crying when he called. It's so sad. I'm sorry, Ancient Evelyn. Truly I am. I don't know what to say at such times." "Well, you ought to. You sell people flowers. Flowers for the dead more often, probably, than flowers for the living. You ought to learn and memorize some nice things to say. People expect you to talk, don't they?" "What was that, ma'am?" "Listen, young man, whoever you are. You send flowers for me from my grandchild Gifford." He'd heard that right enough, but it was a dollars and cents order. "You make it a standing spray of white gladiolus and red roses and lilies, and you put a ribbon on it. You write grandchild on the ribbon, do you hear? That's all. Make sure it's big and beautiful, and they put it beside her coffin. And where is that coffin to be, by the way? Did my cousin Fielding have the decency to say, or are you supposed to call funeral parlors on your own until you discover it?" "Metry, ma'am. I already know. Others are calling." What was in Metry? What was he saying? A huge truck had bounced and rattled across the intersection and down towards Carondelet. Nuisance. And look at those townhouses over there. Good Lord, so they had torn down that beautiful house too, idiots. I am surrounded by idiots. She pushed at her hair. The young man was pulling at her arm. "Get away from me," she said, or tried to say. What had she been discussing with this young man? Indeed, she did not know. And what was she doing here, of all places? Had he just asked her that very question? "Let me put you in a cab for home, or I'll take you there myself." "You will not," she said. And as she looked at the flowers behind the glass, she remembered. She walked on, past him, turning off the avenue and going into the garden district and towards the cemetery. Always been one of her favorite walks this way to see the Mayfair tomb when she passed the gates, and lo and behold, Commander's Palace was still there. She could see the awnings all the way from here. How many a year had it been since she dined inside? Of course, Gifford was always begging to take her. Lunch with Gifford at Commander's, and Ryan such a proper, shiny-faced boy. Hard to believe a child like that was a Mayfair, a great-grandson of Julien. But more and more the Mayfairs had taken on that shiny look. Gifford always ordered the shrimp remoulade, and never spilt a drop of the sauce on her scarf or her blouse. Gifford. Nothing really could have happened to Gifford.
young man," she said. He walked beside her, holding her arm, perplexed, superior, confused, proud. "What happened to my grandchild? Tell me. What did Fielding Mayfair tell you? I am so distraught. Don't think me a forgetful old woman, and let go of my arm. I don't need you. What happened to Gifford Mayfair? I'm asking you now." "I don't know for sure, ma'am," he said. "They found her in the sand. She'd lost a lot of blood, some kind of hemorrhage, they said. But I don't know any more than that. She was dead by the time they got her to the hospital. That's all I know, and her husband is on his way there now to find out everything." "Well, of course he is on his way," she said. She jerked her arm free. "I thought I told you to let me go." "I'm afraid you'll fall, Ancient Evelyn. I've never seen you so far from home." "What are we talking about, son? 8 blocks? I used to make this walk all the time. Used to be a little drugstore there on the corner of Britannia and Washington. Used to stop for ice cream. Feed Laura Lee ice cream. Please do let go of my arm." He looked so crushed, so hurt, so frozen and sorry. Poor thing. But when you were old and weak, your authority was all you had left, and it could crumble in an instant. If she fell now, if her leg went out from under her— but no, she would not let that happen. "Well, bless your soul, you are a sweet boy. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but please don't talk to me as if I were addle-brained, for I am not. Walk me across Britannia Street. It's too wide. Then you go back and fix the flowers for my darling girl, won't you? And how do you know who I am, may I ask?" "I bring your flowers on your birthday, ma'am. Lots and lots of flowers every year. You know my name. My name is Hanky. Don't you remember me? I wave when I pass the gate." It wasn't said with reproach, but he was highly suspicious now, and very likely to take action, to force her into a cab, or worse, to go call someone to head her off, for it was perfectly obvious that she ought not to be able to make this trek alone. "Ah, yes, Hanky. I do remember you, of course. And your father was Harry, who went in the Vietnam War. And then there was your mother, who moved back to Virginia. Yes, ma'am, you've got it all right. You've got it perfect." How delighted he was! That was the most maddening and annoying aspect of old age. If you could add 2 and 2, people clapped for you. They clapped. It was true. It was pathetic. Of course she remembered Harry. He'd delivered flowers to them for years and years. Or was that old Harry? Oh, Lord Julien, why have I lived this long? For what? What am I doing? There was the white wall of the cemetery. "Come on, young Hanky, be a nice boy and cross me over. I have to go," she said. "Ancient Evelyn, please let me drive you home. Let me call your grandson-in-law." "That's sot, you twit." She turned on him full-faced. "I'm going to hit you with this walking stick." She laughed in spite of herself at the idea of it, and he laughed too. "But, ma'am, aren't you tired? Don't you want to rest? Come back into the florist's shop and rest." She felt too weary suddenly to say another word. Why speak? They never listened. She planted her feet on the corner and held tight to her cane with both hands, and stared down the leafy corridor of Washington Avenue. The best oaks in the city, she often thought, all the way to the river. Should she give up? Something was terribly wrong, terribly, terribly wrong, and her mission, what had it been? Good God, she could not recollect. An old white-haired gentleman stood opposite. Was he as old as she? And he smiled at her. He smiled and he waved for her to come on. What a dandy he was, and at his age. It made her laugh to see such colorful clothes, the yellow silk waistcoat. By God, that was Julien. Julien Mayfair! It gave her such a great and pleasurable shock. She felt it all over her face, as if someone had touched her with a cool cloth and wakened her. Look at him! Julien! Waving to her to come on, hurry it up. And then he was gone. Simply gone. Yellow waistcoat and all. The way he always did it, the stubborn dead, the crazy dead, the puzzling dead. But she had remembered everything. Mona was up at that house. Gifford had suffered a fatal loss of blood, and Ancient Evelyn had to go to First Street. Julien knew she must go on. That was good enough for her. You let him touch you? Gifford had asked her in amazement, Cece laughing in that snide, silly way. My dears, I adored it. If only she could have said such a thing to Tobias and to Walker. Nights before Laura Lee's birth, she'd unlocked the attic door, and she had walked on her own to the hospital. The old men had not been told until the child was safe in her arms. Don't you see what that bastard has done? Walker had cried. It's to plant the witch's seeds. This is a witch, too. How frail was Laura Lee. Was that a witch's seed? If it was, then only the cats had known it. Think of the way they had crowded about Laura Lee, arching their backs and rubbing themselves on her thin little legs. Laura Lee with the witch's finger, which she had not passed on to Alicia or Gifford, thank God. The light turned green. Ancient Evelyn began to walk across the street. The young man talked and talked, but she paid him no mind. She walked on, beside the whitewashed walls, next to the quiet and invisible dead, the properly buried dead, and by the time she reached the gates in the middle of the block, young Hanky of the Flowers was nowhere about, and she was not going to look back to see what he had done, or where he'd gone, or if he was rushing back to his flower shop to call the patrol for her. She stopped at the gates. She could just see the edge of the Mayfair tomb down there in the middle of the block, jutting out ever so slightly into the path. She knew every one inside. She could knock on every rectangle of stone. Hello in there, my darlings. Gifford wouldn't be buried there, oh no. Gifford would be buried out in Metry. Country Club Mayfairs, she thought. They had always called them that, even in Cortland's time. Or was it Cortland who started that expression to describe his own children? Cortland, who had whispered in her ear once, Daughter, I love you, so quick the Country Club Mayfairs couldn't hear. Gifford, my darling Gifford. She imagined Gifford in her lovely red wool suit and white blouse with a soft silk bow at the neck. Gifford wore gloves, but only to drive. She had been putting them on very carefully, caramel leather gloves. She looked younger than Alicia now, though she was not. She cared for herself, groomed herself, loved other people. I can't stay for Mardi Gras this year, she'd said. I just can't. She'd come to tell them she was driving to Destin. Well, I hope you don't expect me to receive everybody here, Alicia had cried. Utter panic. She'd dropped the magazine on the porch. I can't do all that. I can't get the ham and the bread. I can't. I won't. I'll lock up the house. I'm not well. And Aunt Evelyn just sits there and sits there. Where is Patrick? You should stay here and help me. Why don't you do something about Patrick? Do you know Patrick drinks in the morning now? He drinks all morning. Where is Mona? God damn it. Mona went out without telling me. Mona is always going out without telling me. Somebody should put a leash on Mona. I need Mona. Board up the damned windows, will you, before you leave? Gifford had remained so calm. They're all going to First Street this year, Cece, Gifford had said. You don't have to do anything except what you always do, no matter how you plan to do otherwise. Oh, you are so mean to me. Did you come uptown just to say this to me? And what about Michael Curry? They say he almost died on Christmas Day. May I ask why he is giving a party on Shrove Tuesday? Alicia was by that time trembling with indignation and rage at the sheer madness of life, at the utter lack of logic to things, that anything could expect anything of her. After all, had she not practically killed herself just to secure that, from all responsibility, she would be forever exempt? How much more liquor did it take? This Michael Curry nearly drowns, and so what does he do? He gives a party. Doesn't he know his wife is missing? His wife could be dead. What kind of man is he, this crazy Michael Curry? And who the hell said he could live in that house? What are they going to do about the legacy? What if Rowan Mayfair never comes back? Go on. Go to Destin. Why should you care? Leave me here. It doesn't matter. Go to hell. Wasted anger, wasted words, beside the point. Always beside the point. Had Alicia said anything straightforward or honest in 20 years? Most likely not. They want to gather at First Street, Cece. It's not my idea. I'm going away. Gifford's voice had been so soft that Alicia probably had not even heard, and those had been the last words her sister would ever speak to her. Oh, my darling dear, bend to kiss me again. Kiss my cheek now, hold my hand, even with your soft leather glove. I loved you, my sweetheart, my grandbaby, no matter what I said. I did, I loved you. Gifford. Gifford's car had driven away, as Alicia stood on the porch and swore, barefoot and cold. She'd kicked the magazine. So she just leaves. She just leaves. I can't believe it. She just leaves. What am I supposed to do? Ancient Evelyn had spoken not a word. Words spoken to drunkards were truly words written in water. They vanished into the endless void in which the drunkard languished. Could a ghost be any worse off? Gifford had tried and tried. Gifford was Mayfair through and through. Gifford had loved. Fretted, yes, but loved. Little girl with a conscience on the floor of the library. But should we just take these pearls? All doomed, that generation, the Mayfair children of the time of science and psychology. Better to have lived in the time of crinolines and carriages and voodoo yens. We are past our time. Julien knew. But Mona wasn't doomed, was she? Now, that was a witch for this day and time. Mona at her computer, chewing gum and typing faster than any person in the universe. If there was an Olympic race for typing, I'd win it. And on the screen, all those charts and graphs. See this? This is a Mayfair family tree. Know what I figured out? Art and magic will triumph in the end, Julien had said. I know it. Was the computer art and magic? Even the way the screen glowed in the dark, and that little voice box inside that Mona had programmed to say in an eerie, flat way, "Good morning, Mona. This is your computer talking to you. Don't forget to brush your teeth." It was perfectly frightening to see Mona's room come alive at 8 o'clock, what with the computer talking like that as the coffee pot gurgled and hissed, and the microwave oven went on to heat the rolls with a tiny beep, and CNN headline news came alive and talking on the TV. "I like to wake up connected," said Mona. The paperboy had learned to throw the Wall Street Journal up to the second-floor porch outside her window. Mona, to find Mona. To find Mona, she was going to Chestnut Street. She had come so far. Time to cross Big Washington Avenue. She should have crossed it at the light back there, but then she might not have seen Julien. Everything works out. The morning was still and empty and quiet, and the oaks made a church of the street. And there stood the old firehouse so deserted. Had the firemen got away? But that was way off her course. She had to go down Chestnut Street now, and here would come the slippery sidewalks, the bricks in the stones, and it was best, perhaps, that she walked in the street itself, just along the parked cars, as she'd done years ago, rather than slip and fall. The cars came slow through these streets. Soft and leafy as paradise, the garden district. The traffic waited until she reached the curb, and then with a loud swoosh it moved on behind her. Yes, take to the street. And even here was the litter of Mardi Gras. What a shame for shame. Why doesn't everyone come out and sweep the banquette? She felt sad suddenly that she had not done this herself this morning, as was her plan. She had meant to go out. She liked to sweep. It took her forever. And Alicia would call down to her, "Come inside." But she swept and swept. "Miss Ancient Evelyn, you've been sweeping out here for hours," Patricia would say. But of course, why not? Will the leaves ever stop falling? Why, whenever she thought of Mardi Gras coming, all that entered her mind was that it was going to be fun to sweep the banquette after. So much rubble and trash. Sweep and sweep. Only something this morning had come between her and the broom. What was it? The garden district was dead quiet. It really was as if no one had lived there. The noise of the avenue was so much better. On the avenue, you were never alone. Even late at night the headlamps shone through the windows and threw a cheery yellow glow into the mirrors. You could go outside in the very cool of the darkest morning and stand on the corner and see the streetcar drift by, or a man strolling past, or a car creeping along with young men inside laughing and talking to each other, furtive yet happy. On and on she walked. But they had destroyed the old houses here, too, some of them. It was probably true, Mona's observation, whatever it had been, something to do with architecture. A stunning lack of vision, a clash between science and imagination. A misunderstanding, Mona had said, of the relationship of form and function. Some forms succeed, and some fail. Everything is form. Mona had said that. Mona would have loved Julien. She came to 3rd Street now, halfway there. It was nothing to cross these little streets. There was no traffic at all. No one was awake yet. On she walked, sure of herself on the asphalt that gleamed in the sun, with no evil cracks or crevices to trip her. "Julien, why don't you come back? Why don't you help me? Why are you always such a tease? Good God, Julien, I can play the Victrola now in the library. There is no one to stop me, just Michael Curry, that sweet man, and Mona. I can play the Victrola and say your name. Ah, what a lovely perfume, the ligustrum in bloom." She had forgotten all about it. And there was the house. My Lord, look at the color of it. She had never known it to have much of a color at all, and now it was all bright and grayish-violet, with shutters painted in green, and the fence very black against it. Oh, it was restored. What a good thing Michael Curry had done. And there on the upstairs porch, he stood looking down at her. Michael Curry. Yes, that was the man. He was in his pajamas and very rumpled, robe open in front, and he was smoking a cigarette. Like Spencer Tracy he looked, that chunky and Irish and rough, though his hair was black. Nice, good-looking man with lots of black hair. And weren't his eyes blue? Certainly seemed so. "Hello there, Michael Curry," she said. "I've come to see you. I've come to talk to Mona Mayfair." Good Lord, what a shock that gave him. How alarmed he was. But she sang it out loud and clear. "I know Mona's inside. You tell her to come out." And then there was her sleepy girl in a white gown, all frazzled and yawning the way children do, as if no one is holding them accountable. Up in the treetops they stood behind the black railing, and it struck her suddenly what had happened, where they had been together. Oh, good Lord! Gifford had warned her about this, that Mona was on the path, so to speak, and must be watched, and that child hadn't been looking for the Victrola at all. She'd been looking for Mary Beth's style of Irish boy, Rowan Mayfair's husband, Michael Curry. Ancient Evelyn felt a lovely desire to laugh and laugh. As Stella would have said, What a scream! But Ancient Evelyn was tired, and her fingers curled over the black wire of the fence, and she was relieved as she bowed her head to hear the big front door open, to hear naked feet slap across the porch, that intimate, unmistakable patter, and to see Mona standing there, until she realized what she had to tell Mona. "What is it, Ancient Evelyn?" she asked. "What's happened?" "You didn't see anything, child? She didn't call your name? Think, my precious girl, before I tell you. No, it's not your mother." And then Mona's little girl face crumpled and became wet with tears, and, opening the gate, she wiped at her eye with the back of her hand. "And Gifford," she cried in a wee voice, so fragile and young and so unlike Mona the strong and Mona the genius. "And Gifford. And I had been so glad that she wasn't here." "You didn't do it, darling child," she said. "Blood in the sand. Happened this morning. Maybe she didn't suffer. Maybe she's in heaven this very minute looking down on us and wondering why we are sad." Michael Curry stood at the top of the marble steps, robe properly closed, with slippers on his feet, hands in his pockets, hair even combed. "Why, that young man isn't sick," she said. Mona broke into sobs, staring helplessly from Ancient Evelyn to the ruddy, dark-haired man on the porch. "Who said he was dying of a bad heart?" asked Ancient Evelyn, as she watched him come down the steps. She reached out and clasped the young man's hand. "There's nothing wrong with this strapping young man at all." 9. He had asked them to gather in the library. The little brown portable gramophone was in the corner, and that splendid necklace of long pearls, and the little packet of pictures of Stella and Ancient Evelyn when they had been young together. But he didn't want to talk about that now. He had to talk about Rowan. It made Mona happy that these things had been found, very happy, in the middle of her grief for the death of Gifford. But Mona was not his concern. He was suffering agonies over his indiscretion with Mona. Well, one minute he was, and the next he had other things to think about. Like that 2 months had passed, and he had lived in this house like one of its ghosts, and that was over, and he had to search for his wife. They had just come back from Ryan's house, from the 2 hours of drinking and talking after Gifford's funeral. They had come back to the house, come for this conference, and some merely to be with each other a little longer, crying for Gifford as it was the family custom to do. All during last night's wake and the funeral today, he had seen the looks of amazement on their faces as they shook his hand, as they told him he looked so much better, as they whispered about him to one another. "Look at Michael. Michael's come back from the dead." There was the awful raucous shock of Gifford's untimely death on the one hand, a perfect wife and mother removed from life, leaving behind a brilliant and beloved lawyer husband and 3 exquisite children. And then there was the shock that Michael was okay, that the legendary abandoned husband, the latest male victim of the Mayfair legacy, was not actually wasting away. Michael was fine. He was up and dressed and driving his own car in the funeral procession, and he wasn't short of breath or dizzy or sick to his stomach. And he and Dr. Rhodes had fought it out about the drugs in the foyer of the funeral home, and Michael had won. He wasn't experiencing any bad withdrawal. He had emptied the bottles and then put them away. Later he would check the labels. He would discover what he had been taking, but not now. The sickness was over. He had work to do. And there was Mona, always in the corner of his eyes, staring at him, and now and then whispering, "I told you so." Mona with her slightly chubby cheeks and pale, pale freckles, and her long, rich red hair. No one ever called that kind of redhead a carrot top. People always turned to stare. And then there was the house. How explain about the house? That the house felt alive again. That the moment he'd wakened in Mona's arms, He'd known the old awareness of something unseen and present and watching. The house creaked as it had before. It looked as it had before. And then, of course, there was the entire mystery of the music in the parlor and what he had done with Mona. Had his powers to see the invisible actually returned? He and Mona had never talked for one moment about what had happened, nor had Eugenia ever said a word. Poor old soul. Undoubtedly she thought him a rapist and a monster, and, technically, he was both, and he had apparently gotten away with it. But he would never forget the sight of her, so real, so familiar, standing before a small portable gramophone that had not been there, a gramophone that looked exactly like the one later found in the library wall. No, they had talked about none of it yet. The death of Gifford had swept everything in its path. Ancient Evelyn had held Mona in her arms all yesterday morning as Mona cried over Gifford, struggling to remember a dream in which she felt she had struck down her aunt, deliberately and hatefully. Of course, it was all irrational. She knew that. They all knew that. Finally, he had taken Mona's hand and said, "Whatever happened here, it was my fault, and you didn't kill your aunt. It wasn't you. It was a coincidence. How could what you were doing here kill her?" And Mona, indeed, had seemed to snap back with the fierce exuberance of the very young, and something else, too, a steadiness he had sensed in her from the beginning, the cold self-sufficiency of a drunkard's child, of which he knew a great deal on his own account. She was no ordinary little girl, Mona, but it still had been wrong. A man of his age with a girl of 13? How could he have done it? But the strange thing was this. The house did not despise him for it, and it seemed that the house knew. For the moment, however, the sin had been lost in the shuffle. Just lost. Last night before the wake, Mona and Ancient Evelyn had taken out the books from the shelf and discovered the pearls in the gramophone and Violetta's waltz on a shiny old RCA Victor record. The same gramophone. He had wanted to ask, but they had talked in rushed, excited voices, and Gifford had been waiting for them. "We cannot play it now," said Ancient Evelyn, "not with Gifford dead. Close the piano. Drape the mirrors. Gifford would have wanted it that way." Henri had driven Mona and Ancient Evelyn home to change for the wake, and then out to the funeral parlor. Michael had gone with Bea, Aaron, his Aunt Vivian, and several others. The world had baffled him and confronted him and shamed him in its vivid beauty, the night alive with new flowers, trees laden with new leaves, the gentle night-time of spring. Gifford looked all wrong in the coffin. Short hair too black, face too thin, lips too red, too sharply pointed all over, even to the tips of her folded fingers, and her small breasts beneath the austere wool of her suit. One of those mannequins upon which they have skimped, that does not wear clothes well in its stiffness, but makes even fashion look like junk. Frozen. We would have thought it was a deep freeze, the coffin. And the Metry funeral home was just like anyone anywhere in the nation, carpeted in gray, with grand plaster ornament beneath a low ceiling, and packed with flowers and middling Queen Anne chairs. But it had been a Mayfair wake for sure, with lots of wine and talk and crying, and several Catholic dignitaries come to pay their respects, and flocks of nuns like birds in their blue and white, and dozens of business friends and lawyer friends, and Metry neighbors who might as well have been bluebirds in their blue suits also. Shock, misery, nightmare. With faces of wax, the immediate family had received each grieving relative or friend, and the world outside shone in spring splendor whenever in the course of things he had stepped out the doors. Even the simplest things blazed in Michael's eyes, after his long illness, his long housebound depression, as if they'd just been invented, the foolish gold curlicues on the plaster, the moist and perfect flowers beneath the outside fluorescent light. Never had Michael seen so many children cry at a funeral, so many children brought to witness, to pray by the coffin, and to kiss the departed, laid out in Betty Crocker perfection, her peculiarities lost to cliches in this final public gesture as she slept on her white satin bed. He'd come home alone at 11 o'clock and gone through his clothes, packed up his suitcase and made his plans. He'd walked through the whole house. It was then that he fully sensed the difference, that it was inhabited again by something he could almost feel and see. No, that was not it. The house itself talked to him. The house itself responded. Madness, perhaps, to think the house was alive, but he had known it before in mingled happiness and misery, and he knew it again, and it was better than the 2 wretched months of aloneness, of sickness and drug fog, of being half in love with easeful death, and the house in silence and without personality, witnessing nothing, having no use for him at all. He'd stared a long time at the gramophone and the pearls that lay as carelessly as Mardi Gras beads on the carpet. Priceless pearls. He could still hear Ancient Evelyn's strange voice, both deep and soft, and pretty all at once, talking on and on to Mona. Nobody else seemed to know or care about these treasures from the compartment beneath the bookcase wall. They lay in the shadowy corner near the heap of books, like so much junk. Nobody touched them or noticed them. Now was the conference after the funeral. Had to be done. He would have had it at Ryan's house if that had been easier for him. But Ryan and Pierce said they had to go to the office. They had no choice. They confessed they were tired of visiting now, and they'd come up to First Street on the way. They didn't mind. They were very concerned about Rowan. He must not think they had forgotten about Rowan for one single moment. Poor, wretched father and son. In the sharp glare of attention, they looked no less perfect. Ryan with his tanned skin and smooth white hair and eyes that were so opaque and blue. Pierce, the son whom anyone in the world would want, brilliant, well-mannered, and so obviously shattered by the fact of his mother's death. Didn't seem it ought to happen this way. They should have had insurance against it. What was death to the country club Mayfairs, as Bea had put it? It had been more than kind of them to agree to come. But Michael could not put this meeting off. He really couldn't. He'd wasted so much time. He'd lived in this house like a spook since he'd come home from the hospital. Was it the death of Gifford, random and terrible and irrelevant, which had wakened him from his stupor? He knew it was not. It was Mona. Well, they would gather now, and he would explain that he must take action regarding Rowan. He was packed and ready to go. That is what they had to understand. He had been lying here, under a curse, a man in a dream, heard in his heart that Rowan had left. He had failed. And then there had been the medal, the Archangel medal. It had been in Gifford's purse in Destin, and when Ryan had put that in his hand, at graveside no less, as they embraced, he had known. I must find Rowan. I must do what I was sent here to do. I must do what I want to do. I have to move. I have to be strong again. The medal. Gifford had found it out by the pool some time ago, maybe even Christmas Day. Ryan wasn't sure. She kept meaning to give it to Michael, but she was afraid to upset him with the medal. She'd been sure the medal was his. There had been blood on the medal, and here it was, all cleaned up and shiny. It had fallen out of her purse while Ryan was going through it. Little graveside chat, no more than a few seconds in the cool marble mausoleum with the noonday sun streaming in, and hundreds waiting to shake Ryan's hand. Gifford would want me to give you this without further delay. So what time was there to feel appropriately guilty about the little redhead who'd slept in his arms, who'd said, "Throw out those drugs, you don't need them"? He held the door open for them as they entered the library. "Come in," he said, feeling a little strange as he always did, being the master of this, their house, and gestured for Ryan and Pierce and Aaron Leitner to sit before the desk. He took his customary place behind it. He saw Pierce look at the little phonograph and those long pearls, but they would get to that later on. "Now, I know how bad this is," he said to Ryan.
Someone had to start things. You buried your wife today, and my heart goes out to you. I wish I could let this wait. Everything should be made to wait. But I have to talk about Rowan. Of course you do, said Ryan immediately. And we're here to tell you what we know. We don't know much, however. I see. I can't get a word out of Randall or Lauren. They say, talk to Ryan. Ryan knows everything. And so I've asked you to come and tell me what has been going on. I've been like a man in a coma. I have to find Rowan. I'm packed and ready to go. Ryan looked amazingly composed, as if he'd thrown an inner switch to business mode. There was nothing bitter or resentful in his attitude. Pierce, on the other hand, was still crushed. He wore a look of inconsolable grief. It was doubtful he was hearing Michael's words, or should even be here. Aaron, too, had been devastated by Gifford's death. He had taken Bea under his wing and comforted her throughout the ordeal of the Metry funeral parlor, and cemetery and mausoleum. He was worn and tired and fairly miserable, and no amount of British decorum could hide it any longer. Then there had been Alicia, hysterical and hospitalized at last. Aaron had helped with that, too, side by side with Ryan as he broke the news to Patrick that Alicia was malnourished and sick and must be cared for. Patrick had tried to hit Ryan, and Bea had made no secret any more of her developing affection for Aaron. She had found a man she could depend upon, she said quietly to Michael as they drove home. But now it all fell on this man, Ryan Mayfair, this lawyer who managed every little detail for everyone, and he didn't have Gifford at his side any more, to argue with him, to believe in him, to help him. And he was already back at work. It was too soon to know how bad it was going to be, Michael reasoned. It was too soon for this man to be really afraid. I gotta go, Michael said. It's that simple. What should I know? Where am I headed? What's the latest info we have on Rowan? What are our best leads? A silence fell. Mona came into the room, a white bow drooping appropriately over her locks, and dressed in a simple white cotton frock, the proper thing for children at a time of death. She shut the door to the hall behind her. She did not speak to anyone, and no one looked at her, and no one seemed to notice or care that she took the leather chair against the far wall, and that she looked across the dusty span of the room at Michael. Michael could not stop for this, and really, it didn't matter. There was nothing going on that Mona didn't know or couldn't hear. And for that matter, there was this secret between them that was a bond. The child fascinated him as much as she made him feel guilty. She was part and parcel of the excitement of his recovery and what he had to do now. He had not woken up the morning after with the feeling, "Who is the strange child in my bed?" Quite to the contrary. He sort of knew who she was, and knew that she knew him. "You can't go," said Aaron. The firmness of his voice caught Michael off guard. He realized he'd been drifting back to Mona, and Mona's caresses and the dreamy appearance of ancient Evelyn in the street. "You don't know the full picture," said Aaron. "What full picture?" "We didn't feel we should tell you everything," said Ryan. "But before we proceed, let me explain. We don't really know where Rowan is, and we don't know what's happened to her. I'm not saying that anything bad has happened to her. That's what I want you to understand." "Have you spoken to your doctor?" asked Pierce, suddenly coming alert and joining in, as if he meant to do business. "Does he say your convalescence is over?" "Gentlemen, it's over. I'm going to find my wife. Now, tell me who's heading the investigation to find Rowan. Who has the file on Rowan Mayfair?" Aaron cleared his throat in eloquent British style, a soft traditional preamble to his speech, and then began. "The Talamasca and the Mayfair family have been unable to find her," said Aaron. "That is to say, a considerable amount of investigation and expense has resulted in frustration." "I see. This is what we know. Rowan left here with a tall, dark-haired man. As we told you, she was seen with him on the plane to New York. She was definitely in Zurich at the end of the year, and from there she went to Paris, and from Paris to Scotland. Later on she was in Geneva.
From Geneva, she might have gone back to New York. We are not certain.
You mean she could be in this country again?
She could, said Ryan. We don't know.
Ryan paused as though this was all he had to say, or simply to gather his thoughts.
She and this man, said Aaron, were seen in Dunolaith, Scotland. There seems no doubt of that. In Geneva, eyewitness testimony isn't as conclusive. We know she was in Zurich only because of the banking transactions she performed. In Paris, because she ran certain medical tests there, which she later sent to Dr. Samuel Larkin in California. Geneva, because that is the city from which she called the doctor on the phone, and from which she sent him the medical information. She ran tests at a clinic there, and those too were forwarded to Dr. Larkin. She called this doctor. He actually spoke to her. This should have given him hope. This should have been something other than the sting it was. But he knew that his face was reddening. She called, but she did not call me. She called her old doctor friend in San Francisco. He tried to look tranquil, appreciative, open-minded. Yes, said Aaron. She called Dr. Larkin on February 12th. She was brief. She told him she was sending a shipment of medical tests, specimens, samples, etc., that he was to take them to the Keplinger Institute for analysis. She told him she would contact him, that this was confidential. She indicated she might be interrupted at any time. She sounded as if she was in danger. Michael sat quiet, trying simply to process this, to realize what it meant. One moment his beloved wife had been making phone calls to another man. Now the picture was entirely different. "This is what you didn't want to tell me," he said. "Yes," said Aaron, "and that the people we interviewed in Geneva and in Dunolaith indicated she might have been under coercion." Ryan's detectives drew the same inference from these witnesses, though none of the people themselves actually used the word coercion. "I see. But she was alive and well when she spoke to Samuel Larkin, and that was February 12th, said Michael. "Yes. Okay. What did these people see? What did the people at these medical clinics see?" "No one at any of the clinics noticed anything. But we are talking about enormous institutions, you must realize. There seems little doubt that Rowan and Lasher slipped in, with Rowan impersonating a staff doctor or a technician, as the situation required. She completed various tests and left before anyone in any of these places was the wiser." "And this you know from the material she sent this Dr. Larkin?" "Yes." "Amazing. But a doctor could do that, couldn't she?" Michael said. He tried to keep his voice steady. He didn't want anyone taking his pulse. "Last proof that she was alive was February 12th, he said again. He was trying to calculate the date, the number of days. His mind went blank. "There has been one other small bit of intelligence," said Ryan, "and one which we do not like." "So tell me." "Rowan made huge bank transfers while she was in Europe. Huge transfers through banks in France and in Switzerland. But the transfers stopped at the end of January, and thereafter only 2 simple checks were cashed in New York on February 14th. We know now the signatures on these checks were forgeries." "Ah." Michael sat back. "He's keeping her prisoner. He forged the checks." Aaron sighed. "We don't know for certain. She was described by those in Dunolaith and those in Geneva as being pale, sickly. Her companion was said to have been very attentive. Indeed, she was never seen when not in his company." "I see," Michael whispered. "What else did they say? Tell me everything." "Dunolaith is an archaeological site now," said Aaron. "Yes, I knew that, I believe," said Michael. He looked at Ryan. "You've read the Mayfair history?" "If you mean the file from the Talamasca, yes. I did examine it, but I think our concern here is simply this. Where is Rowan, and how can we reach her?"
Go on about Dunolaith, said Michael to Aaron.
Apparently, Rowan and Lasher had a suite in the inn there for 4 days. They spent considerable time exploring the ruins of the castle, the cathedral, and the village. Lasher talked to many, many people.
Must you call him by that name? Asked Brian. The legal name he used was different.
The legal name has nothing to do with it, said Pierce. Dad, please, let's just get this information out. This Dunolaith, it's an archaeological project apparently funded entirely by our family. I'd never heard of it till I read the Talamasca file. Neither had Dad.
It was all administered by Lauren, said Ryan, with a faint tone of distaste. But that's all beside the point. They haven't been seen there since January. Get on with it, said Michael as gently as he could. What did people see when they looked at them?
They are described as a woman 5'7" in height, very pale and in ill health, and an extremely tall man, possibly 6½ feet in height, with luxuriant, long black hair, both American.
Michael wanted to say something, but his heart was rushing on him, no doubt of it. He felt the increased rate, and a little pain in his chest. He didn't want anyone to know this. He took out his handkerchief, folded it, and patted his upper lip. She's alive. She's in danger. The thing is holding her prisoner, he whispered.
This is anecdotal material, said Ryan. It would not stand up in a court of law. We are conjecturing. The forged checks are another matter altogether. They make it incumbent upon the legacy to do something immediately. The forensic statements are quite a puzzle, Aaron said. Yes, that is a maddening kettle of soup, said Pierce. We sent forensic samples of the blood we found here to 2 different genetic institutes, and neither will give us a straight answer. They are giving us an answer, said Aaron. They are saying that the specimens must have been contaminated or tampered with, because they pertain to a non-human species of primate which they cannot identify.
Michael smiled bitterly.
But what does this Dr. Larkin say? Rowan sent him the stuff direct. What does he know? What did she say to him on the phone? I have to know everything. Rowan was agitated, said Pierce. She was afraid she might be cut off. She was desperate that Larkin receive the medical material and take it to Keplinger. The whole thing alarmed Larkin. That's why he is cooperating with us. He is devoted to Rowan, doesn't want to break her confidence, but he shares our concern for her. This Dr. Larkin is here, said Michael. I saw him at the wake. Yes, he's here, said Ryan, but he's reluctant to discuss the medical materials taken to the Keplinger Institute. One can infer, said Aaron quietly, from what the doctor is willing to say, that he has extensive test material on this creature. Creature, said Ryan. And there we go off into Fantasyland again. He was angry. We don't know that this man is a creature or a subhuman type or anything else. And we don't know what the man's name is. We do know he is genial, educated, intelligent, and speaks rapidly with an American voice, and that the people who spoke to him at Dunolaith found him interesting. What in the world has that got to do with it all? Demanded Pierce. Dad, for the love of... Michael interrupted. What did Rowan send to Dr. Larkin? What has the Keplinger Institute found out? Well, that's it, said Aaron. He won't give us a complete report. But he might give it to you. He wants to talk to you. He wants to do genetic testing on you. Michael smiled. Does he now? You're right to be very suspicious of this, said Ryan. He seemed to be vacillating between angry impatience and exhaustion. People have approached us with genetic proposals in the past. We are perceived as a closed group, consent to nothing. Like the Mormons or the Amish, said Michael. Exactly, said Ryan. And there are many excellent legal reasons not to allow this sort of testing. And what does it have to do with the Curry family anyway? I think we are straying from the point,
said Aaron. He looked meaningfully at Michael. "Whatever we call this companion of Rowan's, he's flesh and blood, and obviously passes for human." "Are you listening to your own words?" Ryan demanded, plainly furious. "Of course I am," said Aaron. "I want to see the medical evidence myself," said Ryan. "How will you know how to interpret it?" Pierce asked. "Just hold on," said Ryan. "Dad, we have to talk this out." Michael raised his hand for calm. "Listen, the medical tests aren't going to determine anything. I saw him. I spoke to him." The room was silent. He realized this was the first time he had uttered such a thing to the family since the entire incident had happened. He had never admitted to Ryan or to Pierce, and certainly never to any other Mayfair, what had happened on Christmas Day. He found himself glancing now at Mona, and then his eyes fixed on the man to whom he had told the whole tale, Aaron. The others stared at him in clear and unembarrassed anticipation. "I didn't think he was 6.5 feet tall," said Michael, trying again to steady his voice. He ran his hand back through his hair and stopped himself in the act of reaching for a pen he didn't need. He closed his right hand into a fist, then opened it, splaying the fingers. "But then I was having a pitched battle with him when he was here. I'd say he was my height, 6'2" at most. His hair was short. It was black like mine. He had blue eyes." "Are you telling me," Ryan asked with deceptive calm, "that you saw the man who went off with Rowan?" "You said you actually did speak to him?" Pierce asked. Ryan was clearly pale with anger. "You can describe or identify this person?" he asked. "Let's get on with what we have to do," said Aaron. "We almost lost Michael on Christmas Day. Michael was unable to tell us anything for weeks. Michael was—" "It's okay, Aaron," said Michael. "It's okay. Ryan, what do you want to know?" "She left with a man. He was 6'2". He was thin. He was wearing my clothes. He had black hair. I don't think he looks the same now. His hair wasn't long. He wasn't so tall. Do you believe me? Do you believe anything anybody's told you? Ryan, I know who he is. So does the Talamasca." Ryan seemed incapable of responding. Pierce was also obviously stunned. "Uncle Ryan, it was the man," said Mona flatly. "For Christ's sakes, get off Michael's case. He didn't let the man through. It was Rowan." "Stay out of this, Mona," Ryan flashed. It seemed he would lose control completely. Pierce laid his hand on his father's hand. "What are you doing in here?" Ryan demanded. "Go on, out." Mona didn't move. Pierce gestured for her to be quiet. "This thing," said Michael. "Our man, our Lasher. Does he appear normal to other people?" "An unusual man," said Ryan. "That is the testimony we have. An unusual man, well-mannered, rather gregarious." He paused as if he had to force himself to go on. "I have all the statements for you. And, by the way, we combed Paris, Geneva, Zurich, New York. Tall as he is, he does not attract that much attention. The archaeologists at Dunolaith had the most contact. They said he was fascinating, a little peculiar, that he spoke very fast, that he had strange notions about the town and the ruins." "Okay, I see what's happened. She didn't run away with him. He took her. He forced her to take him there. He forced her to get the money. She persuaded him to have these medical tests. Then she got the stuff out, when she could, to this Dr. Larkin." "Not certain," said Ryan. "Not certain at all. But the forgery gives us something legal to go on. Also, the money deposited for Rowan in banks abroad has now disappeared. We have to act. We have no choice. We have to protect the legacy." Aaron interrupted with a little gesture.
Dr. Larkin said that Rowan said she knew the creature wasn't human. She wanted him to study the genetic blueprint. She wanted to know specifically whether or not the creature could breed with humans, and with her in particular. She sent some of her own blood for analysis. There was an uneasy silence. For the space of a second, Ryan looked almost panic-stricken. Then he drew himself up, crossed his legs, and laid his left hand on the edge of Michael's desk. "I don't know what I believe about this strange man," Ryan said. "I honestly don't. All this Talamasca history, this chain of 13 witches, all this, I don't believe it. That's the frank truth, I don't. And I don't think most of the family believes in all this either." He looked directly at Michael. "But this is clear. There is no place for you to go now to search for Rowan. Going to Geneva is a waste of time. We have covered Geneva. The Talamasca has covered Geneva. In Dunolaith, we have a private detective on 24-hour duty. So does the Talamasca, who are, by the way, very good at this sort of thing. New York, we've turned up no real leads other than the forged checks. They weren't large. They aroused no suspicion." "I see," Michael said. "Where would I go? What would I do? Those are really valid questions here." "Absolutely," said Ryan. "We didn't want to tell you all we'd found out for obvious reasons. But you know now, and you know that the best thing is for you to stay here, to follow Dr. Rhodes's advice, and to wait. It makes sense from absolutely every standpoint." "There's one other thing," Pierce said. His father looked plainly annoyed, and then again too fatigued to protest. He raised his hand to cover his eyes, elbow resting on the edge of the desk. But Pierce went on. "You have to tell us exactly what did happen here on Christmas Day," said Pierce. "I want to know. I've been helping with this all along. Mayfair Medical has been left in my hands. I want to continue with Mayfair Medical. Lots of the others want to continue. But everybody has to talk to everybody else. What happened, Michael? Who is this man? What is he?" Michael knew he ought to say something, but for the moment it seemed impossible. He sat back, staring past them at the rows and rows of books, unable to see at this moment the stack heaped on the floor or the mysterious gramophone. His eyes moved almost furtively to Mona. Mona had slumped back in the chair and slung one knee over the arm of it. She looked too old for the white funeral dress, which she had demurely crumpled between her legs. She was watching him with that level and somewhat ironic gaze, her old self before the news of the death of Gifford. "She left with the man," Mona said very quietly and distinctly. "The man came through." It was her teenaged flat voice, bored with the stupidity of others and making no concession to the marvelous. She went on. "She left with him. This long-haired guy, this is the man. This thin mutant guy, that's who he is. The ghost, the devil, Lasher. Michael had a fight with him out by the pool, and he knocked Michael into the water. There's a smell out there that comes from him, and the smell is in the living room where he was born." "You're imagining things," said Ryan, so wrathfully that it was almost a whisper. "I told you to stay out of this." "When he and Rowan left," said Mona, "she turned the alarm on so help would come for Michael. Or he did it himself, the man. Any moron can see now from all this that that is what happened." "Mona, I'm telling you to leave this room now," said Ryan. "No," she answered. Michael said nothing. He had heard all these words, but he could think of no way to respond to them. He wanted to say that Rowan had tried to stop the man from throwing him in the pool. But what was the purpose? Rowan had left him drowning in the pool, or had she? Rowan was being coerced. Ryan made a small sound of exasperation. "Allow me to say," said Aaron with patience, But Dr. Larkin has a great deal of information which we do not have. He has X-rays of hands, feet, spinal cord, pelvis, as well as PET scans of the brain, and other such tests. The creature's not human. It has a confusing genetic makeup. It is a mammal. It is a primate. It is warm-blooded. It looks like us, but it isn't human. Pierce was staring at his father as if afraid his father would come unglued at any moment. Ryan merely shook his head. "I'll believe this when I see it, when that Dr. Larkin tells me himself." "Dad," said Pierce, "if you look at the forensic reports, it's the same picture. They said contaminated or tampered with or spoiled, because otherwise it's the blood and tissue of something with a non-human genetic makeup." "It's what Mona said," said Michael. His voice had dropped very low. He roused himself a little and looked at Ryan and then at Mona. Something in Aaron's manner was disturbing him, had been all along, but he didn't know what it was, and he hadn't known he was disturbed until he failed to look at Aaron. "I came home," said Michael, "and he was here. He looked like her. He looked like me. He might have come from our child, our baby. Rowan had been pregnant." He stopped. He let out a long, slow breath, shaking his head a little and then realizing he ought to go on. "This man-thing was newborn," he said. "He was very strong. He taunted me. He was moving like the straw man in The Wizard of Oz, clumsily falling down, laughing, climbing back up. I should have been able to wring his neck. I wasn't. He was much, much stronger than he looked. I connected more than once, should have pulverized a few facial bones. No damage except a cut. Rowan did try to stop the fight, but it wasn't clear to me then, and it isn't now, whom Rowan was trying to protect. Me? Or him?" He hated hearing these words from his own mouth, but it was time to get it all out, for everything to be shared, the pain and the defeat included. "Did she help him knock you in the pool?" Mona asked. "Mona, shut up," said Ryan. Mona ignored him utterly. She was looking at Michael. "No, she didn't," said Michael. "And he shouldn't have been able to do it alone. I've been decked once or twice in my life. It took big men and lucky punches to do it. He was thin, delicate. He was sliding on the ice out there, but he shoved me, and into the pool I went. I remember him looking at me as I went down. He has blue eyes. He has very black hair. I told you that already. His skin is very pale and kind of beautiful. At least it was then. Like the skin of an infant," said Aaron softly. "And all of you are trying to tell me," said Ryan nervously, anxiously, "that this is not a human being." "We're talking science, man," said Aaron, "not voodoo. This is a creature, so to speak, of flesh and blood, but its genetic blueprint is not human." "Larkin told you that." "Well, more or less," said Aaron. "Let's say I picked up the message from him." "Ghosts, spirits and creatures," Ryan said. It was as though the wax he was made of was beginning to melt altogether. "Come on, Dad, take it easy," said Pierce, and for the moment sounded like the elder. "Gifford told me that she thought the man had come through," Ryan said. "It was the last conversation I ever had with my wife, and she said—" He stopped. Silence. "I think we are resolved on one point, Michael," said Aaron, with a touch of impatience, "that you remain here." "Yeah, I got that," said Michael. "I'm staying. But I want to see all the reports. I want to become involved on every level. I want to talk to this Dr. Larkin." "There is one other very important matter," said Aaron. "Ryan, for obvious reasons, did not consent to an autopsy being performed on Gifford." Ryan glared at him. Michael had never seen Ryan so full of blatant hostility. Aaron caught it as well, and he hesitated, very obviously at a loss for a moment, before he continued, "But there is blood-stained clothing, which can be tested." "For what?" demanded Ryan. "What has my wife to do with you? With any of this?" Aaron couldn't answer. He looked distraught suddenly. He fell quiet. "Are you trying to tell me my wife had some doings with this thing? That he killed her?" Aaron didn't answer. "Dad, she had a miscarriage up there," said Pierce, "and you and I both know—" The young man stopped himself, but the blow was struck. "My mother was high-strung," he said. "She and my father—" Ryan didn't reply. His rage had hardened into something worse. Michael shook his head before he could stop himself. Mona's face was impassive as ever. "There was evidence of a miscarriage?" Aaron asked. "Well, she suffered a uterine hemorrhage," said Pierce. "That's what the local doctor said, some kind of miscarriage." "He doesn't know," said Ryan. "The local doctors said she died from loss of blood. That's all they knew, loss of blood. She started to hemorrhage, and she didn't or couldn't call for help. She died on the sand. My wife was an affectionate and normal woman, but she was 46 years old. It is highly unlikely she had a miscarriage. Indeed, it is almost a preposterous idea. She suffered from fibroid tumors. Dad, let them test what they have, please. I want to know why Mother died. If it was the tumors, I want to know. Please. All of us want to know. Why did she have the hemorrhage?" "All right," said Ryan in a seething rage. "You want these tests run on your mother's clothes?" He threw up his hands. "Yes," said Pierce calmly. "All right. For you, then, this will be done. For you and your sisters. We'll run the tests. We'll find out what triggered the hemorrhage." Pierce was satisfied, but clearly worried about his father. Ryan had more to say, but he gestured for them to wait. He held his right hand in the air and gestured again, tentatively, and then he began to speak. "I will do what I can do under these circumstances. I will continue the search for Rowan. I will have the blood-stained clothes tested. I will do the sane and proper thing. I will do the honorable thing, the legal thing, the necessary thing. But I do not believe in this man. I do not believe in this ghost. I never have, and I have no reason to believe in it now. And whatever the truth of it all, it has nothing to do with the death of my wife. But let us take up the matter of Rowan again. Gifford is in God's hands. Rowan may still be in ours. Now, Aaron, how can we get this scientific data, or whatever it is, from the Keplinger Institute? That will be my first order of business, to find out how we can subpoena the material Rowan sent to Larkin. I'm going to the office now. I'm going to lay hands on that material. The designee of the legacy has disappeared. There may have been foul play. Legal actions have already been taken regarding funds, accounts, signatures et al. He stopped, as though he had gone as far as he could, staring forward, like a machine that had run out of electricity. "I understand your feelings, Ryan," said Aaron softly. "Even the most conservative witness can say that there is a mystery here, revolving around this male creature. You and the Telemasca," Ryan whispered. "You infer. You observe. You witness. You look at all these puzzling things, and you throw out an interpretation which fits with your beliefs, your superstitions, your dogmatic insistence that the world of ghosts and spirits is real. I don't buy it.
I think your history of our family is some sort of dazzling hoax, if you want the truth. I don't. I'm having an investigation of my own done, of you, if you want to know. Aaron's eyes narrowed. There was a touch of bitterness, sourness in his voice when he spoke. I don't blame you, he said. There was something very cross and bitter in his face suddenly, repression of temper, repression of confusion or ambivalence. Michael sensed it more strongly now than before. Aaron wasn't himself, as they say. Do you have the clothing, Ryan? Aaron asked, pushing on with this unpleasant request, as if he resented very deeply having to do it. He was taking out that resentment on Ryan. Gifford's clothes. What she was wearing when she died? God damn it, Ryan whispered. He picked up the phone. He reached his secretary downtown within seconds. Carla, he said, Ryan here. Call the coroner in Walton County, Florida. Call the funeral parlor. What happened to Gifford's clothes? I have to have them. He put down the phone. Is there anything else? He asked. I'd like to go to the office. I have work to do. I have to go home early. My children need me. Alicia has been hospitalized. She needs me. I need to be alone for a while. I need to grieve for my wife. Pierce, I'd like it if we left now, if you came with me. All this was too hurried. Yes, Dad, but I want to know about Mother's clothes. What in God's name has this to do with Gifford? Ryan demanded. God, have you all lost your minds? Just want to know, said Pierce. You know, Mom was scared to come here on Mardi Gras. She was... No, don't go on. Don't do it, said Ryan. Let's stick to what we have here, what we know. We'll do whatever anybody wants us to do for any reason. And, Michael, tomorrow I'll make available to you everything we have on Rowan. Hell, I'll make it available now. I'll send you the records of the entire investigation. Once again, he picked up the phone and punched in the office numbers at the speed of light. He did not bother to say his name. He told the person on the other end, Messenger over a copy of all the papers pertaining to Rowan. Yes, all that. The detectives, the Xeroxes of the checks, every scrap of paper we have on her. Her husband wants it. He has a right to see it. He's her husband. He has a right. Silence. He was listening. What do you mean? He asked. His face went blank, and then it began to color, to redden, and as he hung up the phone, he turned his gaze on Aaron. Your investigators picked up my wife's clothes? They took them from the Walton County Coroner's office and from the funeral parlor? Who told you you could do such a thing? Aaron didn't answer, but Michael could read the surprise and the confusion in his face. Aaron hadn't known. He was shocked as well as humiliated. He seemed to be thinking it all over, and then he gave a little careful shrug. I'm sorry, Aaron said at last. I did not authorize anyone to do this. I apologize to you. I'll see that everything is returned immediately. Now Michael understood why Aaron was not himself. Something was happening within the ranks, something between Aaron and the order. He had sensed it earlier, but he hadn't known how to interpret it. You damn well better, said Ryan. I've had enough of scholars and secrets and people spying on one another. He stood up. Pierce stood also. Come on, Dad, Pierce said, once again taking charge. Let's go home. I'll go back to the office this afternoon. Let's go. Aaron did not rise to his feet. He did not look up at Ryan. He was gazing off, and then he seemed to drift away from them into his own thoughts. He was disgruntled, but it was worse than that. Michael rose and took Ryan's hand. He shook hands also, as he always did, with Pierce. Thank you both. It's the least you could expect, said Ryan disgustedly. We'll meet tomorrow, you and I, and Lauren and Randall. We'll find Rowan if Rowan
can be found, said Mona.
I told you to shut up, said Ryan. I want you to go home, Ryan said. Ancient Evelyn is there alone.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's always there alone, and they need me, don't they?
Mona said. She brought her leg round and stood up, straightening the girlish cotton dress. The two loops of her white ribbon poked up behind her head.
I'll go on home. Don't worry.
Ryan stood staring at her, as if he could not endure any of this a moment longer. And then he moved towards her and took her in his arms and crushed her to his chest. There was an awful silence, and then the more awful sound of his crying, the deep, choked, repressed sob of a man, full of shame as well as misery, a sound a woman seldom made, almost unnatural. Pierce put his arm around his father's shoulder. Ryan pulled Mona back, gave her a fierce kiss on the cheek, and then, squeezing her shoulder, let her go. She had gone all soft towards him, and squeezed him and kissed his cheek, too. He followed Pierce out of the library. As the door opened and closed, Michael heard a chorus of voices from the hall, the hushed voice of Beatrice, and the deeper voice of Randall, and others he could not distinguish in the hubbub that followed. He realized he was alone with Aaron and with Mona, and Aaron had not moved. Aaron had about him that listless look. Aaron seemed gravely disabled, as Michael himself had been only days ago. Mona had slunk into the corner, glowing like a little candle with her flaming hair, arms folded, not about to leave, obviously. "Tell me your thoughts," said Michael to Aaron. "This is the first time I've really asked you since it happened. What do you think? Talk to me." "You mean you want my scholarly opinion?" said Aaron, with that same touch of sourness, his eyes veering off. "I want your unbiased opinion," said Michael. "Ryan's refusal to believe in this whole thing is almost a religious stance. What is there you've been keeping from me? He should ask Mona to go. He should escort her out, turn her over to B, take care of her. But he didn't do these things. He simply looked at Aaron." Aaron's face had tightened, then relaxed again. "I haven't been deliberately keeping back anything," he said, but the voice was not typical of him. "I'm embarrassed," he said, looking Michael in the eye. "I was heading this investigation until Rowan left. I thought I was heading it even afterwards. But there are strong indications now that the elders themselves are in charge, that the investigation has broadened without my knowledge. I don't know who took Gifford's clothing. It's not the Talamasca style. You know it's not. After Rowan's disappearance, we asked Ryan's permission to come to this house to take specimens from the blood-stained rug, the wallpaper. We would have asked you, but you were not—" I know. That's our manner, to go in the wake of disaster, to proceed with care, to observe, not to conclude. You don't owe me any explanations. We're friends, you and me, you know that. But I think I can tell what's happened. This must be a momentous investigation to your elders. We don't have a ghost now. We have a mutant being." Michael laughed bitterly. "And the being is holding my wife prisoner." "I could have told you that," said Mona. Aaron's utter lack of response was startling. Aaron was staring off and deeply distressed and unable to confide about it because it was the business of the order. Finally, he looked again at Michael. "You're all right. You're very well indeed. Dr. Rhodes calls you his miracle. You're going to be all right. We'll meet tomorrow. You and I, even if I am not admitted to the meeting with Ryan." "This file they're sending over," Michael said. "I've seen it," Aaron said. "We were cooperating with each other. My reports are in the file. You'll see. I don't know what's happened now, but Beatrice and Vivian are waiting for me. Beatrice is greatly concerned about you, Mona. And then there is Dr. Larkin. He wants to talk to you, Michael. I've asked him to wait until tomorrow.
He's waiting for me now.
Yes, okay. I want to read the report. Don't let Larkin get away, however.
Oh, he's happy.
He's hitting every good restaurant in town, and has been partying all night with some young female surgeon from Tulane. He's not going to slip through our fingers. Mona volunteered nothing. She merely watched as Michael followed Aaron into the hallway. She remained in the door, and he was painfully conscious of her presence suddenly, of her perfume, of her red hair glowing in the shadows, of the rumpled white satin ribbon, of all of her and everything that had happened, and that people were leaving the house, and he might soon again be alone with her. Ryan and Pierce were just getting out the front door. Mayfair farewells took so long. Beatrice was crying again, and assuring Ryan that everything would be all right. Randall sat in the living room, beside the first fireplace, looking like a great, dark gray toad in the chair, his face baffled and pondering. "Darlings, how are you both?" Bea asked, rushing to take Michael's hand and Mona's hand as well. She kissed Mona's cheek. Aaron slipped past her. "I'm okay now," said Mona. "What about Mom?" "She's sedated. They're feeding her intravenously. She'll sleep the night. Don't you worry about her another moment. Her father is all right. He's keeping company with Ancient Evelyn. I believe Cecilia is there now. Anne-Marie is with your mother." "That's what I figured," said Mona disgustedly. "What do you want to do, my darling? Shall I take you home? Will you come and stay with me for a while? What can I do? You can bunk in with me for the night, or sleep in the room with the rose wallpaper." Mona shook her head. "I'm fine." She gave a careless, disrespectful shrug. "I'm really just fine. I'll walk up home in a little while." "And you," he said to Michael, "just look at you. There's color in your cheeks. You're a new man." "Yeah, seems so. Listen, I gotta think about things. They're sending over the file on Rowan." "Oh, don't read all those reports. It's too depressing." She turned to search out Aaron, who stood far away against the wall. "Aaron, don't let him." "He should read them, my dear," Aaron said. "And now I must go back to the hotel. Dr. Larkin is waiting for me." "Oh, you and that doctor." She took Aaron's arm and kissed him on the cheek as they proceeded to the door. "I'll wait for you." Randall had risen to go. Two young Mayfairs in the dining room drifted into the hall. The goodbyes were protracted, full of heartfelt words, and sudden sobs of grief, and confessions of love for Gifford, poor beautiful Gifford, kind and generous Gifford. Bea turned back and rushed to embrace Michael and Mona with both arms, kissed them both, and then went down the hall, tearing herself away obviously. There was an intimacy in the way she took Aaron's arm, in the way he guided her down the steps. Randall went out the gate before them. Then they were all gone. Mona stood waving in the keyhole door, looking thoroughly incongruous now in the childish dress with its sash, though the white ribbon in her hair seemed an essential part of her. She turned around and looked at Michael. She banged the door shut behind her. "Where's my Aunt Viv?" Michael asked. "She can't save you, big boy," Mona said. "She's out in Metry comforting Gifford's other kids with Aunt Bernadette." "Where's Eugenia?" "Would you believe I poisoned her?" Mona walked past him, back the hall, and into the library. He followed her, adamant and full of righteous speeches and declarations. "This is not going to happen again," he began. But she shut the library door as soon as he was inside, and she threw her arms around him. He began to kiss her, his hands sliding over her breasts and down suddenly to lift the cotton skirt. "This cannot happen," he said. "I'm not going to let you. You're not even giving me a 50-50. Her soft, sweet young limbs overwhelmed him, the ripe, firm feel of her arms, of her back, of her hips beneath the cotton. She was fiercely aroused as any grown woman he'd ever made love to. He heard a small sound. She had reached over and snapped the lock of the library door.
"Comfort me, big man,"
she said.
"My beloved aunt just died. I'm really a wreck. No kidding."
She stepped back. There was a glimmer of tears in her eyes. She sniffled and looked as if she might break down. She undid the buttons of the cotton dress and then let it slip down around her. She stepped out of the circle of glowing fabric, and he saw her snow-white brassiere with its full cups of expensive lace, and the soft, pale skin of midriff above the waistband of her half-slip. The tears spilt down again as they had before, her soundless crying. Then she rushed at him and locked her arms around his neck, kissing him and slipping her hand down between his legs. It was a fait accompli, as they say. And then there was her faint whisper as they snuggled together on the carpet.
"Don't worry about it."
He was sleepy. He listed. He didn't fall deep. He couldn't. There was too much right there before his mind's eye. He started humming. How could he not worry about everything? He could not close his eyes. He hummed and softly sang.
"Violetta's Waltz," she said. "Just hold on to me for a little while, will you?"
It seems he slept or sank into some sort of approximate peaceful state, his fingers on her sweaty, adorable little neck, and his lips pressed to her forehead. But then the doorbell sounded, and he heard Eugenia in the hall, taking her time to answer, talking aloud as she always did. "On my way. I'm coming." The report had been delivered. He had to see it. How to get it without revealing the sleeping child on the rug he didn't know, but he had to see it. It hadn't taken a half hour for that file to get here. He thought of Rowan, and he felt such dread that he couldn't form words about it, or make decisions, or even reflect. He sat up, trying to regain his strength, to shake off the languor of sex and not see this naked girl on the carpet asleep, head cradled on a nest of her own red hair, her belly as smooth and perfect as her breasts, all of her luscious and inviting to him. "Michael, you pig, that you could do this." There was the dull vibration of the big front door slamming shut. Eugenia passed again, steady tread, silence. He put on his clothes, and then combed his hair. He was staring at the phonograph. Yes, that was exactly the one he had seen in the living room, the one which had played for him the Ghost Waltz. And there sat the black disc on which the Ghost Waltz had been recorded many decades ago. He was confounded for a moment, trying to keep his eyes off the gleaming child, pondering and wondering that for a moment he had gone calm in the midst of all of it. But you did this. You could not stay at top pitch every moment. And so he thought, my wife may be alive. She may be dead. But I have to believe she's alive. And she's with that thing. That thing must need her. Mona turned over. Her back was flawless and white, her hips, for all their smallness, proportioned like those of a little woman. Nothing boyish about her in her youth. Resolutely female. Tear your eyes off her, man. Eugenia and Henri are both around somewhere. You are pushing your luck. You are asking to be bricked up in the cellar. There is no cellar. I know that. Well, then, the attic. He opened the door slowly. Silence in the big hall. Silence in the double parlor. But there was the envelope on the hall table, where all mail and deliveries were placed. He could see the familiar embossed name of Mayfair and Mayfair. He tiptoed out, took the envelope, fearful that any moment Eugenia or Henri would appear, and then he went into the dining room. He could sit at the head of the table and read the thing, and that way, if anybody went near the library door, he could stop them. Sooner or later she would wake up and get dressed. And then? He didn't know. He just hoped she didn't go home, that she didn't leave him here. Rotten coward, he thought. Rowan, would you understand all this? Funny thing was, Rowan might. Rowan understood men, better than any woman he'd ever known, even Mona. He switched on the floor lamp by the fireplace, then sat down at the head of the table and removed the packet of Xeroxes from the envelope. It was pretty much what they'd told him. The geneticists in New York and Europe had gotten a bit sarcastic about the specimens. This seems to be a calculated combination of genetic material from more than one primate species. It was the eyewitness material from Dunleith that killed him. The woman was sick. She stayed in her room most of the time, but when he went out, she went with him. It was as if he insisted she go. She looked sick, very sick. I almost suggested that she see a physician. At one point in Geneva, Rowan was described by a hotel clerk as being an emaciated woman of perhaps 120 pounds. He found that horrifying. He stared at the Xeroxes of the forged checks. Forgery. It wasn't even good. It was a great old-fashioned Elizabethan hand, by God, like something out of a parchment document. Payee, Oscar Aldrich Tamman. Why had he chosen that name? When Michael looked on the back of the check, he realized. Fake passport. The bank clerk had written down all the information. Surely they were following up that lead. Then he saw the law firm memorandum. Oscar Aldrich Tamman had last been seen in New York on February 13th. Wife reported him missing on February 16th. Whereabouts unknown. Conclusion? Stolen passport. He slapped shut the manila folder. He put his hands up and leaned on them, and tried not to feel that little twinge in his heart, or to remind himself that it was very small, the pain, no more than a little nag, and he'd had it before for years, hadn't he? Rowan, he said aloud as if it were a prayer. His thoughts went back to Christmas Day, to that last glimpse of her, when she had torn the chain off his neck and the medal had fallen. Why did you leave me? How could you? And then a terrible shame came over him, a shame and a fear. He'd been glad in his selfish little heart when they told him that demon thing had forced her. Glad the investigators thought she was coerced. Glad that this had been declared in front of proud Ryan Mayfair. Ah, this meant his wily bride had not cuckolded him with the devil. She loved him. And what in God's name did this mean for her? For her safety, her fate, her fortune? Lord God, you selfish and despicable man, he thought. But the pain was so great, the pain of her going that day, the pain of the icy water of the pool, and the Mayfair witches in his dream, and the hospital room, and the pain in his heart when he'd first climbed the stairs. He folded his arms on the table in front of him and, weeping silently, laid his head down against it. He did not know how much time had passed. He knew everything, however, that the library door had not opened, and that Mona must still be asleep, and that his servants knew what he'd done, or else they would have been hovering around him. That twilight had come, that the house was waiting for something, or witnessing something. Finally he sat back and saw that the light outside was that shining white of spring evenings, making all the leaves distinct, and that the golden light of the lamp gave a little cheer to the vast room with its old paintings. A tiny voice reached his ears, singing, thin, distant. And gradually, as he sat very still, he realized it was Violetta's song, on the gramophone. This meant his nymph had waked. She was about, winding the old toy. He must rouse himself. He must talk to her about these mortal sins. He stood up and made his way slowly through the shadowy room and to the library. The music came strongly through the door, the happy song of Violetta from La Traviata. The waltz they'd played when Violetta was strong and gay, before she began to die so wondrously in operatic fashion. Light came from beneath the door, golden and soft. She sat on the floor, half risen more or less, resting back on her hands, naked as before, her breasts loose but high-placed in the color of baby skin, the nipples the pink of baby's nipples. There was no music. Had it been some trick of noise? She was staring at the window to the cast-iron porch outside, and Michael saw that it was open. It was what they called a pocket window, and the sash had been thrown up all the way to make a doorway out of it. The shutters, which he had kept closed all of the time himself, rather liking to see slats of afternoon sun, were open too. A loud noise sounded in the street. It was only a passing car, jetting too fast through the narrow, shadowy intersection. She was startled. Her hair was mussed, her face still smooth with lingering sleep. "What is this?" he said. "Someone came in that window?" "Tried to come," she said. Her voice was foggy with sleep. "You smell that smell?" She turned and looked at him, and before he could make an answer, she started to dress. Michael went to the window and cranked shut the green blinds immediately. The corner beyond stood deserted, or so dark beneath the oaks that it might as well have been. The Mercury street lamp was like a moon face snared in the branches above. Michael brought down the sash and turned the lock. Should have been locked all the time. He was furious. "Do you smell it?" she said. She was dressed when he turned around. The room was all shadows now that he had shut out the corner light. She came to him and turned her back for him to tie her cotton sash. God damn it, who was it? The stiff, starched cotton felt good to his fingers. He tied the sash as best he could, having never done this for a little girl before, trying to make the bow pretty when he was finished with it. She turned around, staring past him at the window. "You don't catch that scent, do you?" She went past him and peered through the glass, through the slats. Then she shook her head. "You didn't see who it was, did you?" He had half a mind to go out there, charging through the garden and around the block, to accost whatever strangers he might find, to search up Chestnut Street and down first until he found some suspicious person. "My hammer, I need it," he said. "Your hammer?" "I don't use a gun, honey. My hammer's always been good enough." He went to the hall closet. "Michael, the person's long gone. He was gone when I woke up. I heard him running away. I don't know that he knew there was anyone in here." He came back. Something white was shining on the dark carpet. Her ribbon. He picked it up, and absently she took it from him and fixed it in her hair, with no need of a mirror. "I've got to go," she said. "I got to go see my mother, Cece. I should have gone before now. She's probably scared to death that she's in a hospital." "You didn't see anything at all," he said. He followed her out and down the hall. "I caught that scent," she said. "I think it was the scent that woke me up, and then I heard the noise of the window." How calm she was. He was in a blaze of protective fury. He opened the front door and went out first to the edge of the porch. Anyone could have hidden anywhere out there, behind the oaks, across the street behind a wall, even low down among the big elephant ears and palms that crowded his own garden. My own garden! "I'm going, Michael. I'll call you later," she said. "You must be nuts. You think I'm going to let you walk off home like this in the dark? Are you crazy?" She stopped on the steps. She had been about to protest, but then she too cast a wary eye on the shadows that surrounded them. She looked thoughtfully up into the branches and at the dark shadows of Chestnut Street. "I've got an idea. You follow me. Then, when he springs out, whoever he is, you kill him with your hammer." "You have your hammer?" "That's ridiculous. I'll drive you home," he said. He pulled her in and shut the door. Henri was in the kitchen just as he ought to have been, in white shirt and suspenders, and drinking his whiskey from a white china cup so no one would know it. He put down the newspaper and stood up. He would take the child home, of course. Or to the hospital? Certainly. Whatever Miss Mona wanted. He reached for his coat, which was ever ready on the chair behind him. Michael walked out with them to the drive, distrustful of the darkness, and saw them safely to the car. Mona waved, a smear of red hair at the window. He felt an ache for her as they drove away, that he had let her go without a parting embrace, and then he was ashamed of it. He went back inside, locking the kitchen door behind him. He went back to the hall closet. His old tool chest was here,
on the first floor under the stairs. This house was so big you had to have a tool chest for every floor of it. But these were his old tools, his favorites, and this was the claw hammer with the chewed-up old wooden handle, the one he had owned all his years in San Francisco. A strange awareness came over him, and he clutched it tight, and went to peer through the library window again. This had been his dad's hammer. He'd taken it out to San Francisco when he was a boy, with all his dad's tools. Nice to have something of his dad's amid all the great carefully inventoried Mayfair wealth. Just one simple tool or two. He lifted the hammer. Love to bash it through the burglar's skull, he thought. As if we don't have enough trouble in this house, and some bastard tries to break in the library window. Unless... He switched on the light nearest the corner and examined the little gramophone, covered with dust. No one had touched it. He didn't know whether or not he could touch it. He knelt down, put his fingers on the soft felt turntable. The records of La Traviata were in their thick, old, faded album. The crank lay beside the thing. It looked impossibly old. Who had made the waltz play twice now in this house, when this thing itself lay inert and dust-covered? There was a sound in the house, a creaking as if someone was walking. Perhaps Eugenia, or perhaps not. "God damn it," he said. "Son of a bitch is in this place?" He set out at once to make a search. He covered the whole first floor, room by room, listening, watching, studying the tiny lights in the control boxes of the alarm, which told him if anything was moving in rooms beyond him. Then he went upstairs and covered the second floor as well, poking into closets and bathrooms that he had not entered in all this time, and even into the front bedroom, where the bed was all made and a vase of yellow roses stood on the mantel. Everything seemed all right. Eugenia was not here, but from the servants' porch he could see the distant guest house in back, all aglow as if there were a party going on. That was Eugenia. She always turned on all the lights. She and Henri swapped shifts now, and so this was her turn to be alone back there, with the radio playing in the kitchen and the television tuned to Murder, She Wrote. The dark trees shifted in the wind. He could see the still lawn, the swimming pool, the flags. Nothing stirred but the trees themselves, making the lights of the distant guest house twinkle deceptively. On to the third floor. He had to check every crevice and crack. He found it still and dark. The little landing at the top of the stairs was empty. The street lamp shone through the window. The storage room lay with its door open, all empty shelves clean and white and waiting for something. He turned and opened the door of Julien's old room, his own workroom. The first thing he saw was the two windows opposite. The window on the right, beneath which Julien had died in his narrow bed, and the window on the left, through which Antha had fled only to fall to her death from the edge of the porch roof. Like two eyes, these windows. The shades were up. The soft light of early evening flooded in on the bare boards and on his drafting table. Only those were not bare boards. On the contrary, a threadbare rug lay there, and where his drafting table should have been was the narrow brass bed, which had long ago been moved out of here. He groped for the light. "Please, don't turn it on." The voice was frayed and soft. French. "Who the hell are you?" "It's Julien," came the whispered response. "For the love of heaven, I am not the one who came through the library door. Come in now while there is still time, and let me talk to you." He shut the door behind him. His face was teeming with heat. He was sweating, and his grip had tightened on the hammer. But he knew it was Julien's voice, because he had heard it before, high, high above the sea, in another realm. The very same voice, speaking to him softly and rapidly, putting the case to him, so to speak, and telling him he could refuse. It seemed the veil would lift. He would see the shining Pacific again, his own drowned body on the heaving waves, and he would remember everything. But no such thing occurred. What occurred was infinitely more frightening and exciting. He saw a dark figure by the fireplace, arm on the mantel, long, thin legs. He saw the soft hair, white in the light from the windows. "Eh bien, Michael, I am so tired. It is so hard for me."
"Julien, did they burn the book? Your life story?"
"Oui, mon fils," he said. "My beloved Mary Beth burnt every page of those books. All my writing." His voice was soft with sad wonder, eyebrows rising slightly. "Come in. Come closer. Take the chair there. Please. You must listen to me."
Michael obeyed, taking the leather chair, the one which he knew to be real, lost now among so many alien dusty objects. He touched the bed. Solid. He heard the creak of the springs. He touched the silken quilt. Real. He was dazed and marveling. On the mantelpiece stood a pair of silver candlesticks, and the figure had turned and, with the sharp sudden scratch of a match, was putting a light to the wicks. His shoulders were narrow but very straight. He seemed ageless, tall, graceful. When he faced Michael again, the warm yellow light spread out behind him. Perfectly realized, he stood, his blue eyes rather cheerful and open, his face almost rapt. "Yes, my boy," he said. "Look at me. Hear me. You must act now. But let me speak my piece. Do you hear it? My voice is getting stronger." It was a beautiful voice, and not a syllable was lost on Michael, who all his life had loved beautiful voices. It was an old-fashioned voice, like the cultured voices of those long-ago film stars he so cherished, the actors who made an art of simple speech, and it occurred to him in his strange days that perhaps this was all more of his own fancy. "I don't know how long I have," the ghost said. "I don't know where I've been as I've waited for this moment. I am the earth-bound dead." "I'm here. I'm listening to you. Don't go. Whatever you do, don't go. If only you knew how hard it has been to come through, how I have tried, and your own soul has shut me out." "I'm afraid of ghosts," Michael said. "It's an Irish trait, but you know that now." Julien smiled and stood back against the mantel, folding his arms, and the tiny candle flames danced, as if he really were solid flesh, and he had stirred the air. And solid enough he seemed in his black wool coat and silk shirt. He wore long trousers and old-fashioned button shoes, polished to a perfect luster. As he smiled, his gently lined face with its curling white hair and blue eyes seemed to grow ever more vivid. "I'm going to tell my tale," he said, as a gentle teacher might. "Condemn me not. Take what I have to give." Michael was flooded by an inexplicable combination of trust and excitement. The thing he had feared all this time, the thing which had haunted him, was now here, and it was his friend, and he was with it. Only Julien had never really been the thing to fear. "You are the angel, Michael," said Julien. "You are the one who still has a chance." "Then the battle isn't over?" "No, mon fils, not at all." He seemed distracted suddenly, woefully sad and searching, and for 1 second Michael was terrified the vision would fail.